D&D. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 4. We've got our full complement of players back at the table, and we're going to jump right back into the action. We'll just do a quick little recap here. When we last left off, you guys had accepted a job offer from Olga Sinclair, a media mogul in Daybreak City, who wanted you to attend a swanky party at a casino called the Gilded Parlor, a celebration of the passage of the APSA, and informed you that there would be an attack at this party, that a nefarious gang of smugglers called the Rat Kings were planning to attack this party and just wantonly kill people. And she wanted you to allow that attack to begin in order to not look as though you've instigated anything. And then in the ensuing chaos to kill Rami Asher, the leader of this gang. You had some scruples about these ideas, but eventually decided to take this job on. Especially when later that same night you found out that there was you were approached by a couple at a speakeasy who told you that their daughter had been kidnapped by the Rat Kings, and that they sort of begged you guys for your help. You attempted to just go help them without this whole Sinclair thing by just trying to brute force search for the Rat Kings headquarters, but to no avail. And eventually formulated a plan to do this thing for Olga, keep either Rami or some Rat King gangster alive for questioning, and interrogate them about the location of the headquarters, so that in the wake of the chaos of the Gilded Parlor, you could hurry there and swoop in to rescue this missing girl. So, with all those plans laid, you guys spent the morning of the day of the Gilded Parlor party, mostly just shopping for clothes, getting ready for the party. Did a little crafting, Marble and Bones did over at Sergei's. By the way, on the subject of that particular scene, a little storytime corner cleanup moment. I mentioned when you were crafting that your device had a crystal and was powered by ether salt. That is not actually true. This is a meaningless lore distinction that doesn't matter to probably anybody, but ether salt was used in its creation, but the device itself does not have a crystal. It is just sort of old-fashioned artificery, like making a permanent magic item. And then while that was going on, Cadence paid a visit to the Holy Order Anuvilarian Church in Blackbrick, the sort of slummy district of Daybreak City. And there she spoke with Father Elias Hastings, the Archbishop of the Holy Anuvilarian Church's sort of business in Daybreak City, in search of a missing colleague named Venera, and got some maybe potential leads, nothing super concrete, but learned that she was in fact there and that he did see her, but no clue where she went after that meeting. Elias seemed to imply that he could not share that information because he was didn't have the, I forget his exact words, but was not at liberty to tell you where it was, I believe is what he said. Anyway, after that meeting, you guys all met up and headed to the Gilded Parlor, where you did indeed find a swanky casino occupied by the highest rollers of Daybreak City. There were politicians and business owners, and of course the gang leaders who are truly pulling the puppet strings of Daybreak City. Spent some time just kind of socializing, gambling, playing some card games and dice games, and kind of rubbing shoulders with the elite. Some noteworthy encounters included Bones fleecing his former boss Baron Gates for a shitload of money. Patches meeting Don Vittorio Cremini, the international leader of Santi Silenziosi, and the unexpected presence also of his daughter, Piapini Cremini, meeting her for the first time. And I think those were most of the important meetings that took place. There were some unexpected people here, including maybe most notably Mick Eisenhower, the CEO of Vanguard Ethertech International. Not a Daybreak City guy necessarily, but here at this party no less. And amidst this party, as things were ongoing, Father Elias Hastings, the Archbishop, once again, made an appearance here at the party briefly, which seemed to be to everybody's surprise and kind of chagrin, as the sort of seedy underbelly of Daybreak City doesn't really like this goody two-shoes. And after a brief little spat with Solomon Dimitri, he met with Mick Eisenhower and gave him a letter. You guys overheard a little bit of their conversation, but not much, as they were being pretty close-lipped, being in front of so many people. But got maybe some clues about what's going on with them. And then, also, obviously worth noticing, Rami Asher, leader of the Rat Kings, present at the party, to nobody's surprise, along with a couple of his highest-ranking henchmen, Rosie Malone and Deadeye. And right as the clock struck 9, Rami was upstairs in sort of the high rollers room, and there was the sound of screeching rubber tires out front and the sound of gunshots downstairs as a great number, maybe like a couple of dozen of Rat King's gangsters sort of broke into the place through a back entrance and started just kind of shooting at whoever was moving, just wantonly killing as many people as they could. And upstairs, meanwhile, Rami Asher transformed, revealing himself to, in fact, be not a dragonborn, but a dragon indeed, and broke out of a window and flew away, currently flying over the streets of Daybreak City to who knows where, which the screams of people outside. Combat ensued as promised. You guys began fighting these Rat King's gangsters. We did a couple rounds of combat and then called it because it was late night. Things were looking a little dire for our heroes when we left off. We're going to jump right into the next round of combat. Before we do, inspirations. One to Marvel for passing out business cards to the mafia boss whose business you ruined.
Thank you.
And one to Cadence for your just lovely scene at the Church of Father Hastings and that urchin boy. There were several moments in there that I could have given that for, but the whole scene was just delightful, just lovely. With that, let me bring us on over here. I think the first thing that I need is from Basamagique, a initiative roll to get you into initiative here.
7.
Outstanding. 7 it is. And with apologies to our audience for last session, I previously did not have health bars set up for our heroes. You can see their health bars now and see that the situation does indeed look a little dire. Let me get some music going. Okay, as I mentioned last time when we did this, but I will say it again up top, as we start this new round of combat, there are, like 15 NPCs here. I'm not going to run a combat with 15 NPCs all taking turns, because that is going to bog us down terribly. However, as we come to the top here at initiative count 20, I am going to have the NPCs go ahead and act, because some of them are doing things that could be impactful to you guys. Things that aren't really impactful to your guys is you see that Nick Eisenhower, the CEO of Vanguard Ethertech International, this robot-looking guy, this android, is fighting off gangsters, just grabbing them with big metal hands and crushing their skulls and throwing them into walls and stuff. But Marble, just passive perception, or really anyone in the room with passive perception, he is looking quite intently at you, just seemingly studying this thing that you have going on, where you have grown to this large size in the room in this incredible mech suit that you're wearing. You see Solomon Dimitri moving one hand side to side in kind of like a mock puppeteer or conductor gesture, as 2 Rat King's gangsters in front of them are just viciously beating each other to death. You see out front, the Symphony Muscle is kind of fighting with people. Out there is Rooster Clayton, and Rocky has run out there, also Walt Flannery, and they seem to be handling everybody out front, sort of riff-raff. Vittorio Cremini is surrounded by gangsters that are pouring blood out of their eyes and ears, as Piopini has her pistol drawn and is kind of looking around the room. And next to Vittorio and Piopini fighting off gangsters, Fungo is cowering in a corner, screaming, and Porco is standing over him, guarding him. A bunch of people are just fleeing out the front doors, a lot of just random unnamed for our purposes NPCs, even some of the dealers and bartenders running outside. Baron Gates is among those people, almost to the front door, running out of this place. Many are dead or dying. There are people cowering underneath tables. Blood is splattered all over the place. These are the things that are sort of happening in the background that do not necessarily affect you guys right away. The things that perhaps affect you guys right away. Upstairs, Bones, you have run up the stairs to sort of the high roller room, bleeding profusely from a shot to your hip. You see up here that Olga Sinclair and Nancy Samuels and Governor Cornelius Wainwright are up here. And these 2 dealers up by the doors go to close the doors and lock them, as if to close and lock this room. Right. I don't know if you wish for them to not do that, attempt to intervene with that in any way. They see that you have a gun, which gives them some pause.
Right. Boy. I mean, I appear to be using this for cover, but I'm poking my head around like I'm going to turn and shoot from from up here.
Yeah. If that is your body language, even that you're like up here to sort of defend, then I think these dealers are just kind of going to step back and allow you to do that.
All right, cool.
Oops. There we go.
And there's not the red stairwell leading upstairs?
Yes, yep, the red stairway leads upstairs. A couple other things that are going on that are of note to you guys, or a couple of things that happen here on initiative count number 20. At the bar, over down here downstairs, Arthur Sterling stands up from the bar. He hasn't done anything yet in this combat. This, if you don't remember, was the sort of assistant to Olga Sinclair. He looks over and sees Morisco in kind of dire straits, surrounded by a bunch of thugs. And you see that with his left hand remaining in his pocket, his right hand goes under his coat and pulls out a pistol, and he's going to shoot a couple of the guys that are fighting against you. That's one hit.
He was just going to shoot me.
He straight murders you right now. Oh, okay. So one hit and one natural one. But on the hit, he puts a bullet through the head of this thug that is assailing you with brass knuckles, and that one goes down. And he just makes eye contact with you and kind of like nods a little bit. In addition to that action that has some impact on this fight mechanically for you guys, the other one that has a little bit of an impact on this fight for you guys is that Piopini Cremini looks over and sees that Patches is in a bit of rough shape and is being assailed by Deadeye and by Rosie Malone. And she likewise raises her pistol to shoot at somebody over there. One of that is Nat 20.
It's over.
And then the Nat 1. How appropriate. Okay, so a crit and a miss. The crit should be shooting, I believe, at Rosie, who is doing bonkers damage right now. So she'll do the crit on Rosie.
Where is Pina on the map? I don't see it.
She is the mushroom-capped person up there by the leftmost table next to Don Vittorio.
I see it.
Sorry, I'm pulling up her stat block here, see how much damage she does with this crit. I think it's a lot. And again, a bunch of people are fighting a bunch of people here, but these things are relevant because they seem to be acting specifically to defend you guys.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is her gun like somehow Italian food related?
No, it is it was like a pistol with a really long, sort of pointed chamber, or not chamber. What do you call it?
Bang.
Cheeseburgers.
Shooting peppercorns at it.
Yeah, shooting peppercorns at it. No, it seems to be just a kind of run-of-the-mill pistol. Somebody at me about what an Italian pistol is. It's that. Oh, Jesus, this is so much damage. Okay. She lowers her pistol towards Rosie Malone after making quick eye contact with Patches. Lowers the pistol, pulls the trigger once, and it hits the wall behind Rosie, who looks up just in time to see another bullet come and pierce right at her clavicle and splatter blood at the wall behind her. She takes 31 points of damage.
Oh my god.
on the critical hit.
Who else is scared?
Turn it on.
And then
That's all that 30 did to her?
and then after that hit, she looks back towards Vittorio, who again is just standing there, hands in his pockets, kind of exuding a weird smell like mold and mud and dirt as people around him are just bleeding out of their ears and noses and eyes. She says something to him that you guys can't make out in the den of chaos here, and he looks over in the direction of Patches. Begins to walk in his direction with his hands in his pockets. Patches, I need a Constitution saving throw.
Five.
You regain all of your hit points as Vittorio walks towards you, hands in his pockets, and you watch a shimmer across his sort of cap. And just like, I don't know, it looks like it's almost like pulsing or changing colors very subtly. And then you smell in your nostrils a smell again like earth and mud and mold and mildew. It's a little acrid, it's a little foul, but as you sort of breathe in this smell, you see this spot where you've been shot in your belly. The wound starts to stitch itself closed, and he heals you to full health.
What?
That is neat.
But why did you have to save?
He's got spores in his brain now.
With that, those are the NPC actions that have a mechanical impact on how this fight looks for you guys. And now we move on to you guys' actual turns in the chaos of this battle. Bones, you're the first to act.
Okay, I am going to poke my head down the stairs around the corner so I can see down there.
Okay.
I see the guy with all the mirror images, and I know that that is not super great for me. Patches and Marble are having a time. I think if I can angle it to hit Rosie, if I have to step down a little bit more, that's fine.
So you've got about 10 feet of movement there. If you... Yeah, because she's kind of like on the opposite side of that wall from you.
Yeah, I'd have to get like all the way
You might have to
down.
come all the way down the stairs to see her.
I'll go ahead and do this at Deadeye then instead.
Okay. You might still have to get a little bit further down the stairs, like right here.
That's fine.
20 feet down, and that gives you some line of sight on him. I'm probably going to give him a little cover because of that pillar you're shooting through there. Much as I gave you pillar or cover for the same pillar.
Yeah, absolutely. Just double check.
+2 to
But
his
you
AC.
cannot miss.
He actually can't miss, so it doesn't really matter with the covers.
It's true, I cannot miss. So I'm looking to see if there are other enemies closer. I think that's it.
Yeah, he is your closest
We get
proximity
the
enemy at the moment.
2 thugs up to the northwest, the 2 of them and the puppy guy. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and shoot at Deadeye.
All right, do it. He has a mirror image up. If that changes your
Wait,
decisions
Deadeye has
also.
mirror images
Yes,
too?
Deadeye has a mirror images up.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to do the thug southmost over by Mariska. then.
Understood, got
And
it.
that means I don't have to go as far downstairs.
Understood. Yep, absolutely. I'll leave you a little bit higher on the stairs.
Perfect.
And yes, he take a shot.
22 to hit.
22 will absolutely hit.
Perfect. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage. This bullet rockets through the back of this guy's side, kind of like along his oblique, splattering blood nearby. That's a big old hit.
Perfect. I'll use my remaining movement to essentially go back up behind full cover.
All right, cool. Run back upstairs, get behind cover again.
Yep. And then no bonus action. That is me.
Sweet. Okay, that brings us now to Patches. Patches, you have been shot in the stomach by Rosie Malone and fell to the ground unconscious for a moment. Got a bit of healing from Morisco and then a big blast of healing from Don Vittorio just now. And you see Deadeye before you with the mirror image spell up. He's like wavering with sort of like frosty white mirrors of himself. Rosie takes a big shot from Piapini Cremini. What would you like to do?
So you said he has, like...
Mirror images.
Mirror images, okay.
Yep, which essentially makes it so that if you attack him, there's a chance that you just hit a mirror image instead of hitting him. It does not have any impact on if you make him make a saving throw.
Okay, cool.
Strategically.
Yeah, so, do I need to stand up at all? I assumed I got, like, knocked
Yeah,
out.
you probably
Okay.
spend half your movement to stand up. Yep.
Okay, so I'll spend half my movement to stand up, and then I will cast a spell.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to do against the spell, so you're good.
Okay. I'll cast it on Deadeye, and I'm going to try and cast Command.
Oh boy. Okay. Let me get his stat block up here. Okay. That is, I believe, a charisma save?
Yes, charisma save.
All right. Oh no. The stat block is still loading. I'm going to roll it and... Oh, I found it. Okay. He adds +3 to this roll. I'm going to roll it in front of the board because it's a big one. Ooh. That's a nat 18 for a total of 21, I believe he saves. Yeah.
Just missed.
Just by the skin of your teeth. What do you say to him? What was the attempted command, just for fun?
Betray.
Betray? Nice, a classic. He looks at you and just kind of smirks. All 4 of the frosty images smirk at you a little bit. Again, with this white glowing crystal that he's revealed behind his eye patch. That is your action. You got movement and bonus action if you want them.
Can you say betray in Patches' voice, though?
Actually, can I use Stroke of Luck? Because I can use my... Well, it's use reaction. I don't know if that... Does that count as
Yeah,
reaction?
you can use your reaction right now. What does it say, though,
it's
specifically?
use my reaction to give advantage or disadvantage to myself or creature within 60 feet on
Yeah.
an ability check, attack, or save.
Hell yeah. So you impose disadvantage on a saving throw. I'll
Yeah.
roll that again. Only +3. 15 total?
Oh, just big. Yeah.
Damn,
It's 14.
so
Yeah.
close. Yeah, unfortunately, his steely resolve comes through. A big force of personality, this guy. Shrugs it off.
And then I think that's all I'm gonna do.
All right.
Yeah, that's all I
Sounds
have.
good. Next up. is one of these gangsters. Guy up north. He is going to take a shot at... Does he do one shot or two? Hold on, stat blocks. 2 attacks.
Are you not prepared?
Not at all. We're going to do one attack against Marble and one attack against... let's roll dice for it, actually. One attack against Marble, one against Patches. On Marble, that is a 16 to hit.
Miss.
And on Patches...
Pass.
Cannot pass on somebody else's attack. However, it is only a 7 to hit, so you are correct. You passed. Both shots miss. One goes against the wall, and one plinks off of Marble's enormous armor. He's in a good spot. He's going to stay right there, getting some cover behind this pillar. And next up is Cadence.
Yeah, okay. I'd really like for him to not be in a good spot, but I don't want to move anywhere.
So you made it about halfway down the stairs, so you're kind of peeking down underneath where the ceiling is to take shots down into this room for the moment.
That column, I'm gonna have to move. So I will walk down between those two, the red and blue dealer right at the base of the stairs. Oh, I'm sorry, north and south, red and blue dealer. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I will take a shot at Deadeye.
All right.
Now he's got mirror images.
Yep, first roll me a d20 to see if you hit him or hit a mirror image. I think it's 11 or greater you hit a mirror image. I'll have to look it up afterwards. I should look it up now, I suppose.
19.
Yeah, let me check.
I'm sorry, 19.
Okay, he's actually supposed to roll it, not you, but that's whatever. You rolled well, which means your attack does actually hit him and not his duplicate.
Okay.
And it's just when you target with the attack before you make the roll. So yes, you hit him, you don't hit a duplicate,
Okay.
and you can now make your attack roll.
Understood. 19 to hit.
Absolutely.
And then I've got sneak. So
Oh, yep, got an ally with them.
18 piercing damage.
18 points of piercing damage. That is enough to bring him not quite down to bloodied, but very close to it. You see, you lower your pistol, focus closely, find the sort of wavering of the mirror images, and shoot between them all, and plant a bullet kind of down into like his thigh. He stumbles forward a little bit.
Okay, and then with my bonus action, so on Cadence's gun, she's got her regular trigger that she just pulled. And then there's sort of like this weird modified piece of like scrap looking hanging off the bottom that has a trigger attached to it as well. And it has a little moon with a cat hanging off of it, right?
It's like it's like a crystal.
A little crystal with a
hell yeah.
cat hanging off of it. And I pull that trigger, and there's just the smallest little arcane jolt. And while Deadeye's kind of reeling, and I can see which one is him, I shoot that at his feet, and he kind of goes off balance.
Okay.
And I will give Marble the help action.
Okay, beautiful. Good to know. All right, that is your action bonus action. You've got 20 feet of movement left if you want it.
Yeah, can I wind myself back up the stairs?
Absolutely, get yourself under some cover. All right. Cool. That is it for Cadence. Which brings us now to Deadeye's turn. Deadeye is going to... Oh boy. Is he going to do an opportunity attack here? Oh no. He's seen you do your long range, so he knows that he can step back without an opportunity attack. He takes a step a little bit away from Marble, so he can do some range stuff. And then he, once again, lifts the eye patch up. You see all four of the mirror images lift theirs up as well, and shoots a ray of frost in the direction of Patches. That is going to be a hit on a nat 19.
Damn, I should have said pass.
Forgot to say pass. You did forget to say pass. Yeah,
That is my
that was the issue there. Okay, you take 7 points of cold damage. as this ray of blue and white light shoots out of his eye, strikes you kind of around the chest and the hips, and it starts to like freeze down your legs. You start to feel like an intense frostbite in your legs. Your speed is reduced by 10 feet until the end of Deadeye's next turn. Or sorry, the start of Deadeye's next turn.
If only he were to backseat, he could not care about that.
Okay, that is Deadeye's action. He doesn't have a bonus action. He's not going to move any further than that. That is Deadeye's turn. Bringing us to Rosie Malone. She is a bit of a problem. Taking this shot to her clavicle, she reaches up, screams out in pain, and keeps with one like hand clutching her shoulder. The other hand lifts her pistol up yet again. She's going to... Oh boy, she wants to move, but she can't without getting absolutely fucked by Marble. She'll move to here to get some cover from Piapini, staying within Marble's range, and then take her attacks. With one of them, she lowers her pistol in the direction of Marble.
You mean raises?
Yeah, sorry. Just to lower it from here, you know. Yes, no, she raises her pistol in your direction. That is probably going to be a hit. 22.
That'll hit.
You
Might be down. Let's see.
5 points of piercing damage.
I think.
So I've got you at 7 health left, so I
Yes,
think
and
you
I
got 2 now.
take 2 less because.
Okay, yep, drops
So
it to 3 points
3
of
health.
damage. Up by the skin of your teeth. She will try to finish the job. She can try one more attack on you. I'm going to roll this in front of the board, just contest stakes. She adds +5 to whatever she rolls here. What's your armor class?
18.
18, so if this is a 13 or higher, the attack is a hit. That is a natural 20.
Yeah, going down, guys.
Rest in peace,
Good
Marble.
luck.
I don't think she can do enough damage to kill you.
I don't think so.
Doesn't have to do that much.
I have 27 health, so she'd have to do 30.
Oh, well, yeah, she can't do that much.
Didn't she just do 31 damage?
She did 16 to me earlier. I also have resistance.
It's not great damage for a crit. It was only 8 points of damage. I think it's still enough to drop you even with your resistance.
I think
Fair.
Piapini was the one that did like 30.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, Marble is reduced to 0 hit points and slumps down. I imagine, like, she puts the pistol up towards you. One shot hits, like, underneath sort of the crease of your armor where she's already shot once and kind of ripped part open. There's, like, a hydraulic sort of steam that comes off of there. And the one, she just lines up right into the glass of your sort of... It's not glass now anymore, is it? Or is it still glass?
It's still glass, yeah.
Yeah, into the glass of your helmet. Finds a spot that's already deflected one bullet, so it's kind of weakened, and the bullet goes right through and kind of just, like, grazes your neck and ear, but it's enough to sort of put you out of commission. You have to sort of like pull yourself down off of the controls and sort of hunker down, effectively out for the fight as you bleed inside of your armor. That is Rosie Malone's turn. The middle finger cannot be used as a hand raise, we now need to establish. Okay, one of these thugs up here next to Tulso and Morisco. It's going to run in the direction of Morisco, it's got to be. Kind of circles to get behind you. Actually, I'm going to say that he is not going to circle behind you to not take what would be opportunity attacks from Mick and Solomon if they were participating in this fight. Their positioning is still relevant, at least. So, here comes his one attack. That is 13 to hit.
Miss.
Okay, misses on you. He comes over and just swings at you with the baseball bat. Does not hit you. That is going to be that one's turn. The other one here.
He swings at me with a baseball bat. I imagine Mercer's on the table, just jumps over.
Yes, absolutely. You leap up as the baseball bat swings and hits a bunch of cocktail glasses and splatters liquor everywhere. As you are jumping up, you turn around just in time to see another one running behind you to sort of try to get opportunity or advantage here with his pack tactics. This is the one that has the billy club that famously was stolen from a police officer and his backstory. That's a bad roll with advantage. 12 to hit. It's going to miss again. You once again, there's billy club and baseball bat taking turns swinging on your feet. You're sort of doing a dance on top of this table. I love it.
I love that they're like on the opposite side of the table and he jumps and they both swing right-handed and they just go
Right. Yes,
That's pretty
absolutely.
good.
Like, reverberates the wrists a little bit. Okay, that brings us to Marble, who just stepped away from the table. We will come back to his death saving throw when he gets back in here. We will move right on now to Ghost.
Oh, right, Marble's dead.
He's down. Yes.
Have I seen a phone?
Like a telephone?
It's a telephone.
I'm not going to make you roll for this. No, you've not seen a telephone yet. You would probably guess there's one somewhere in this building, but you haven't seen one.
Okay. Knowing that I'm terrible at combat, Ghost is going to something isn't sitting right with him. If all they wanted to do here was fuck shit up, why did Rami leave? He's like their biggest asset for that.
Yeah.
So he's going to reach out to Cadence, Bones, Marble, who I don't know is dead, Arthur, and Olga, and I'm going to just say, what is currently vulnerable? Why would Rami leave? You have to figure out where he's going and warn whoever is there.
All right. You can do that for free. No action required to just communicate with your friends.
I have terrible combat action, so I'm going to just look at Rosie and I'm going to cast a little mind sliver on her.
All right. Is that
so she needs an int saving throw.
intelligence saving throw?
As you turn to fling the spell, Bones says, I have him marked. We may be able to follow him.
All right. She adds +4 to this roll. That is a total of 6, which I believe is a crit fail if there's a crit fail threshold. I don't think so for Mindsliver, though.
Take a whole 1 psychic damage.
Hey, every point
The
counts.
important thing, though, is that her next saving throw, she subtracts a d4 from it.
That is hugely important. Remind me of that if I forget, please.
And then to Bones, he'll just say, good, then we need to move quickly. He can be anywhere in the city in a matter of minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys currently... I don't think there's any windows that you could see him through down here, but you currently hear screams out in the street. Someone is yelling, "There's a dragon!" And that's turning to chaos out there quite quickly, too. Anything else on your turn there, Ghost?
Yeah, a little racist.
It is a little racist.
I think I will... God, I'm so squishy, so I'm going to run back up.
Yeah,
Just, like,
probably wise.
hang out over up here, kind of flank the doorway with Bones.
Okay, understood. We're going to go back up to Marble's turn. Marble, starting your turn at 0 hit points, you immediately gain a level of exhaustion, which subtracts 1 from every dice that you roll into the DC of your spells if you cast a spell. And I need you to make a death saving throw. Exhaustion does apply to that roll.
What do I add to it?
Nothing, it's just a flat d20.
18.
18 is a success. You can mark down 1 success on your saving throw.
Nice.
All right.
He's starting to believe.
He's starting to believe.
That brings us now to Marisco's turn.
Okay,
That's my second turn that was stolen from me.
Risko's gonna look to the 2 thugs assailing him or attempting to.
Yeah.
2 on 1 is a little unfair, is it not? Then he's going to reach into his pocket and pull out this little glass vial. He takes his spice pouch and puts spices in vials and
Yeah.
throws them that way.
Uh-huh.
He's going to take some cayenne pepper and throw it in the thug in front of his face.
Hell yes.
Going full health here.
I love it. Do you have like a mechanical thing you're doing here? You I love it. Hell yeah.
Some spices.
I'm into
But
it.
it works.
I'll let you pick it. Roll me just a flat d20 real quick. This is not your attack roll or anything.
12.
12, good enough. Do you want this to be him making a Constitution saving throw, or do you want to make an improvised attack roll? Your choice.
Can make a con save.
Okay.
Go on.
If you blind this man, I will love you forever. I need advantage so much.
They got decent con. It is a +2 to the saving throw. I'm going to say for some cayenne pepper, I'm It seems like a 12 is about the right DC to be blinded for like a turn. If he crit fails, he'll be blinded much longer. Plus 2 to this dice roll. That is only a 6, which is a critical failure. This guy is blinded for a minute. He can repeat that save at the start of each of his turns. As you just shatter this cayenne pepper in his eyes, he starts coughing and sputtering, just wildly flailing a baseball bat around, hoping to hit something. Incredible.
We'll jump down the table and swing around the other guy, so I'm not sandwiched between them again. Getting between the... she was conducting the instruments, right?
Yes, yep.
I just kind of want to put myself in between him and her.
Okay. The blind one... Oh, he can't opportunity attack you. He's blind.
He's blind.
Good call. Yep, so you just kind of wheel around here, stepping past 2 Rat King's gangsters that are on the floor, like brawling with each other, as one of them takes a knife and slowly slides Villain's throat, as Solomon Dimitri is just like kind of seemingly forcing them into some sort of magically compelled fight. And you blind this guy with cayenne pepper, wheel around his friend with the stolen bully club. That's your action movement. Do you have a bonus action?
No. There's no, like, offhand attack.
Okay, sweet.
Do you have another
Another what?
healing word?
No, I'm out of I thought I had way more than I did, so I burned through it.
It's all good. Next up is Basamajik. As described last time you weren't here, I kind of took a couple, or not a couple, I should have probably taken a couple. I took a gangster from this fight, put him with you. You have just finished clubbing him or whatever way you wish to do to finish him off, and now you can join the fray with your friends.
Hi guys, I'm happy to be back.
We need you.
Not a moment too soon.
So I thought I knew what I was going to do, and then Marble took a spill. So,
Yeah. Complicates things.
Nice. Bonus action, healing word.
On Rosie.
On Rosie, no. Bonus action, healing word on Marble.
Okay.
And also, since I am wielding Shajahi, you're gonna use 2d4 to the health that you replenish at this point.
Hell yeah. 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier, whatever that is.
Do you want to roll for me? I don't trust myself.
Plus 4.
Alright, so give me 2d4 plus 4 healing.
Bless you.
It's going to be a total of 8 points.
8 points of healing to Marble. Just as you're beginning to slump down in the cockpit of your mech suit, kind of clutching at your bleeding neck, you feel some magic slide underneath there and start to stitch that wound closed. And just so I know, what does that look like? What is this this item that you're using that's giving you that plus, and how does it look when you do this?
Very simply, it's going to look like I just take like a rock, like you know that pebble that Basamaji put into his pouch at episode 1?
Mm-hmm.
You see him basically pull out like an ethereal version of that and just toss it your way. And like as that hits you, there's no actual like physical word here. I mean, maybe a whisper, but like there's nothing like you hear command-wise. But that rock is like basically like a little ghost pebble. As he's tossing it into the fountain, he tosses it into you.
Hell yeah.
And you regain those hit points.
For sure.
Very nice, very nice.
Alright, that's your bonus action. You got movement and action.
I want to go ahead and cast as my action Horizon Thundersphere.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah. So
Dope as hell.
Ported this one.
I cannot wait to see what this goes. At this time, I feel like I'm kind of not really in anybody's like way, and I mean I don't know if any of the baddies at this point have their eyes on me with all the other distractions. I want to hold it till next turn.
Okay, cool. You start to hold this crackling sort of moat of magical force in your hand. There's little bits of stone and shale and dust that are swirling around in it. And you begin to hold that spell. You start concentrating it on right now, and if you maintain your concentration until next turn, you can release it.
I would like to start concentrating on now. I have 50 feet to the closest Rat King thug. The guy with the aura around him up north.
Yes.
How far is he from me at this point?
He is 60 feet from you.
That's perfect. Let's hold right where we are. Rosie and Deadeye are not also obstructed from me at this time. Is that correct? I can see.
Correct. Rosie tried to get some cover from Piapini, essentially,
I
but
can
not
see
covered from
Deadeye
you.
slightly through cover though.
Yep, you got a clean shot on Deadeye right now.
I
No
feel like I'm
problem.
in a good spot, and I want to stay. Yeah. I want to stay out of their eyesight. I mean,
Makes sense.
I don't want to draw attention. So
Yeah.
at this point, I am going to use just that. And
Okay, that brings us now to Tulso's turn. Tulso has just broken out of the illusory restraints that Ghost put him in by doing a Misty Step spell. He still perceives those as real for the moment. He's still surrounded by this sort of area of illusory fake gangsters that are running around him, sort of making it look like there's more people around him than there actually are. He is going to... Oh boy, what does he do? I'll go ahead, Cadence, while I'm looking at this.
This is kind of a weird question, but I've been watching this fight play out for a little bit. Are these Rat Kings attacking Eisenhower, or is he putting on a show?
Give me an insight check.
18.
Okay, I'm so glad you asked this question for a reason. Mick appears to be engaged in genuine real combat. He's really crushing the skulls of gangsters, and is like, if he's putting on a show and these gangsters are putting on a show, they're throwing themselves to their deaths for this show, which seems kind of extreme. And they are not pulling punches either; they have damaged him as well. However, as you scan the room thinking about that question, you see that this big fat cat, Kemp's son over here, has taken a spot hiding under the table and is just screaming like, "Oh gods, oh no! They're after us! Kill them!" On an 18 insight, no Rat Kings are firing anywhere close to his direction. There's no violence being directed, even where a stray bullet might get close to him. On an 18, he's being protected and is deliberately not being attacked by the Rat Kings.
Okay.
For whatever that is worth. Tulso is going to raise a hand down towards Boss, who he sees casting a spell of some sort and doing some healing. And Boss does a 14 hit you.
No.
Okay. You see he raises a hand, and kind of like yours, a little like mote of force appears in it, and he slings it in your direction, and it kind of just like boom, explodes next to you, but you just kind of nimbly move out of the way. He is going to move a little bit to get some of his allies into his radius to impose disadvantage when attacking them. That is it for Tulso's turn. This brings us to the top of the round, back to the NPCs. Patches, you regain all of your hit points.
What the fuck is going on? I don't like
That's going to come back to
Yeah, there's no way this doesn't come with a price.
Again, Seth, you missed a description. I don't know if you can see him very well. The Don Vittorio Cremini is a tall, human-looking man for the most part, except that sprouting from the neckline of his suit and his sort of tan vest is just a full mushroom, just a giant mushroom. Unlike that of Fungo and his sister Pipini, there is no face even. It is just a mushroom growing out of a suit, essentially. He...
I get it. Yeah.
As you do.
Just sticks his hands in his pockets and stands there for the moment, and Patches gets all his hit points
everyone
back.
around him still bleeding out of every orifice.
Yes. Actually, you know what? He does seem to have like turned off something that he was doing to switch to healing Patches. So you see some people like are wiping the blood away from their ears and nose, but he seems to have like laid off of fighting for the moment to keep Patches alive.
You said that he had like a shimmering sort of like...
Yeah, the cap of his mushroom is sort of like changing colors very subtly. That's Don Vittorio. Arthur Sterling is going to look away from Morisco and look down in the direction of Patches and Marble. Patches seemingly fine at the moment, but towards Marble, who's looking in rough shape. And he lowers his pistol towards Deadeye. He's going to take a couple shots. We'll see if he can get rid of some of these mirror images. Oh, he does have advantage from the help action. Thank you. So first attack here has advantage if it breaks through the mirror image. Deadeye needs an 11 or higher. Deadeye gets a 14. First attack from Arthur blows up one of Deadeye's mirror images. Second attack does actually hit Deadeye, and Arthur Sterling deals.
Yeah, he's about to knock something off.
He does 14 points of damage to Deadeye. Deadeye is now down to blood. He does one bullet, shatters one of his mirror images, and sort of like snow and frost drift away from him. The other one hits his corporeal form underneath. You see he starts to bleed through his shirt. It's kind of pooling underneath his button down. That's Arthur. Next NPC that's relevant here. I think that's all of them that affect you guys. Oh no, Piapini. Piapini will take a shot as well. She will shoot towards. She'll do one on Rosie, one on Deadeye. One on Rosie is a nat 1. I've rolled only nat 1s and nat 20s today. And then here's one on Deadeye. Deadeye's going to roll to see if it's a mirror image. Deadeye does get a mirror image. So she misses Rosie with a shot, and the same shot goes behind her, behind Rosie into Deadeye and shatters one of his mirror images. Deadeye has one mirror image remaining.
Blow Rosie
Yep.
off this planet.
Okay, that is Piapini and Arthur and Don Vittorio, the NPCs that are mechanically affecting you guys' fates. Next at the top of the round comes Bones.
Wonderful. I think it's at this point that Bones realizes that he's been shot. He comes around the corner and has this conversation with Ghost and realizes that Ghost's many eyes are looking down at his side where he feels a cold trickle.
Yeah.
And his world just slows down for a moment, and as he's reloading the weapon, he is wiggling each foot's toes. He's wiggling his fingers, and then he kind of takes a deep breath and he pulls around the corner and looks down to see who's down here.
Yeah. Do you feel like you go to wiggle your toes and fingers and realize that they're getting a little bit numb?
Yeah.
For a shot.
Well, no time to worry about that right now. He whips around the corner and he sees the one with spice in his eyes, and he's going to line up a shot.
I will tell you also see that one is now within the range of Tulso's thing. So you have both advantage and disadvantage on this attack.
Sorry.
I'll shoot the one that is weak next to Mariska, though.
Okay, got it.
26 to hit.
Absolutely. That'll do it.
15 points of damage.
15 points is enough to finish that one off. Morisco, as you square up with this guy with his billy club, and he has one last thought about the time that he was arrested and managed to escape the paddy wagon with this billy club. The bullet goes through the side of his head and he slumps to the ground, dead.
Wonderful. I'll use the rest of my movement to get back upstairs around cover.
Understood. Next up is Patches.
I think I'll just keep it simple this time and
Okay.
try and use Toll the Dead on Deadeye,
Understood. That is a
aka Toll the Deadeye.
Toll of the Dead. You cast Toll of the Dead on Deadeye, and he's going to make a Wisdom save, I believe it is.
Yes.
Okay. He only adds +1 to this roll, so this is a. I'm going to fail one in front of the table eventually. 15.
Not yet.
Just can't win.
This isn't the one with the minus D4, is it?
No, that was Rosie.
Gotcha.
Yep, good call. Thank you, though. Yeah, unfortunately, Deadeye just has your number. He shot you in the belly. Or no, that was Rosie, but he hit you with a ray of frost and is just kind of staring you down as you continue to try to get him. That's your action. Any bonus action or movement?
No, I don't really.
Do you have a
Okay.
special weapon?
I do, but we're pretty much every one. So
I mean, it's your call.
Up to you.
I think I'll save it.
Okay.
Sure, we do still have a whole series.
Yeah,
after
exactly.
this.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to use everything.
True.
Okay. Gangster up north gets to take 2 shots. He's going to do one towards Morisco. That's going to be... The suspense isn't intentional. I just have a lot of data or stat blocks to look through. That is a 13 to hit. All right. And then he'll take a shot towards... not Marble. He's prone, so that would be a disadvantage. Let's do it towards Boss. 19 to hit you, Boss. I presume that will do.
That'll do.
You take...
What's this guy's
Jesus Christ. There we go. You take 6 points of piercing damage. That puts you at 6 remaining temp HP. That does still count as you taking damage, so I need a concentration check for Horizon Thundersphere. DC is 10. It's a Constitution saving throw.
Round 2.
There you go. Sweet.
Round
You keep the sphere in your hand, continuing to grow in your hand larger and larger. Okay, that's this gangster's turn. That brings us to Cadence.
All right. Do I have line of sight on Rosie right now? Because we're both behind the pillar. Question mark?
Yeah, 1000%.
Sweet. Bonus action to aim. I'm going to attack Rosie.
All right.
It's
I've
not
been
very
waiting.
good. 19 to hit.
I'm sure that hits. Hang on. Yes, absolutely hits.
Stand by. Have to look something up.
You're good.
Please pull it big up.
Yeah.
Can I use Shadow Projectile?
1000%. Yeah. So here's the int save for Rosie Malone, which you'll subtract a d4 from if needed. That is probably going to fail even without the d4. Let's see here.
There's not a critical check for this.
I don't think there's... Actually, that's a 12. What's your DC?
Oh, there's a critical for the Shadow.
Yeah.
Is there?
DC is 14, so that's fail.
All right, I will roll a d4. If I get a 4, it'll turn into a crit fail. Oh, I got a 1. So just a regular failure. But still, you can roll me your 2d6 psychic damage.
Six.
Nice.
Gets advantage.
Okay.
Sweet.
So I'm gonna make this a dirty hit with one of my maneuvers.
Hell yes.
So add d8 to my sneak and reroll ones.
I can tell that was a good or a bad.
24 points of piercing damage.
Shit. I would turn the screen around so you could see if it wasn't too much work to do. She has 28 hit points remaining. So that brings her down to 4 health. As she goes to get cover behind this pillar, kind of putting her back to it and looking around the left side, or her left side, to look out towards Piapini and towards Patches and Marble, you just peek down the stairs at just the right moment and put one into like her rib cage. She's looking bad. She can barely continue standing. You've shot her with a blow that will be fatal unless she gets some sort of help.
Okay, and then because I aimed, I can't move, so that's bonus action and movement.
Okay, did you use your bonus? Oh, you aimed.
I aimed,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, that then brings us to Deadeye's turn. Okay, Deadeye. Deadeye's looking bad. Real bad. He, again, bleeding from a couple shots that he's taken, looking much worse for wear, once again lifts up the eye patch, this time only one mirror image lifting it with his. And you see, instead of flashing that blue-white, it sinks to like a black color, and you see like black veins growing from his eye out onto his face, like his face has gone partly necrotic. He is going to cast Fear. This will get Marble and Patches. I need Marble and Patches each to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Natural 20 for 26.
Hell yeah, that's amazing.
19.
You are both good. You both resist the fear spell. That was Deadeye's action. He does not have a bonus action. I think he's going to try to get some cover, probably.
What if you just
Yeah.
choose the die action?
He should take that action. No, he kind of... Oh, those tables are kind of heavy. Yeah, I think he just pushes himself kind of further back into the corner here, seeing Rosie take this really fatal-looking shot, pulls himself away from Rosie in hopes that people that keep popping up from upstairs are not able to get to him. That is Deadeye's turn. Bringing us to Rosie Malone. She is in dire straits. But she sees that some of you are too. I don't think she's going to flee. I think she thinks this is still a winnable fight. She, in her little rat form, runs. I say little rat form. She's a full person, but she is like 3.5 feet tall. She's quite small.
She'd fit with our party.
Yeah. She is going to... she knows where the threat is. She needs to get upstairs to start killing the people that are up there and get herself some cover. She goes here, she steps here, she steps here, and you can take opportunity attack if you wish to. It is disadvantage because you're prone.
Do you have disadvantage from when you're prone?
On melee attacks, yes. Yep.
Okay.
That's why she felt a little safe doing this, though
right.
not that safe.
Nice.
Oh no.
10.
10 total? Okay, that's gonna miss. Oh, you got 10 on the die.
No.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, she's
Yeah,
nimble.
The other one would have been a 20, but
Yeah, she is a little nimble, and she runs away from you, scooting away from your chain link glove, your spiked glove that you swing out towards her. She gets to the bottom of the stairs and is faced with Cadence, having used all of her movement to get to this point.
Oh, good, you saved me the walk.
She doesn't respond to that. Instead, holstering her pistol and pulling out from underneath her fur-lined coat, like the collar of her fur coat, a little razor blade, and goes to try to cut you with a razor blade. Natural 1 for the first attempt. Second attack.
Is that our third in a row?
So many.
God damn.
Natural 2 for the second attack. That is unreal.
AC is really low, too.
I used all my high dice rolls last session, apparently.
It's super hard to not hit me, so
Yeah.
that's
She
impressive.
had a bunch of
He's only
battles
14.
against you, too.
She did, yeah, that's also true. She fails twice to get you with this razor blade, sees that if she stays here and does not make some sort of solution to this problem, she's going to die. She looks at you and says, what are you doing this for? What are you doing this for? We can come to some sort of solution, I'm sure. It is one of these thugs' turns. Unless you respond to that immediately.
No, not
Doesn't change her turn. This is the blind one randomly flailing around with the baseball bat with cayenne pepper in his eyes.
If he walks into
You know
it,
what?
it's his own fault.
I have
Follow the sound of
said...
my voice, spicy boy.
Do you actually say that?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
good.
Going to come out of the door.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He comes just swinging wildly with his baseball bat, still blinded towards you. Here's an attack with disadvantage.
Oh, you good.
I'm sorry.
That's going to be a miss, a nat 4 for a total of 8. You just easily move out of the way of his baseball bat. Yeah, I think what happens is you step toward him, say "follow my voice," and then step back. Okay, at the end of his turn, he's going to repeat his save to try to not be blinded by cayenne pepper. That time it is a success, so he ends his turn no longer blinded.
Damn it, now I'm stuck here. I've made my own bed and fucked up.
Hey, it was a valiant turn nonetheless. Okay, that brings us now to Marble's turn. Marble, you are conscious once again. As
I'm
you
going
feel
to
this.
stand up.
He did it.
All right, half your movement to stand up.
And then I guess I'll do the only thing I really can do, which is I'm going to use the rest of my movement to get right up into Deadeye's eyes.
I love that for you.
And then I'm going to take kind of like a lower stance, and I like raise up my the shield on my left arm, and I like pull out my flail, and then I smack it on it, and I cast Thunder Wave.
Oh, jeez. Was that a con save?
It is a con save. You need to beat a 13.
Is that your DC is normally 13?
No, it is lower.
That's already lowered. Okay, got it. He adds, but a sad 1 to the saving throw. Is that cocked to you
It's cocked
guys?
to me.
Okay. That is a 20 or 18. Still,
Okay,
the
so it
save.
seems like half damage.
Still takes half the damage. Yep.
12 points, so we have to 6 of thunder damage. Unfortunately, he's not pushed back 10 feet into the wall.
Yeah, that would
which
be
would have
nice.
been super nice.
Nonetheless, you thunder him with this stuff. It's like rips parts of his clothing off. You see that there's like quills that shoot off the back of him and stick into the wall behind him. He's looking bad, real bad. Him and Rosie both look equally terrible at this point.
Let's just stay up in his business.
Okay, got it. That brings us now to Ghost.
Oh boy. Well, I see Rosie coming up the stairs.
You sure do. You see that she's clutching multiple bullet wounds and is just barely able to pull herself up the staircase, just draining blood and begging Cadence to have some sort of arrangement with her.
God, she had 6 hit points, right?
It was something like that.
Or
Yeah, we're down to 4.
Boy. You'd think that a D&D character could do 4 points of damage.
You would think that.
God, she is just not worth a second level spell slot.
Oh heavens no.
No,
Let her live.
Ghost is gonna just kind of scoot down over there.
Skitter, you mean?
Skitter.
And I'm just gonna try and hit her with my staff.
Hell yeah.
Love that for you. With your minus
Just
one strength score.
really smack the shit out of her.
A 17? Hold
I
on
roll
here.
+1 to hit.
Let's
That
go.
is going to hit.
Hell yeah.
Incredible. What's the damage here?
We're gonna find out.
But it's -1, isn't it?
For what?
Oh,
I thought you said he has a -1
No, that's
strength.
for unarmed strikes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I cannot believe
No,
that I'm a, go
I
ahead.
do have a -1 strength.
That's with the -1. Got it.
No, that's not with actually.
So it's 3 damage.
Oh, that is actually 3. Yeah, unreal.
Oh my god.
Oh, I wanted it for you.
I say you just let him
Can
have
you
it.
spit on her and like end this? I don't know.
You just sweep her legs from underneath her with this staff. She stumbles into the railing next to her. Starts screaming, No, you came here for something. You're all here for something. I can help.
Where's Rami going?
What do you mean? He's not up there?
Yeah,
Insight
he
check.
left you all to die.
Give me an insight check.
Sorry,
Cadence.
if I
Can I?
Yeah.
16.
17?
Honest. Surprised. Eyes wide. Where Rami's not up there? It seems genuine.
Fuck.
She looks down, the blood draining from her, and all the dead colleagues down in this room. It's this motherfucking rat. That's Ghost's turn.
She has
Rat
friends.
She can use that word.
Oh
She
yeah.
can use that
That's her word. Yeah.
Anything else, Ghost?
Unfortunately, I think that is all I have for this turn.
Okay. Marisco, that brings us to you.
Oh, I did not. This is not go the way I thought it would. Okay.
The look of a defeat.
I'll swing at him with a booming blade
All right.
and try to run away.
Hell yeah, love it.
So I got 19.
Hits.
Okay. 6 points of piercing damage.
6 points of damage, okay?
And then he is shimmering energy.
Alright.
Then Mariska's going to dive under that table there to the right.
Hell yeah. You literally want to like use half your movement and fall prone and get under this table?
Yes.
Love it for you.
Then I'll like to backseat crawl and keep going.
Incredible. I'm gonna say that at the moment you leave his range, you have total cover. He can't get to you to attack you under that table.
He's blind.
He's not.
He's not blind.
not
It's a
blind.
different one. But nonetheless, you have total cover from him at the moment you leave his range.
Okay, cool. So I'll backseat with feline grace to
Right.
double my movement speed again.
Yes, yep. So you can stand back
So
up.
I can stand back up.
Yep, so you've used, it'll be 5, 20, 30 feet of movement to get there, another 15 to stand up, so you have 15 left.
Mariska's going to see whatever her name is.
Piopini, yeah.
Piopini. I need to get away from that. He's going to bolt as far as he can towards Archer. Down behind him. Yeah, that way.
Alright, cool. You just run next to Arthur.
Yeah.
Alright. That brings us to... Oh, it happens. The only person who was going to maybe have a shot of breaking this was Rosie, and she was not going to do it under the circumstances. In your hand, you have this crackling sphere, like basketball-sized now, with stone and shale and dust swirling around like a volcano. I'm sorry, like a tornado, I should say. There's probably little bits of lava in there too, though, for good measure.
Well, then I immediately just release it on. What is his name? I'm sorry.
Tulsa, you're good.
Tulsa. Oh, thank you. I wanted to really use this on something else, but I'm going to go ahead and just turn it that direction. Release, let that fly through. As that is, thematically speaking, as that is happening, and going that direction towards Tulso, I want to run up to the middle of the dealer's tables.
Okay.
So I shoot that and I start running towards the middle of the dealer's tables. So then we'll
Sounds
do the
great.
damage first.
Yeah, so let's resolve the attack first. Let's see. When you cast the spell, you can hold it in your hand with strength. Blah, blah, blah.
What is this spell?
It's called Horizon Thunder Sphere. It's ported over from Pathfinder. On your next turn, you can release it. Make a ranged spell attack against a target within range. Now, in case this changes who you're targeting, I don't think it will anyway. Attacks against Tulso have disadvantage because of his aura of illusions that are surrounding him. So you will be rolling this attack with disadvantage.
Which works how on this?
Did you roll twice to take the worst one?
Oh, I see. Yeah, so I'm going to just still release that, and we'll take...
Okay. Just give me the attack roll first. 2d20 and take the worst one. What's our total? Oh no.
12.
12 is your total? 12 is exactly his armor class.
Hey.
We did it.
The attack hits. So go ahead and roll
That's
me,
nice.
roll me the initial damage for the hit, which I believe is 68.
Jesus.
33.
33
my
points of damage.
God.
And now Tulso and this gangster need to make dexterity saving throws. Both of which are going to be failed. Well, what's your DC? I should check, I guess.
15.
15, they both fail their saving throws. So now roll the 2d8 as well.
That is additional 9.
Okay, so Tulso takes 42 points of damage. Tell me what it looks like when the sphere impacts Tulso and destroys him bodily.
I would love to. I would like to imagine with Basavaji being the geomancer he is, that sphere hits him, and as he's casting his whatever he's casting, he just goes to stone, and then just explodes into absolute dust.
Incredible.
Just stones up, just crunches
Yeah.
over, and then just from within, just
Incredible.
now there's
Yeah,
just the same AOE that he had is now just his dust.
Absolutely. This orb strikes him and just encompasses his body. That same shale and dust and lava and stone starts swirling around him until he just crystallizes into stone, explodes in lightning, which hits the guy behind him as well for that 9 points of damage. Tulso is no more. And he was next up.
With my movement, I would like to get up to the fat cat that...
Yeah, Kent-san, which you were not here, but just for description, I don't know if you know this information or not. Kent-san is the CEO of Daybreak Transit Company, which they run the subways and the trains and the L trains and
I
such.
guess that makes a lot of sense that he would be working with them.
Yeah, working with the Raggings.
And I'm sorry, you're going towards him just the full 30 feet? There you go. That is your action and your movement. Do you wish?
He's 10 from me?
Correct. Yes. Do you wish to take any bonus action?
I don't think I do.
Okay. Perfect. Top of the round, NPCs. Vittorio and Cremini see that Patches is okay and that things have kind of taken a turn in their direction, and they refocus their attention on finding the last two stragglers of Rat Kings in here that are not depicted on the map. Arthur sees you come toward him, kind of furrows his brow and takes a few steps away from you. In your head, telepathically, you hear, not supposed to look like we're in on this together, in case you forgot. Takes a few steps away and starts just popping shots at random gangsters. That's the NPCs. Bones, it is your turn.
It sure is. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh
Actually, I think Arthur
boy.
begins to leave, as if you were fleeing.
Right.
It was either go to him or go into the aura of death. So.
No, absolutely, makes sense.
Okay. I am going to go past Rosie I think Cadence has got that kind of under control and might have information coming from her. So I'm going to go past her and aim at the thug that Morisco had blinded, but who is no longer blind.
Understood.
24 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
17 points.
17 points of damage. He's looking real bad.
Wonderful. Don't have a bonus action yet, so I use the rest of my movement to go back upstairs.
Understood. Get your spell back in some cover.
Yep.
Fungo, meanwhile, is with Porco over him, cowering down next to the bar, going, fucking kill him! Kill him all, Porco! Kill him! That's Bones. Patches, your turn.
Told the dead Bob.
Alright, on Deadeye still?
Yes.
Alright.
Dead.
It's a nat 16 for a total of 17.
All right. Cool. See you next round.
Oh, you're gonna do the thing?
No.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, I was saying I'll see you next round.
Oh, see you next round. I'm sorry. I misheard you. Got it. Alright. It's gonna work eventually. Alright, Gangster. Sees Cadence up on the stairs. He has this long rifle, and he kind of sets it down on something, gets a clear line, and takes a shot at Cadence. Ooh, that's good. Nat 18 for 22.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll just do the second attack as well. 18 total.
Yep, still good. You'd have to really try not to hit me.
Total of 15 points of damage on 2 shots that hit you. All right, as you were kind of focused on Rosie, a couple of bullets crack out from over by the pool tables and hit you in the shoulder. That is that one's turn.
I do love how it's like a couple bullets hit you. Ow!
Hey man, it's the 1900s. Bullets aren't as good as what they do.
I don't think that's how that works.
as good at what they do. This gangster's then going to, seeing that this tide has turned against him, is going to start running this way. 10, 20, 30. That's as far as it can get. And that brings us now to Cadence's turn.
Is that the one who just shot me? The one who's
Yes,
trying
it
to run?
sure is, yes.
Okay, I'll turn to Ghost. You got her, then I'll look down at Rosie. Just don't let her run.
Okay.
I'll cunning action dash to get within 30 feet of the guy who just shot me and is trying to run.
Okay. You say, don't let her run to Ghost. You take a step away from Rosie Malone, who has a razor in her hand. She sees that you are near death. Give me your choice of persuasion or deception, whatever you think you're doing here, to convince her that, like, attacking you is not a good idea right now. In terms of deception, if you're going to be like, no, yeah, we can be friends, or persuasion, if it's... Or you could even do intimidation here, I suppose. In fact, intimidation probably makes the most sense.
Okay. Can I also intimidate her with my staff?
Yeah, give me intimidation.
15.
Okay.
13.
It's mad the rolls that you're getting with your staff. Yeah, she keeps her razor in her hands. As you tell Ghost, don't let her run. She says, I'm not running anywhere. I'm not running anywhere. We can talk. She lets you walk away. You were dashing towards that last gangster?
Just the one who shot me.
Yeah,
You can probably hop this railing and go 10, 20, 30 and get all the way to here if you want to.
Did I get me within 30 feet of him?
Hold on. May I interject? At this point, can I use my reaction to cast Propulsive Breeze and push him another 15 feet?
Yes, because it did leave you 15 feet short.
Amazing. You are a
You're
hero.
lifted by wind to get just in range of these guys.
Does that mean I don't have to use my cunning action to dash?
You still needed whatever you... Oh, no, you have not needed to dash yet, no.
Is there anywhere to hide in this hot mess?
You could have stopped...
I have to be within range, so probably not. I'm kind of out in the open.
Yeah, the closest places to hide are not going to be within range.
Yep, that's fine. I will just shoot out.
All right.
There you go.
Ooh, 21 to hit.
Absolutely.
There's no way to hit. This is not going to kill him. That makes me really upset. Seven points of piercing damage.
I wish I could turn the screen around to show you. 7 hit points remaining.
Oh, thank God.
You hit him in the square between the shoulder blades. He slumps down in a pool of blood. The living saxophone and living drums kind of scoot backwards, afraid. That's Cadence. Unless you have a bonus action you want to take.
Well, I have a bonus action. I feel like I should use it. But I'm not within range of anybody to do anything. Let's do... I will go ahead and cunning action dash
Okay.
to run past that other Rat King and block his escape.
10.
Preferably without provoking if I can.
Yep,
but
you can easily do that, for sure. Okay. That's it for Cadence. Deadeye sees that the biggest barrier to him being able to escape from here is marble, and is going to try. Actually, he's going to cast a spell as a bonus action and Misty Step. Disappearing in a cloud of snow and reappearing kind of on your backside over there, Marble. Before he flees, he's going to use an... Actually, no. He's going to use his action to dash. Dashes to get to the door, and then we use his movement to continue running. Runs outside. Those who can see outside, which is Boss and maybe a couple others, see that there are a couple cars out here with gangsters sitting in them, kind of as getaway cars, and Deadeye leaps into one of them with some other gangsters.
Has he left it? Or, like, at this point, like, is he still in that view?
Oh yeah, he's just made it into the car as the end of his turn, yes.
We all know what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We all understand
Okay,
the plan. We know what we're doing.
that is it for Deadeye's turn. That brings us to Rosie Malone. Rosie Malone is alive.
I thought I said Rosie Malone was a liar. And I was
That would be funny. No, Rosie Malone is alive.
Shields ghost and run.
The intimidation check was good. She nonetheless... Here, I'm going to have her roll an insight check in front of the board. She adds... Where is it? Only a +2 to this roll. Okay, that's a really good roll. Total of 20 on a nat 18. She sees that she will die if you guys choose for her to, and thinks that now is her best chance to escape. Now that Cadence has walked away and she's faced only with a big bug man who only did 3 points of damage the time that he did hit her. She is going to step away from you, Ghost. She does not disengage. You may make an opportunity attack if you wish to.
Do I get the feeling that she's trying to run?
Absolutely. She looks to the door. She looks like she's following Deadeye.
Yeah, just like take a swipe at her legs.
Okay. She has a hit point. You just got to hit.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
Her armor class is 15.
There it is.
I mean, technically he does still have to roll higher than a 1 on damage.
That's true. You do suffer a -1 penalty to your damage.
That
here.
is true.
So roll me
Is there
damage.
not a minimum 1 on damage?
I don't think so.
Charade.
All right, you're good. You sweep her legs out from underneath her with this staff, and she truly just falls down to the bottom of the stairs, and that is the last abuse her body can endure.
Snaps her neck at the bottom.
Yep, there's just a loud snap at the bottom of the stairs as she begins to soak in a pool of blood. Yeah, truly the most horrific thing Ghost has ever done.
Yeah.
That's it for Rosie Malone.
Literally.
Oh.
in terrible condition, just now blinking the last of cayenne pepper out of his eyes. This thug with the baseball bat sees that his day is done if he doesn't escape right away. Doesn't know what a booming blade is, and is boy, which way does he go? He knows the cars are out front. I think he tries to run out. No, he's gonna try to get past Cadence. So he starts by stepping, and so you can roll booming blade damage.
Hope it just steps and
I think
explodes.
it's also a D8.
It is.
That sounds right.
6.
He had 9 hit points remaining. There is a boom of magic out from under his feet as he steps forward. One ankle and knee clearly both broken by the attack, just hobbling forward and limping. Go ahead.
Would he be afraid to move again because he didn't know what that was?
I'm going to have him roll an insight check. I think he's in 2. If this is a 1, I'll have him stop.
Okay.
It's not a 1.
No.
He's going to die if he runs or if he doesn't, so he winces his eyes and takes another step. Pleasingly finds out that it hasn't gotten him. Continues running. Cadence, you're holding a pistol. I don't know if you want to try a improvised attack and whack him with your pistol or something.
I have. Where is it? Wait, is it pistol one-handed technically anyway?
Yeah.
I could technically just have a dagger.
If you have a dagger, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't say it earlier, so I won't cheese it. But yeah, okay. I will try and improvise
Bitch
attack
slap
on it.
So you can just make a dagger attack if you have a knife or a blade of some sort. You're absolutely welcome to just use that. Sorry, I thought you only had the pistol.
No, you're good. It's gonna miss anyway. A 9.
That is going to miss, unfortunately. He runs past you. He's this kobold, this like burgundy scaled kobold that's now limping past with a broken ankle, and just goes limping down the hall. Let's see, that was 30 feet of movement to get him there, and then he keeps running around this corner. 15, disappears out of sight, turning down the hallway that turns kind of to the right up there. You're not sure where he ended up after that. That now brings us to Marvel's turn.
Okay, I'm going to get the zoomies on, and I'm going to Tabaxi Dash 60 feet.
30, 40, 50. At 50 feet, you find yourself out front,
How far is the car?
where you can see that there are 2 cars full of gangsters there. Your car is like right over here. And there's the,
I'm going to attack the
motorcycle also.
car.
Oh, the car that they're in?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to try to swing and bust the wheel so that the back wheel cannot be used.
I love that
We're
for
all
you.
on the same page.
I love that for you. Is that against the one that has Deadeye in it or the one that doesn't?
Oh, the one has Deadeye in it.
Perfect. All right, give me an attack roll.
All right.
I'm going to say armor class here is...
Does being proficient in vehicles do anything?
No, not on attack rolls.
Okay. I'm nervous.
I'm going to say AC 15. That's probably too high. Let's do 12.
Okay, it's going to be a 24,
That'll absolutely hit.
and it's a D10 of damage.
How much HP could a tire have?
Okay, it's going to be 13 damage.
13 points of damage. Incredible. You swing your giant hand Morning Star down at the rear axle of this car.
I also can push or pull it.
If you wish to, you can.
With that...
Check.
Actually, hold on. I can only do that if it's smaller than me. I can't actually
Oh,
pull
okay,
it.
you can't pull it. Okay. Nonetheless, you damage the wheel of it pretty badly to where essentially it's going to be slowed when it tries to run off, and the more attacks you get, you can just destroy it, essentially.
Yeah.
We'll say, how much did you just do? Damage wise, 13? I'll say 15 damage will reduce it to half speed. You've already reduced it to, you've taken away a quarter of its speed. 30 damage will make it, this car doesn't drive at all.
Yeah.
Good enough?
Yeah.
Alright. Anything else on your turn?
No, I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay, cool. Ghost, go ahead.
Oh god. Ghost is the worst thing Ghost's ever done in his life, and so he goes and like runs down the stairs and like, oh god, oh good. And I'm just gonna try and make sure that she's like alive.
She's bleeding out. You can try to stabilize her if you want to.
Sure.
It's a DC 15 medicine check.
DC 15. God damn.
Yup. Unfortunately, she continues to bleed out.
We'll call out to everybody, just, medic, please. And I'm also going to look and find her little shiv. I'm going to take that with one of my arms.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Has Ghost seen my defibrillator? Was he there for that or not?
I don't think it's come out yet.
Okay,
no.
okay.
All right.
Yeah. Things seem to semi be calming down. I have nothing to do with the car. I'm just gonna continue to kind of squat down behind these the banister to keep having some cover.
Okay, understood. We'll stay in initiative a little bit longer here. I think the turn order could still matter for a few more turns here, potentially. Marisco, it is your turn.
Marisco's going to look down the hallway where the once blind, bleeding out kobolds hobbling away.
Yes.
Then look at Ghost, who is in despair over a gangster corpse.
Right.
And look out the door where you just saw more gangsters go.
Say the out front, for those who can see out the front door, see that the tone has shifted to fleeing. All the remaining gangsters are getting in these cars and they're about to drive away. The Symphony people, Rooster and Rocky and Walt, are sort of beating the last lights out of the few that have stayed behind to fight, as the remaining ones seem to be running away.
Alright, we knew they were going to run. Marisco's going to go over to Rosie, look at Ghost, sigh, use Lay on Hands and give her 1 point of healing.
20. 30. Okay. Ghost has taken away her pistol and her razor, and you just give her a single point of healing, bringing her back to consciousness.
Now are we going to do that again?
She's a woman.
She looks...
Oh, right, shit, I forgot.
Can you even approach her?
I can probably approach her because she's shorter than me. But
Right, that helps, yeah.
yeah, I don't think you'd say anything.
You don't say anything snarky, though. Makes a lot of sense. Okay.
You probably actually step back.
Right, makes sense. That brings us now to Bassa Magique.
I just realized after I made that movement towards Fat Cat on my last turn that I did not do that insight check. Did not roll the insight
Fair point.
check.
Roll me an insight check real quick.
13.
That's good enough to see that this guy's playing it up pretty hard and notice that nobody attacked him this whole time. In a room full of gangsters that were just spraying bullets at whoever, he's been avoided, clearly.
I'm gonna grapple him.
Okay. Yeah, give me a athletics check. You have advantage because he's prone. He's like hiding under a table. He got a 2 total.
I got a 13.
That'll do it. Yeah, you just grab him by the scruff and lift him
I'd
up.
like to do it with my trunk.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you just wrap your trunk around his arm and sort of pull
Yeah,
him
just
up by
pull
his
him up.
shoulder. He says, "Oh, heavens, is it over?" Right. We should stay hidden.
With that, I'd like to use the rest of my movement to approach. Who did roll the insights earlier? Who else here rolled those insights?
On
I
Rosie.
think it was, Cadence and... Oh, it was just Cadence, actually.
It's just Cadence. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna move further back to the back of the room, further away from where the rest of the gangsters outside are.
Okay, you do move half speed while grappling
That's fine. I'm
somebody.
just gonna move a little bit, maybe to the right back, yeah, like towards Patches and then north. Like,
There you go, so as far as you can get while grappling. Okay, that brings us to the top of the round. NPCs are... Likewise, the NPCs in this room are wrapping up their fights. The two that Solomon was forcing to murder each other have murdered each other. Mick is surrounded by corpses. Fungo still can't open his eyes. He's just yelling at Porco to kill them all.
how many HP do you have, Cadence?
Not a lot. 3 right now.
I'll toss the other word that way.
Okay, 2d4 plus...
Yeah, 2d4.
Oh
my god. Thank you.
my god.
Wait, is this gonna work?
That's gonna be 8 points of healing for you.
Oh wow.
The healing word's supposed to
So-
small and pathetic compared to
That's why I use the trunk so I can take the little ghost pebble from my pouch and toss it into your fountain.
Hell yeah, love it. Cadence.
Did you
It's
just toss
ethereal.
your stone into my girlfriend's fountain?
Calm down.
You see this ethereal little pebble hit you in the rib cage where you were shot earlier and stitch your wounds closed.
My fountain.
Okay.
My fountain.
My fountain. Bones, it is your turn.
Wonderful. It's been about 12 seconds. Passive perception 14. Can I see or hear where I'm talking about the name? Sam Dragon went.
Rami. You are up in the room that has the windows. Yes, he is flying westward, kind of in the direction of, well, the sun is long since set. It's like 10 p.m. Or not 10, 9 p.m. But yes, he's flying westward. You can see his crystalline form flying over the rooftops of the city.
Okay, wonderful.
He's probably, let's see, it's been 3 rounds. He's like 500 feet away from you-ish.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. Doable. Let's see. She's already down. She's taken care of. He's got that. Car is pretty much handled. One might get away, but I think that's fine. I think I tabaxi dash to my bike and I begin to chase.
Oh, yes. Perfect. What's your total movement with tabaxi?
I'm leaving you?
Well,
60 without spending my action, if that gets me there.
20,
I want to
30,
chase
40,
Kid, one of the cards.
60.
you.
You made it to the curb. Roll me a luck check for where your motorcycle is parked.
8.
8. I'm going to say you got to use your action to dash the rest of
Okay,
it.
I'll dash and use half my movement to get on and skedaddle.
All right, outstanding. You guys out front hear the roaring of a motorcycle. I say roaring. It's the lawnmower of a motorcycle running right out by you guys' cars as well. As Bones begins to tear off in the direction. NPC turns. At the same time as that is happening, the gangster cars out front, the one that has not been sabotaged by Marble yet, screeches out of its spot and begins to drive kind of in the same direction as Rami. So now you're kind of giving chase to that car and to Rami.
Right.
The one with Deadeye in it, I don't think there's any universe where they don't run here. So they do also begin to run, though their car is falling behind because it's got a bum wheel, moving at a 3/4 speed at the moment. Okay. Gangsters begin to drive away, those that are still here. Patches, go ahead.
I think I'll just see who needs healing.
Yeah, it looks like... some people got healed.
I have 8 health.
Morisco.
Yeah, Cadence and Morisco and Marble all look pretty hurt. And Bones, he's driven off on a motorcycle already.
Yeah.
Or driving off.
I'll just start with whoever is closest. I'll just do like a...
So you can make it to Morisco with 30 feet of movement, and then you can do Cure Wounds if you want to.
Yeah, that works for me.
Alright, so it's a D8 plus your Wisdom, unless you're doing it at 2nd level. No. Okay, D8 plus your Wisdom.
9.
Thank you. Oh, I feel so much better.
Beautiful. Okay. Cadence, I think you're the one who we need to resolve the most here, because you're probably the only one who's going to be able to catch this guy before he leaves. You see this maroon-scaled kobold.
You know, I was thinking about just letting him go.
Where is he?
He went around that corner, around that hallway. You're not sure where he went.
I see, okay, Rosie's dead. Deadeye's made a break for it. Tulsa's dead.
So all that's really left is some gangsters out front that are getting into cars and are fleeing, and the one that's ran
And
out
then
back.
Boss has Kent pretty well under control, it looks
Yes,
like.
Boss has grabbed Kent and is grappling him. Kent seems to be totally complying. by
I was
the way.
saying that, so I was trying to calm him.
Yeah.
Not intimidate him.
Yeah. No, he seems to be very compliant.
I'll say just real quick an Infernal. Solomon's still standing close-ish to me.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just an Infernal to Solomon real quick. I'll just say don't let Kent leave. And then I'll chase after this kobold and end his life.
Right. He says, understood, Infernal. And you go running after him. 10, 20, 30. Gets you to the back of this hallway.
My girl.
Oh, wait. Wrong song.
Where you can see that there is a hallway that leads up back with a big double door. There's there's one door also right there that leads somewhere, you're not sure where. But this kobold has barely made it to this door and is about to try to push it open, but...
Tisk tisk. I'll bonus action aim. And
Well, you can't aim because you moved.
oh, right. Sorry, I will just
you can't just
regular shoot. 22 to hit.
That'll do.
Boy, not having sneak really.
You could have hit. You
Blows.
could hide around the corner.
Well, spoiler alert, you're looking for 3 points of damage, so.
I guess I could have hit her on the corner. New class, who does? More than 3.
Yes. He,
Sorry, 10.
You go tisk tisk. He gets to the door. As you raise your gun, he goes, wait. And the bullet goes through his hand and into his head, and he falls to the ground dead. With that, I think we're going to jump out of initiative order, not because things are not still time sensitive, but because it kind of doesn't matter what order you guys do things, I don't think, right now. The situation is all the remaining gangsters are out front getting in cars and fleeing. Bones has gotten onto a motorcycle to give chase. What's you guys' immediate move? Marvel, you've got a hand raised?
Yeah. Who's closest to me?
Looks like Bones?
Bones is gone. Who's closest to me?
Bones, for the record,
Who's
Bones has
closest
only
to
made
me?
it.
Not Bones. It can't be Bones. He's
Mauricio
not
or Ghost?
Just to state for the record, Bones is still out front. He got to his motorcycle. He did not get to start
Yeah,
going
yeah.
yet.
I just-
but
like, I just
Patches
don't-
and Morisco are close to you, 10 feet away.
Okay.
Or 20. I'm sorry, 15 feet away are Morisco, Patches, and Ghost, all equidistant.
Which of these two seems like they understand how technology works the most?
What a great question.
You know what?
I think I'll leave
I'm
you
going
answer
to
that.
I'm going to toss the keys to my car or my brother's car to Patches because I feel like out of the two of them he's probably the only one who can drive.
Okay, yep.
And then I'm going to find the governor's car.
Yeah, you're looking for Cornelius Wainwright's car. Love that for you. Give
And I
me.
guess bonus act. I guess I'm just going to shrink back down.
Okay.
It doesn't say whether or not I can.
I'll allow it. It's fine. You should know to. And then investigation check. Apply your vehicle floor.
Wait, did someone just sneeze? I didn't see anyone queue up for it.
Dirty 20.
Okay, you look around to see if you can spot which of these cars belongs to Governor Cornelius Wainwright. And across the street, you see one that is kind of like a red, a bright kind of rust red color, and you know that it is the governor's by the sort of. There's not like license plates at this point in time, but it's got like the sole like flags on the front.
It's
Stream off
clearly
to,
a government.
yeah,
business car.
clearly.
Cool. I'm going to steal it.
Incredible. All right.
I did look it up. Key ignitions did actually come around the 1920s.
Yeah,
so I
you
might
probably have to hotwire this thing, but that's fine. Go ahead and roll me a vehicles check, intelligence based. Then you apply your lore as well.
So it was almost a natural. It's almost a natural 24, 26.
Incredible.
Important
yes.
question before I start driving this car: do I need to put my armor away?
I
I assume that it's bulky and heavy, but
yeah,
like
it'd probably be best to put it
Okay,
away. It might encumber
it
your
takes like
driving
an
a
action,
little bit.
so I'll take it off. I figured it's my
Perfect.
And then I will just like lay on the horn. I'll lay on the horn. I'll give a few seconds. If no one jumps in, they have my
Yeah.
brother's car.
So for the moment, you spend 60 seconds finding the car, getting it hotwired, and then just being, honk, honk, with the little horn.
So if
and
it takes me 60 seconds, then I'm just gonna. If these people aren't next to me in the car, then they.
in the time it takes Marvel to go out and find this car, toss his keys to Patches, what are other people doing right away?
I'm gone.
Yeah, you're riding the motorcycle going. How about you, Patches? You've got the keys to the twins' car.
Yeah, I'll head up to the car to drive.
Okay.
See if I'm anyone else is coming with me or whatever.
Yep, understood. I guess I'll just. Is anyone so? Bones, Patches, and Marvel all run out front to get into cars and try to chase down both Rami and these other gangsters in getaway cars. Does anyone do anything besides that? Besides run out and meet with them immediately? Anyway, in the intervening seconds. Go ahead, Ghost. We'll start with you.
Yeah, I look at Rosie and I'm like, why would you run? I could have killed you. Are you daft? Come along. And I'm going to grab her and I'm going to try to drag her to the car.
Perfect. She's
Wait, is she alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mauricio gave her a point of healing. But you guys have taken her weapons, and you kind of grab her and sort of start dragging her. She's groggy and barely coherent, but you start pulling her towards the car.
Just be like, okay, focus. Where's Rami going?
Fuck if I know. We were supposed to be here. I guess. And she kind of looks up to the skies you got front and sees the last trailing of him disappearing over the city skyline. Says, if I had to guess, back to headquarters. But fuck if I know. He didn't tell us shit. He was supposed to be here. You'd all be dead if he was here.
Probably, yes. Shame for you, but
in the meantime,
I will relay all of this to Arthur and Olga and everybody else.
Understood.
It's within my telepathy range.
Yeah, as things go seemingly quiet for the moment downstairs, Olga Sinclair and Cornelius Wainwright and Nancy Samuel sort of come downstairs escorted by bartenders. Boss, you had something in the intervening couple of seconds here.
Yeah, Patches, Marisco are still inside with me.
Patches has run outside to get into a car.
And Marisco?
He looks like frustratedly engrossed because he wants to ask a question, but he can't. He probably ends up running outside too.
So the only party member that I have still in this building is Cadence, who's currently around the corner dealing with.
Yeah, but I think so to answer your question, Cadence, you kill this kobold, then what?
Okay, he was running out back. Are there cars out back? It looks like I was close to a window.
Yeah, you look out the window out back and there are no cars. You see that there is a manhole down to the sewers that's
Okay,
open.
Hey,
And then I will head back to the main room just to scope out the situation real quick. See that.
I'll come back to you in just a second, boss. But Cadence, as you come back into the main room and things are sort of quieting in here, you hear engines starting out front and you see your friends running out front to go get these cars and chase. Solomon likewise sees you and your friends going out front to get these cars and give chase. He says to you in Infernal, you're going after them. Yes?
I was going to talk to Kent. I think he knows something.
I'll handle Kent. You go with them.
Are you sure?
Yes. Take this. The time is of the essence. You need to catch Rami.
Oh God, he's gonna give me the gang card.
He does toss you the keys to this Symphony's car.
How to drive.
And he also reaches into a inside pocket and pulls out a case that looks like it's too big to fit in whatever pocket he just pulled it out of. Somebody in this party give me a luck check. I'll recommend Patches, who has advantage on all luck checks. 11. He reaches into a pocket and pulls out a case and hands it over to you. You crack it open really quick. Inside, it's like a leather rectangular case with a little handle. It almost looks like a doctor's bag or something, but it's hard shelled. Inside are 4 syringes. They kind of look like big Bioshock, like big metal syringes with the liquid inside is like thick, clear Elmer's glue almost. It kind of sparkles with like a greenish glitter or something.
Okay.
Roll me a let's call this an alchemist's tools kit, which you don't have, so roll me int and apply criminal lore.
Int and criminal. Got it.
Or medicine if you have medicine.
Drugs.
Good stuff, drunk.
19 total.
Incredible. This is called Xenium. Street name is sometimes called Z. It literally gives you the benefits of a short rest. It will knock you on your absolute ass for 10 minutes. You will be useless for 10 minutes. But at the end of that 10 minutes, you will get essentially the effects of a catnap spell. You get the benefits of a short rest.
Catnap drug.
Yep. Okay. So he tosses you that and says, you go after Rami, I'll take care of Kent.
Okay. I'll look over to Sam then. Sam, we're going.
But
leave him. He's taken care of.
Okay.
Solomon, you've never met this man before in your life.
Yeah.
But this guy, by the way, I haven't described Kent's son for the audience yet because
did get some.
You're good. He comes up, Solomon, this tiefling in a red suit, black skin, black horns, calmly kind of walks over in your direction, looks down at Kent, who is this big, portly, round, orange tabaxi, just huge globe of a tabaxi man with orange fur and a big white under chin. He steps over, and as Solomon is stepping towards you, Kent, in your arm and wrapped up in your trunk, it's like, heavens, that was close. That was terrible. Thank you so much. You're all heroes. Great heroes. Solomon looks to you and says, I believe my friend Cadence has informed you, but...
Insight?
For me, an insight check.
Ooh, those are really
17.
17. You get a look from this guy that... he's kind of hard to read his intentions, but you don't feel that you are being like tricked, lied to, deceived. This guy seems clearly to be helping Cadence. You watched him and Cadence have a conversation in a language you didn't understand, and then kind of it looked like a break. We have our assignment sort of thing, and then he comes over to kind of take Kent. I think the energy you're getting is like... The energy you're getting is that he seemed to have recognized the same thing you recognized, understands this guy probably knows something and wants to talk to him. So take that for what it is worth. You don't know much about Cadence.
Yeah, of course. Then I guess the insight that I was really looking for was, do I think when he says, I'll take care of this, like, leave him, he's with me, like, or, you know, like...
Yeah.
Leave him and I'll take care of him.
No. You don't get the sense that he's going to, like, murder this guy. You get the sense he's going to do what you're currently doing, which is hold on to him and probably ask him some questions.
I feel like even with like, the best insight check, this is hard to read.
Yeah. That's it. Like, your choices are yours. You can drag this guy with you to the car if you want to just bring him.
Boss sees everybody else that he currently knows in the city running.
Yeah. And you do also know that missing girl Miri is at the headquarters, and your guys' plan to get to headquarters was find someone here to
Yes,
interrogate.
thank you for reminding me of that. That was something I forgot. that was a big influence for Boss and the end of E2. So yeah, no, okay. Yeah, without further ado, Boss just gives a nod to Solomon, releases the trunk, and turns around and just takes off.
Cool. You hear Solomon saying to Kent, I believe we should have a little conversation, Mr. Sun. And kind of grabs him by the shoulder. As you and Cadence run out front, get into these cars. So let's see here.
Oh, actually, real quick, as I was grappling him,
Have you already left?
that last little bit was happening. I'm gonna perform. I would like to see if I can pickpocket Kent here to see if he has anything.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
I'm looking to see if he has like
Slide a trunk.
a sleight of trunk. No, the trunk is wrapped around him, so hands are free.
I got it.
No advantage with the grappling or anything.
No, not really.
$14?
14. You like sort of feel on him on his like chest for anything maybe hidden in an inside pocket or something. You haven't rolled high enough to do anything crazy like get a watch off of him or something or a piece of jewelry. But 14 is enough to against his passive perception anyway. Get into his back pocket and pull out like his wallet, his billfold.
Okay, and I mean, is it like? Well, I guess I'm not really trying to open it. And look through
You can quickly peek in. It's got a cash in it. It's got some cash.
So cash. Oh, I just drop it on the floor.
Okay, cool. And then begin to pursue. All right. Actually, the other thing you could get there's a set of keys. He's got keys on the key ring.
I'll take the keys.
Okay, take the keys, leave the wallet, and begin to make your way out front. So you've got the Symphony car at your disposal. You have the Twins car at your disposal. You have now Governor Cornelius Wainwright's car at your disposal. You've got Bones on a motorcycle. You can fit up to 4 to a car, so you really only need 2 cars, but you can take all 3 if you want to. That's up to you.
Do any of the keys on the ring look to be a car key?
Yes. So you could try to find his car if you want to. It's 1905. There's not like a beep beep to try to find it.
Is there a key fob? No, I'm just gonna look for the one where it looks like a fat cat can be driving it.
Sure. Yeah. Give me a investigation check.
I guess it'll probably fit you the best.
It's worth mentioning, Bones doesn't like stick around and wait for the other cars, but if somebody is out front, like right there, he'll swing by and pick him up real
Good.
But
16.
16, yeah, no obvious, like, this is this guy's car. If you want to spend some time on it, you could, but if time is of the essence here.
Time is on the essence.
Understood. Okay. We're going to take a quick little break, and we'll come back and pick up right here. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Devastating.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to jump right into this thrilling car chase. As this all goes down at the Gilded Parlor, our heroes run out front and get into cars. Marble is driving the stolen car of Governor Cornelius Wainwright with Morisco riding shotgun. Cadence is in the driver's seat of the Symphony's car with Ghost and Rosie Malone in the back. Patches is driving the Pendleton twins car with Boss riding along. Bones leading the pack on his motorcycle, chasing down 2 cars full of Rat King's gangsters, escaping from this melee along with Deadeye. As above the buildings of the city skyline, you see the crystalline, draconic form of Rami Asher, seemingly making his escape over the buildings about 600 feet away by this point. And with that, we're going to jump right into initiative order here. Just to give you guys the mechanic here, let's see here, what did I write down? On initiative count number 20, everyone that is driving a vehicle is going to make a vehicle check, and it's going to basically determine who gets to move closer to the other one or further away, maneuver whichever way you want to do. It's going to be contested, essentially. So you guys are contesting your vehicles against theirs to determine who gets to sort of make whatever maneuver they wish to make at that point. In the interim, on your turns, you're just fighting from the positions as you see them here. I am going to move Deadeye car back a little bit because Marble did bust one of the wheels.
While you move that, question of mechanics. With driving, not being able to use weapons, is that true for a motorcycle too?
There's nothing necessarily stopping you from using a weapon while driving. If you got one hand on the wheel and left hand out the window or whatever, shooting a gun, something like that, you can do that.
On a motorcycle, you can still.
I'd say, here's what I'll say. If you're the one making a driving check, I'm going to say that either the attack rolls that you make have disadvantage, or your driving check is going to have disadvantage. You choose which one you're kind of encumbering. So I'll make that decision on your turn if you're one of the drivers, essentially. Those not driving are free to do whatever you wish, absolutely. And with that, no driving checks required as of just yet. Hold on here. Simply must have the correct music on for this. Go ahead, Marble.
So what can I do on my turn to get to drive my car?
Let's see. If you want to use your action, I'll let you use your action to drive your car and just make a land vehicles check if you wish to.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, instead of using it for a combat thing. Totally, yeah, go for it.
14.
14. Let me contest it with one of these guys. You succeed on your check. So you can maneuver your car, let's see here, what did I say? Up to 30 feet in any direction.
I guess forward?
Just closer? Alright, cool. These cars got out of the gate faster than you, but you are quickly catching up to them. With Marisco riding shotgun.
Whoa, that was so smooth.
That's your action.
Yeah. Can I get a little bit more behind him, like a little bit down, I guess? Just so that, kind of a better position. Still giving some room for Bones, yeah.
Alright, cool. Any bonus action? I'm assuming you don't want to move your character.
I don't think I have a bonus action.
I don't think so either, none that comes to mind.
So no, I'm good.
Okay, that is it for Marble's turn. As you gain some ground on this car in front of you, a gangster leans out of the back and tries to shoot you with a gun. There's a natural one for a miss, and then the other shot.
Can you cover from the car?
Yeah, I'll give you half cover for the car itself, yeah. But likewise, that's going to apply to your enemies. Here's a shot on Marisco. Marisco, that's a nat 3. Nat 1 and a nat 3. 2 bullets kind of go shoot wide of the car, don't even hit the car itself. That's it for that guy's turn.
Good drag.
This guy is going to shoot as well, leaning out the window. We'll do... Marble's the one gaining. We're going to do a shot on Marble.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about this.
It's still going to be a miss. A 10?
No.
Okay, second attack. This one also on Marisco. A natural 20, I'm afraid. I think I've nat 20'd you twice.
You have.
That is 12 points of piercing damage from the shot that hits you.
Wow. That's not great. Don't do that again, please.
Alright, that is it for that gangster. That brings us to, I guess we'll do it at 20.0. So that brings us to Bones' turn.
Perfect. Bones he does not have his weapon out. He is not trying to participate in a gunfight. He will die. So he's essentially using his whole turn to either dodge or ready a swerve. He's essentially putting all of his effort into not being part of this fight. He's just chasing.
Sure, yeah. So you can either I'd say probably a dodge action is what you're doing, then you'll still get to make a driving check on
Perfect.
initiative 20 anyway. Let's go on an extra driving check.
Awesome. No,
Okay.
that works for me.
Cool, action to dodge. And that brings us now to initiative count 20. Everyone who's driving a car or a vehicle, so Bones, Marble, Cadence, and Patches, please give me a land vehicles check. You could do Wisdom, you could do Int. I'd allow Dexterity even. If you don't have any proficiencies, it's just a straight check. The lowest 2 checks here, including these NPCs, are not going to get to maneuver. So my guys will roll as well. One of them is going to have disadvantage because his car is fucked. Okay, my NPCs over here got 11 and 14. Let's go Bones.
26.
Amazing. Patches.
So just be like straight wisdom.
Straight Wisdom, yep.
19.
19, okay. Cadence.
Is there a downside to using Dex versus Int?
Nope.
Okay, then 18.
18, and then Marble.
17.
Well, that's actually like somehow not as high as your allies, but you all rolled higher than the NPC cars. So each of you guys that are driving a vehicle can maneuver your vehicle up to 30 feet, whatever direction you want. You're on a motorcycle, I'll give you 40.
Awesome. I'm essentially just trying to cut ahead and way off to the side. I want to be like not in the line of fire here at all.
10, 20, 30, 40.
Is that on the road? Sorry, is that on the road?
Yeah, he's kind of, well, you're just probably.
I don't mind hitting the sidewalk. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, it's basically just a bicycle anyway. Yeah, you get kind of close to the curb. For our friends watching
Sure, what is this going on?
go
Like
into
a
the Discord and
20
find the
mile
picture of the
target.
motorcycle he's driving with a little honk honk, little like physical horn on it. It's so good. Okay, Patches, how do you want to maneuver your vehicle?
Just kind of closer to the one in front of us.
10, 20, 30. You get almost like bumper to bumper with it if you want to there.
Yeah, that works.
Sweet. Let's see here. Marble, how do you want to maneuver?
Cadence was about me.
Oh, Cadence, go ahead.
Can I wait until Marble goes since I'm in the back?
Yeah, you guys
to
can do
see
this
what
in
I-
any order you guys want.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
just
So I
a
see what I
team.
have to work with.
So, I have something I want to do if you'll allow me.
Let's hear it.
So, I know this because I saw this on TV. And I'm not a car person, but a way that you spin out a car is you actually go up into their back wheel and you
Yeah.
turn into it and it spins them out. I want to
100%.
try doing that to this guy.
I love that for you. Let's see here. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to have, for now, your 30 feet of movement gets you to where you're up behind the car, half your car now up on the sidewalk, and like getting ready to do that maneuver. On your turn, I'll let you use your action to make another driving check to try to do that maneuver. Make sense? Cool. All right, and then Cadence.
I reckon I will. Boy.
Also, I was
I'll say, which car do you want to
I
move
was
to?
hoping to do it to the one.
Okay, that's actually going to be easier
Because
for
it's
you
going to
because
be
that one's
easier.
fucked. Yep.
Yeah. And just kind of make him spin out. And hopefully, like,
If it seems like he's going to try to get this car to spin out, I'm going to move out of the way.
Why? So if this car spins out, it's going to go. It's going to
so
push
you
to the
pretty
right,
much,
and
pretty
then.
much I would push it like this, and
Yeah.
I would move around it.
Yeah, makes sense. So
Yeah.
Cadence, you probably want to go to the left a little bit.
Right. That makes sense.
10, 15. 20 gets you there. You got 10 more feet of driving in any direction you want. If you want, unless you want to stay
Honestly,
there.
I don't think I really need to go anywhere.
All right, makes sense. Cool. That is the driving initiative. That brings us now to Morisco's turn proper. I assume you're like white knuckling the armrest as Marble is about to try to use your car to run somebody else's car off the road.
You're gonna hit it, you're gonna hit it, you're gonna hit it.
He's doing like the mom grip.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 1,000,000%.
Let's see, what can I do? What can I do?
Do you have any range stuff?
I do. I'm trying to think of what I should do though.
Did you not see his cayenne pepper move?
He throws more cayenne pepper.
I need
Straightforward into the
I mean, you notice that the back wheel of this, back tire of this one is pretty fucked.
That's true. You could fuck that wheel where it works if you got a way to do some damage to it. In fact, only 2 more points of damage will bring it to half speed.
Then yeah, I can do that. Let's just do Sorceress Burst.
Okay.
Thunder seems appropriate.
Like it? It's a saving throw, right?
No, it's an attack.
Is it? For Sorcerer's Burst?
Yeah. makes
Oh,
a ranged
okay.
attack roll.
Alright, go for it. ACS that was 12.
15.
You're good, you hit. Roll some damage.
Okay. For this one, he's going to do thunder, so I guess it's
Yeah, it's just kind of like a sort of sonic wave.
kind of a sonic wave towards the tire.
Love it.
Try to blow it out.
2 points of damage will reduce its speed to half. If you do 17 damage, it will be totally undrivable.
6.
6, okay, so it's got 11 points away from being undrivable.
Oh,
and
wait,
for,
do I add my...
I don't think to cantrips you normally add
Yeah.
anything. I don't think so.
Okay.
So there's a sonic burst from underneath its wheel, and you see the wheel goes a little bit crooked, and the back sort of bumper is almost scraping on the road now. Sparks flying behind it. Deadeye has to like right himself in the seat. Okay, that's
Should've
Mauricio.
stayed in.
That's an option. That's Maurico's turn.
Yep.
All right, Patches, your turn. You can take an action to continue driving if you want to, or you can just do something with your turn.
I mean, like, if I don't continue driving, like,
No, I just mean like if you want to try to move the car again 30 more feet somewhere, you can take
okay.
an action to do that. Otherwise, you just continue like, keeping pace, essentially.
Okay.
Imagine these cars all moving at about equal pace, and then we kind of move them relative to each other on initiative 20.
okay. I'll just stay here, like,
Okay.
in position.
Right?
And then I'll turn to boss and be like, "Yeah, you would know, you know the movie Fast and Furious."
These words come out to you in character, in world for real, and you have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, sure. Also, boss has shoved himself back into the seat as much as he can. One arm on the window, one arm on like the console. First time in a car. So,
Yes.
well, maybe not first, but like
Probably
definitely
first.
You were in a
maybe
car.
first.
Where did he got in a car to get here? Right.
Oh, yeah, you did right
I was
over.
gonna say yeah, so maybe not first, but
But that
never
car was going reasonably fast.
never at the
reasonable
speed. Also, first interaction I've ever had with Patches.
First words spoken between these two. Have you seen the movie The Fast and the
I mean,
Furious?
I've heard of movies.
I don't think
I've heard,
so.
No, I've heard of moving pictures, maybe.
Maybe. Roll me, this is kind of pointless right now, but roll me an Arcanotech check. So just straight int, unless you have,
Actually, you know what? No.
yeah.
I haven't heard of movies.
No idea what a movie is.
I've seen a couple pictures.
You know what the words fast and furious mean?
So, I don't know if he's casting a spell on me now.
right.
Yes, I say yes. Hoping that buys me a little bit of leniency in the spell that's being cast.
Right.
Oh, well, you have okay, perfect. Take the wheel. And I'll just like take my hands off the wheels entirely.
Are the windows up?
Yeah. Sure. Up to you.
There's
Up to
no
you.
top.
Oh, there's no top.
Oh, yeah, it's just open
No
on top.
down.
Right, yeah.
I like look over at the wheels on the outside. I'm like, I don't want to do that. And then I understand what he means.
Right, you see the steering wheel drifting a little bit.
Yeah,
you can intuit enough to know, like, you've seen like ships.
Well, I also understand that
before.
wheels are wheels.
Yeah.
But, you know, wheels.
You intuit this thing is going to turn the
So
car.
I see that. I see this. Okay, good. Okay, and I just grab it. White knuckle.
Right.
As like, white knuckle. And with that, a little bit of a jar.
Uh-huh.
Car, just a little. Yeah.
Love it, yeah. There's a moment like I compared it to the like steering of a sailing ship, which takes much more turning to accomplish. So like the slightest twitch in the car, like when you're like, oh shit. So Patches, you hand the wheel off to Sam, and then what?
All right, then you got this. After this, we're a family. We are La Familia.
First,
I don't hear those words.
straight up can't
So I
hear.
literally can't hear now.
Incredible.
And I'll take my pistol out and I'll aim it and try and shoot it at Deadeye.
Okay, give me an attack.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're no longer driving, you don't have disadvantage.
Okay, that'll be a 10.
10's gonna miss, unfortunately. The bullet hits the back of the car and leaves a big dent in it. I am going to roll this. Even though your attack misses him, it's high enough to hit one of his mirror images, and he does have one left.
Are they still-
So on
they still
a 6, there's one left, a 6 or higher. That's a 14. So you do actually, it's actually good for you. You hit his last mirror image, and it's gone now. He no longer has mirror images.
Nice one.
Has it been less than 10 minutes since the lark?
No. Or, yeah, it's been less than 10 minutes
Okay,
since
I saw the
yes.
spell.
Perfect.
And I
I
think
just
that
accidentally dropped Deadeye out of the combat. Does anyone remember what he ordered or rolled by chance?
It was a 1, wasn't it?
Okay, that's your action.
It's a
assume
9.
you don't want to do a bonus action.
It's a 9.
Or move your physical body.
9.
9, okay, I'll move it.
It's a 9. 1 second.
You're good.
I kind of just assumed we would crash, so I didn't mind anything.
You might still. It's not too late for that.
That
As you're looking that up, you guys are, again, this is a dynamic fight where you're moving. You can see that Rami is kind of disappearing over the tops of the buildings. He's a little faster even than your motorcycle.
That doesn't seem real.
That for sure is real. I think the motorcycle is limited to like 60 miles an hour, maybe? I can't remember for sure.
How fast is that dragon fly?
It's a fucking dragon. He's real fast.
60 is also very fast for a motorcycle.
And dashing every turn. And the main thing is, too, you could probably, in just a dead heat in an open field, keep up with him on the motorcycle. You guys are taking turns through streets, weaving between buildings. Rami, you see him actually turn his dragon head around, see that he's being chased, and he just turns and starts going in a totally different direction. To where to follow you, you'd have to start weaving through streets and stuff. You start to get the sense you're probably going to lose Rami here, but you can maybe continue to keep trying to catch these cars. Unless you have some plan up your sleeve to catch Rami. I don't want to rule that out.
It is also basically just a bicycle with like a double A attached to it.
It's basically a bicycle with a lawnmower motor. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but go ahead, Patches. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'll go and cast Healing Word.
Okay.
On probably Marvel.
Yeah, Marble looks like he's one shot away from
Yeah.
this car crashing.
I do have 8 health points, so thank you.
So it's level 1 or 2.
I mean, 8 is basically my entire health. So
Right.
Yeah.
Also true. You were casting that at first or second level?
First.
Okay. D4 plus your wisdom.
Six.
6 points of healing back to Marble. Okay. That brings us to Rosie Malone is not really doing anything right now. She's still groggy and barely like holding her eyes open. Ghost, do you have anything that you want to talk about or do with Rosie here specifically?
Pretty much. But just if you have any information about where Rami is headed.
If, and that's a big if, he's going back to headquarters, yeah, I mean, I know how to get there.
It's a start. And I'm going to telepathically connect to everybody in our group and just say, are we really planning to just go after him? I think we should stop these gangsters, and then I think Rami is a lost cause at this point.
As to Rosie's perspective, you fall silent as you telepathically talk with your compatriots. Out loud to you, she says, if you want to I'll help you find him. Fuck, I'll help you kill him.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Yeah. She's a bit of a tough read, especially because she's slurring her words and covered in blood. You don't get the sense of dishonesty. You would assume probably that there's ulterior motive here, but her
opportunistic.
Yeah, the overwhelming emotion you're reading on her is true, genuine anger and rage when she found out that Rami fled from the Gilded Parlor. On your insight check, she's correct. Had Rami stayed at the Gilded Parlor, you would all be fucking dead. And he fled at the first sign of violence coming out. And now she should be dead, and a bunch of her allies are dead because he fled. So she has some real genuine hate in her heart for Rami right now. You doubt that she's going to help you kill Rami and be like, all right, I'm going to go turn myself into the police. But she probably would help you kill Rami. Anyway.
We can maybe arrange that, but we're going to need you to give us as much information as you can. Who's he been in contact with? What's he been doing?
I think this is about all you can accomplish in 6 seconds. Do you want to do anything that's as an action or bonus action?
Oh, is it actually my turn?
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. It is Rosie's turn. My bad. Rosie. Yeah, I don't think she does anything mechanical here. I think she just continues talking with you. She'll take a dodge action. Okay, one of these thugs. This is the one driving. He's going to focus on driving, meaning he can make an attack, but it will be with disadvantage. He'll make an attack with disadvantage against Bones, who's getting out in front of him. That is a 10 to hit. Okay. He holds a sawed-off shotgun out the door, fires it with one hand, which almost breaks his fucking elbow, but pulls it back inside after it misses you. This one, likewise, up in the other car, is going to concentrate its effort on driving, meaning its attacks are at disadvantage. It is going to lean out the window with a pistol, take one shot at Bones.
Real quick before you roll, are we using the Xanathar's thing where you add your vehicle proficiency to your AC when you're driving?
Is that a thing?
In Xanathar's, yeah.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Awesome, love it.
Well, your ace is just
Well, my AC is not great without it.
Nat 1 on the first shot. Second one, he will... he sees the marble is about to try to run this guy off the road to take a shot at marble.
So, I would add my vehicle proficiency to my armor.
Yes, in
And
Xanathar's.
would that include my vehicle's lore or no?
No, not lore, but
Okay.
just your proficiency
You
score.
can try to hit me.
All right.
I'm pretty sure you add your vehicles to the vehicle's AC.
Oh, I think that might be correct. I think it's to the vehicle's AC. I think he is right about that. With disadvantage, it's a nat 16 and a nat 18 for a total of 20 to hit you.
It's
Depends
good.
on this ruling. I think Drake might be right. That sounds more accurate.
Sounds correct.
That the vehicle is harder to hit because of your proficiency
I
in
do have
driving
some.
It does
How
make
much do I
more
get from cover?
it. +2.
So that would make the hit. What would that make it then? I forgot.
What's your AC currently?
18. Right?
So it makes it 20. So it would exactly hit you because he rolled a 20 total. So that is 8 points of damage to you, Marvel. Okay, that's that one's turn. Boss. You may do whatever you wish with your action right now. If you are focusing your attention on driving, your attacks have disadvantage. Your choice. If you do not focus your attention on driving, then your upcoming driving check will have disadvantage.
Sure.
The fate of the Pendleton car is in your hands. The company car.
One quick question before I do this. Fairy Fire does not specify that it's just creatures and objects of my choice, right? That is...
it's everything.
Yeah, I think it's everything in the area, yep.
With that, I guess I'm going to attempt Fairy Fire. I just want to put it on the first car with the 20-foot cube radius. It's going to hit... Well, I guess I put it on the driver of
Okay.
car 1.
Yeah.
That way, that's kind of the radial point.
It's a 20-foot cube, you said?
Correct. Then all the creatures have to make a dex save.
Yeah, you can actually make that get... let's see, I can't measure it.
I'll try to get the driver of the Rat King's car and the Deadeye's car as well, if that's in 20 feet.
If you dropped it in the middle of those two cars, you could get everyone in the north car and to the front 2 people in the south car. This is your
That's fine. That's
highest
fine.
number of targets.
I was also thinking because now any attack roll against the affected creature or object has advantage.
Right. You can also get the cars.
Right. That's what I was saying. I
Yep.
wanted to put it on him and hope that it hits.
Love it.
Car.
Yeah. If you place it there, you will get 5 gangsters and both cars.
Let's do that.
Okay, the cars fail their saving throws. They can't make a dexterity saving throw. They begin to glow. And then all 5 of these guys need dexterity saving throws. What's your spell save DC?
15.
You have 2 successes and 3 failures over here.
So yeah, like a
Don't
natural
do it.
like grass green with a bit of like an orange pulse to the edges, the sharper edges of it.
Love it. Okay, as this car chase progresses, you guys go up and over a bridge, some of your wheels leaving the ground for a moment with a thud, as the 2 cars in front of you begin to glow with this green and orange kind of pulse, as do some of the passengers within those cars. That's it for Boss's turn, I believe. That brings us to Cadence. Cadence, if you make an attack roll right now, you have disadvantage unless you choose to take disadvantage on your next driving check instead.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus on driving because I'm out of range, so I'm gonna have disadvantage on everything anyway.
Stands to reason.
And I guess I'm gonna just try to shoot. Would it be more helpful for you to damage his car or damage the passengers, like Deadeye?
If you damage the car, I can focus on the other car.
I'll try shooting the car then. I'll try shooting out this
Cool.
back tire.
Like,
He's
your
about to
attack
hit.
has advantage because of fairy fire, so it cancels out the disadvantage.
Right. And then disadvantage because of at
Because
1,000
of the range,
range.
yep. So disadvantage. So straight roll on the attack.
19 to hit.
That will hit.
14 points of piercing damage.
That is enough to finish this
yeah.
car off. It begins to be. You put a bullet in a well-placed spot. where it jars some like bolt free on the other side of the axle. The entire rear axle drops to the ground and starts just scraping. The wheels aren't turning anymore. The whole back of the car is just scraping on the ground.
Sounds expensive.
It can no longer effectively like succeed on driving checks. It's going to stop in a number of seconds, and it will be easy for you to like flip it still if you want to.
Oh no,
You might not even need to at this point.
Focus on the other people. Then.
Love that for you. Okay, that's your action. Do you want to take a bonus action, or you didn't? Yeah, I think you aimed right to give yourself advantage. Or no, very fine. Give you
Very
advantage.
far give me advantage. What can I don't think I can do anything with my bonus.
Yes, like
Other
without
than-
like
Can you
moving.
bonus action like?
Action.
But you can't
Oh,
bonus
that's true.
dodge.
Cutting action. Go fast.
I don't think you can cutting action.
Oh,
dodge.
dash or disengage. Never mind.
Yeah, no dodge, sadly.
All right. Can I hide? Can I? Can I try to hide while I'm driving this car?
No. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
Nothing for my bonus. Can I turn back and talk to Rosie for a really quick
Yes,
second?
yes, totally.
I'm just gonna tell her. Yes. So anyway, though, no, I'm gonna just tell her. Start talking now. Everything, layouts, where the headquarters is, passwords.
Love it. We'll come back to that on her turn. You know what, actually? They should probably take some damage from their car
Oh, yeah.
stopping instantly like that.
Yeah,
in the
this,
middle
this,
of the road.
this, this is how car accidents.
Yeah, Cadence, go and roll me.
Force damage.
Yeah, Cadence, roll me just a D10. We're each going to take a D10 of bludgeoning damage here.
10.
Oh, Jesus. That's 40 points of damage extra on your attack there. That's enough to finish Deadeye. As the axle drops... As the axle drops to the ground and as the back of the car slams down, on the sort of like whiplash of bouncing back up, Deadeye flies out of the car and lands out in the street.
Oh, can I run
dead.
him over?
Absolutely.
Before I start talking to Rosie and tell her to start talking to me, I'm gonna say, I think
Yeah.
I just hit a rat. And I'll start talking.
Also, importantly,
Make intimidation with advantage, just for the record.
importantly, seatbelts are not a thing yet. In
Yeah,
time,
sure.
it's like the 70s is when it finally it became like
That's why
normal.
we're like gripping for our lives.
19.
Beautiful. I'll bear that in mind for future decisions.
Such a badass. So, anyways,
So
anyways. Okay, incredible. Wild.
I started blasting.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye's like hasn't even shot yet, and so I just love he's like posturing to pull up his weapon. It's flying in slow motion.
Yes, absolutely.
It's so
Unreal.
Yeah.
Let's see, which one was this whose turn it is?
instead of
The guy in the back of here. Okay. Boy.
Take a pot shot.
Car basically just comes to a stop. He sees that they're going to get run into by Cadence, so he's going to try to shoot Cadence.
Makes a lot of sense.
I think you're out of... Yeah, he has disadvantage as well. You're in his long range. That's a 12 to hit.
Oh, somehow misses.
Okay. That's it for him. That brings us now to Ghost.
What do rogues do for
Cadence, if you can get us closer to the other car, I can finish it.
Understood.
And I'm going to hold
Okay.
a spell.
Love it. You begin casting a spell and holding on to it. Love that for you. Next up. Thug in the car up front is going to... oh boy, he's got to try to get this other car stopped. He's going to try to shoot Marble. Straight roll.
I would like to use my reaction to impose disadvantage with Paladin Protection.
Hell yeah.
I forgot that I had that.
what does that look like?
I hold a big pot in front of your face.
You would say that.
That makes it a 9 to hit. The bullet just bounces off a walk. Bounces off into the distance. Next
Although
up.
I do feel like if someone shot a walk, it would definitely just hit the person you were blocking.
I mean,
the
if you
walk.
cast iron, you might, maybe not.
I meant more like the force of the bullet.
I see yourselves. Possibly. Probably so.
I have a really strong grip. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us now to Marble's turn.
Alrighty. I'm gonna roll first. I guess I'm gonna drive.
Are you doing a drive action?
I'm
Okay,
doing a drive
go ahead and give me a driving check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Alright, hold that for you.
Better. It's going to be a 13. I'm a real garbage.
Okay, a 13. I'll contest it here. That's how these worked. I forgot. You're trying. Tell me what you're trying to do.
That's
get
part
closer
taken
to the
care
phone.
of. I want to get to fix the next one. I'm trying
Got
to
it.
maneuver.
I'm gonna have him make a check to contest your 13. He adds 5 to this roll. Ooh, that's a nat 19 for a total of 24. You try to catch up with him, but you just can't quite build up enough speed. He sees your maneuver and puts the gas down on his as well. So unfortunately, that's going to be your action.
Okay. I don't have a bonus action, so I guess on number 20 I'll.
So you'll still get to try it again on 20. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Okay, gangster in the back here. Gonna take a shot at Marble. She's gonna take one at Marble and one at Marisco.
How long does your? Does it just?
I think it's just one attack.
Just gets one attack. Okay. Ooh, that's a good roll on Marble. 23 to hit.
That will hit.
A total of 6 points of piercing damage, reduced to 4.
4 health. It's kind of fun being a tank. I'm not doing any damage, but I'm definitely
I
like.
love it. Then here's an attack on Marisco. That's going to be a 15 to hit.
Miss.
That misses? Okay, cool. All right, that's that one's turn. This one...
What? Yeah, never mind.
This one's in the stopped car. Boy. Stopped car. Not great.
So I assume that Morisco, and the other wrecking car are probably far ahead of him then, since we did a custom.
When we get to 20, I'm going to move him far back off the map. We're doing kind of all the maneuvering on 20. He is going to take a page out of you guys' book. He after seeing Cadence fire this bullet at their car and wreck it, you see them chatter amongst each other for a second, and then this kind of blue-scaled kobold puts its rifle down onto the back of the car and is going to take a shot at Patch's car, at the Pendleton car.
Got the company card.
Oh, it misses. Fortunately, only a 10 to hit. The car is fine. Oh, he's got 2 shots, so we'll try one more time. That's also a miss, 8 to hit. So yeah, both shots go wide of your car. Boss says you have one hand up and just kind of you're like accidentally turning enough to avoid some shots. Okay, that brings us to Bones. Still just trying to pull away from this?
Kind of. So I have a lot of questions. I have communications tools, the toolkit, not a whole thing.
Correct.
Does that include like any sort of primitive equipment that I could use as like a the idea, what I'm trying to get at is I want to toss something over to Marble that I can then locate afterwards, even if it's just like a directional ping.
Sure. Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, just specifically with your thing, like radar, you basically just have like an unbelievably simple radar transmitter that doesn't transmit audio.
Right.
It just transmits like a signal.
Sure. All I need
You
is
can
a
pick it up in a
direction.
pretty
If it
short
helps,
range.
I also have communications
Yep.
tools, and we've been working on stuff together. I don't know if that helps at all.
Yeah, sure. You got a device like that. Sure.
Would I know that I can? Would I know that based on what the two of us have, we can already communicate?
I'll tell you what, roll me communication tools check, and you can do with advantage because Marble has essentially helped you with this.
And lore radio?
Yeah, totally.
Wonderful.
You have advantage. From Marble, yeah,
Christ.
It's better by 1.
It's better than one. That is true. This is, I assume, intelligence.
And communications tools plus radio lore.
7. Math, sorry. 6. 8.
8
total.
Yeah, I don't think that you guys have made anything in the
Ahead of
past
time.
to do this yet. You have a device on hand that you can do this with, but Marble doesn't already.
It's not like it already has it. Perfect. That's fine. I am going to reach into my pack, fish out whatever this receiver is, even a small crystal or something like that, and I will. Oh, he's like 25 feet over there. You know what? I probably actually toss it back to Patches.
Makes sense.
Just because he's closer.
All right. Give me just a dexterity check, or you can make this an improvised attack roll if that's better for you.
Probably
Just trying to just
same.
toss it into the car as it's moving.
Yep. Oh, plenty. A bajillion. 23.
Brilliant. Somewhere in the back seats of
25.
the car lands a little just beeping device with a little pulse coming out of it. I don't think either of you have any idea what it was.
Probably no idea what that is.
It seemed to come from Bones, at least.
In
He's never thrown bombs before, right?
I dedicate essentially my entire turn to pursuit, to tracking.
Okay.
I have a lot of ranger perks. I ignore difficult terrain.
Yep.
I can be stealthy while I'm tracking.
Love it.
He is hunter's marked. I understand that he will outpace me, but essentially what I think Bones is doing is he knows the streets, he knows the traffic.
Yeah.
And what he's doing is listening, not necessarily for the sound of the dragon, but you said people were reacting. People are shouting when
Absolutely.
they see it overhead.
1,000%.
He's essentially just listening to the city and following the direction
Oh,
of the
yes.
city.
Give me a vehicles check.
It's like
Perfect.
Lost World when they're like, just follow the screen.
True. It's exactly like Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World.
Yeah,
It's
sure
just
is.
like that. It's just like
It's
that.
the same concept. I figured out the campaign.
17.
17? Cool. Yeah, you begin to give pursuit. You essentially move to the front of this situation.
Yeah, I know this will like put me out of this fight, and I am cool with that.
Yep, that's totally fine. You begin to get ahead, and you begin to sort of, like you said, following the signs of it. The thing that you accomplish on a 17 is, like you said, you're not going to keep pace with Rami, but you're keeping pace enough that Rami can't do what he wants to do, which is land
Right.
and just turn into a humanoid form.
Right.
You're keeping close enough to him that he has to stay airborne.
Perfect. So for what it's worth, one of my ranger features is that while I'm pursuing, I can still be stealthy while traveling at a normal pace. If I can, like, break line of sight so that he doesn't realize he's being followed,
Yeah,
I'd love to do
roll me a
that.
stealth check.
Perfect. Okay.
I like it.
Damn it. 11?
Yeah, you see there's a few times that he turns back around. You see his...
inspiration.
I don't know how important this is. Maybe. I'll take it if you give it away.
It seems like it's fun. It can be a distraction. Pew pew.
I need to know where he lands.
Just don't be behind, right?
Hey, that's a natural 20 for 26.
Oh,
There it is. There it is.
Yes.
Let's go. Inspiration.
1,000,000%.
We did it.
Incredible. Yes, you keep pace with him and also keep, like, a perfectly measured distance to where you're pretty sure that he does not see that you are following him.
Wonderful, wonderful.
In this 6 seconds, he doesn't land and do anything about that, but we'll keep that in
Sure.
mind. as
That's
pursuit
totally
continues.
fine. I'm happy. I'm good.
Amazing. Sweet, that's it for Bones.
Race time.
That is now Morisco.
No.
Oh, yes, that's right. That is initiative count 20. First thing that happens without any rolls required is this car stops.
Goodbye.
Oh, thank God we all dodged
Are
it.
they gonna scatter like rats?
Who can say?
So none of them are currently in fairy firing.
Well, they're still under the effect.
Yeah, they
of
keep it. It's like you hit everyone with it and it sticks to them, not the
Even
spot.
though they moved out of the radius.
Correct, the radius is
so
gone.
the radius hit. So everyone in the first car and the first car are all still.
Absolutely, yep. Once you hit within the
It's
area,
like,
goes
it's
away.
like a color run fun power situation. It explodes and then it's
Understood.
Okay, I need all the drivers to give me driving checks. Don't forget, I forgot to mention that exhaustion and exhaustion. Don't forget to
I've been
subtract one.
calculating for it.
Great.
And then because we just be focused, it's just flat.
Just flat roll. Yep. No disadvantage unless you did something offensive on your turn. I've got a 19 over here. Bones.
7.
7, okay. 9.
17.
17.
23.
23.
Wait, I'm driving.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes. What was your d20? We'll use the same dice and just change the
I
modifier.
rolled 2 of them.
Oh, right. Would you have advantage?
I have disadvantage.
Because he attacked.
Oh, because you attacked, right? Okay, just you would roll your own. That's fine.
I rolled 15.
15, okay. So the lowest one is Bones. Means effectively this round, Bones does not maneuver any further.
That makes
All 4 of these
sense.
other cars maneuver. This car is trying to outrun your car. You both
I rolled a 23.
You rolled 23.
Shoot the driver.
What did I say? I rolled 19. I'll say that you catch up with them a little bit. I'm not going to give you the whole 30 feet because the way this has been adjudicated is that the lowest roll doesn't get to maneuver and everyone else does. Actually, you know what? Let's this is more fun. Let's just do first Cadence, Cadence, Boss. What do you guys do with your cars relative to everything that's happening? You see, Marble is going to try to run this other car off the road, essentially.
I look at patches and say faster, because I don't really know what faster, how the person say faster. And then I just pull right, maybe a little too sharply.
Okay.
After we get up closer to them. Like, I want to get, the speed catches up first, and then I realize how fast we're now moving, and then I just kind of jar to the right.
Like there?
That looks great.
Incredible. How about you, Cadence?
Uh,
Just attempting to catch up, essentially?
yes, but I'll turn to Ghost real quick if I have time and ask him how close he needs to be.
Literally just 5 feet.
Oh, cool. I will just pull up, just try to catch up then.
10 just in case.
Yeah.
That's 15. Ghost.
Maybe 10 more forward, I guess. Or 5 more forward, sorry. Perfect.
All right, and Ghost, your held action goes off, and we'll come to you next, Marble.
Yeah. I need the driver of the Rat Kings to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. That's a 4 total.
Perfect.
Crit fail if you have a crit fail there.
Like, we're whipping past a bunch of streetlights, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, you took my plan.
From one of the streetlights, a bunch of little, fireflies kind of pull out of the light and coalesce, and the driver watches as a beaten and bloody Rami suddenly steps out from behind the streetlight, feet in front of the car, and is completely struck and run over by it.
Wild.
I'm hitting him with a phantasmal force.
Yeah.
He, for all intents and purposes, believes he just hit and killed Rami. He will see a mangled corpse on the road.
Incredible. On the critically failed saving throw, I think that he basically, his instinct is just to like hit the brakes at that point. He starts to slow down really rapidly. And because of that, I'm not even going to do their contested roll anymore. Your plane goes off without a hitch. What do you do?
I was going to go up to the top of him, the right side of the car, and I was going to make him spin out so that whenever he spins out, he then instantly crashes into a light pole.
Incredible. As he slows down just enough for you to catch up and get to the side, and you wheel him to the side with it on a 23 driving check. Let's, just for shits and giggles, let's do one more just contested driving check here to see if this goes off perfectly. I'm going to roll with disadvantage because of what Ghost just did.
Okay.
My total is a nat 1 for 6.
Okay, hold on. It's a nat 2 for 6. Oh, sorry, 7.
I was like, surely you had more than just
nat
that.
2 for 7, sorry.
That still wins the contested check.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
You
I probably don't expect him to hit the brakes and probably start with me.
startles you a little bit, and then you bring your wheel over. His car flips to the side and goes.
Oh no, they don't flip, they just like spin out, and then he's going to just instantly like keep going.
That's what you're saying. So he spins out and just wrecks into a light pole,
Yeah.
slams into a wall over there. Roll me 3d10.
2. 3.
Wow, impressively bad.
Which told me for the best. I'm not trying to be traumatized by killing
That kind of works out okay. Everyone in that car is shaking around. On 7 points of damage, I don't think they quite get ejected. But you badly hurt everyone in there. There's nosebleeds going on. I need to move your car for just a second so I can
Oh no,
turn
yeah.
this car how it needs to be. Oops, turn the hats. Turn the hats, turn everything. There we go. Okay.
Did we hear police sirens or anything?
Not yet. You guys have moved a lot faster than the police department moves.
So you're
Takes a
saying that
while.
we drove
Commentary.
haphazard through the streets, pew 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 pew, pew pew, and there's no sirens.
They just
Some-
fired their best dispatch.
I
So.
say somewhere in the sky, Percy Skyloft, or Skydart, is looking out of the window of the Vanguard Ether Tech Zeppelin, making a dispatch call to base about this insane shit that he's
About-
seeing about
Where
a
would you
dragon.
even start? I say a dragon, a car chase. Where would you even start?
It's also been 3 minutes.
Right, exactly. It's been not much time has passed. Okay, that now brings us to Marisco's turn.
What the fuck do I do now?
Right. I say so. Like I don't know if you guys even
Find the dragon.
say at the moment, both these cars are incapacitated. If you guys we don't have to necessarily say an initiative. If you guys leave these cars here and keep following Bones and following the dragon, then you just keep going and this fight is over. If you want to stay here to, I don't know, kill these gangsters or apprehend them or whatever, that's up to you. So I kind of leave that to the group for a second. We can break.
Gone.
Bones is willing to drive the bike through alleys. He'll do what it takes to try to follow around.
At the moment, Bones is only 6 seconds ahead of you. This is
Right,
all happening on
gotcha.
initiative. So he hasn't gotten out of sight yet. He's gaining ground on you guys.
Okay.
Can I tell that he's trying to be stealthy? Like he made a stealth roll, did he not?
Yeah, I think by definition of stealth, you probably would not notice it because he's trying to. I mean, I don't know. You see that he's driving down alleys and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess you see that he's not.
And I see that the dragon is looking at us still. Right?
The dragon is. Give me a perception check. He's really far away.
He's a giant head.
He doesn't have a giant head.
Perception of just 10.
Yeah, I mean that's good enough to at least see he keeps turning his head back to see if he's being followed. Yes. And to keep check on what's happening here.
I kind of want to make a diversion that we can have us drive off in a different direction from Bones so they can think
Sure.
I know that Bones can track things.
Yeah. That's totally fine. So if you guys want to basically drive a different direction to sort of get Bones covered to be so that Rami thinks he's lost you essentially.
Yeah.
Love it. That's great.
Love that. Thank you.
Why don't all three of you give me driving checks as a skill check? I'll take whatever the middle.
And then
one
obviously
is.
if someone wants to stay back and just you don't have
Actually-
have to kill them.
Why
But
don't you
if-
just do it with advantage? So you'll just be getting essentially the help action since your modifier is best.
Also, I can take back over driving.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to grab the wheel back and be like, I got to this. I can live on my life a quarter mile at a time.
words.
And then I want it to be like a little. I want it to be a little montage of me just like shifting the gear lever a lot. That does absolutely nothing, but it makes me. But from like the movie, it makes you go faster. That way, just
Destroying the clutch of this car.
destroying it. But I
Twins
think
are
I'm
going to be so
faster.
pissed.
Yeah.
So I rolled really bad for both of them, unfortunately. It's only an 11.
11. Okay. That in combination with the rolls that have already been done over here, you can at least like give Rami the hint that he's not being followed by you guys anymore. But because I mean
I
that's
probably also hear him like destroying the clutch.
Yeah.
And I have to like literally stop. Like, you need to stop.
for the
mile at a
moment.
time, baby.
I'm going to move away from the group that is not chasing Rami down, and I'm going to move over with Bones, who is. We're going to kind of go scale out here a little bit to Daybreak City, going across the rooftops as 3 cars turn down another street and over a bridge into North Glimmerwick. Rami flies west towards Matinac, Bones in hot pursuit, but sticking to alleyways and trying to remain unseen. Your stealth check was 26 or something, on a natural 20. Your driving check was a 17. I'm going to still roll to see if Rami essentially just outpaces you and gets away. And then we'll go with what happens if he doesn't. So let's see. You rolled a 17. For him, I think this is just athletics to fly as fast as you
Seems
can. Unless
reasonable.
anyone disagrees with that.
Also, I did look in ZE. It is listed as 50 miles an hour for the bike.
Okay, good. Good to know. So this dragon is faster, but we're going to have him do an athletics check to see if he can outpace you, given your extensive knowledge of the city.
Right.
He just has to beat your 17. He adds... okay, this is not as good of a modifier as I was expecting. He only adds a +3 to this roll.
Well, it makes sense. We're level 3, so it makes a lot of
Because
sense.
of the level, that's it, yeah. So on a 14, on a 15 or higher on this die, Rami escapes and you lose track of him. That's a 15 exactly.
Damn it.
Okay. Because that was so close, here's what I will say. You follow Rami across the bridge into Matinac, still keeping a good eye on, still following the sounds of the screaming people. You follow him into sort of the kind of business district of Daybreak City, the main sort of thoroughfare, the Times Square equivalent. And the spot where you lose track of him is he crests over a few tall buildings and goes down in between them.
Okay.
And you see that one of those buildings, the one that stands out the most to you because of obvious context clues, is the Daybreak Transit Company.
Sure,
the
sure.
sort of headquarters of the transportation infrastructure company of the street.
That makes sense.
You, being careful to stick to alleyways and not go too aggressively, make your way to that building.
Right.
By the time you get there, you don't spot Rami anywhere
Do I see
immediately.
people acting weird, like they just saw Dragonland?
Yeah, no roll required. You see that there are people are in the streets clamoring. People are saying, was that a dragon? Did you see that?
I'm just. Where did they go?
Over there. And they point across the street from the Daybreak City Transit Company door. Is just kind of like an alley. And people are saying that the dragon like landed in there somewhere.
Okay.
Somewhere in that little sort of net of buildings.
Okay, perfect. I will kind of idle over there and just like at the corner of a building, so I'm looking around to see if I see obvious signs of like a building or
Give
anything.
me your choice of perception, survival, with advantage because of Hunter's Mark.
With Hunter's
No matter
Mark,
what you roll, it's advantage.
Let's
So something on something else.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. You go back into that alleyway where people were saying he landed. You find a spot where like the fire escape on the side of a building is broken and fallen down freshly.
Gotcha.
You see that he seems to have like squeezed down an alley that was a little bit too small for his draconic form. Got down here and shapeshifted back into humanoid form. You see he was shot once by Cadence, took like 16 points of damage. You see a bloody left footprint that walks out of this alley. And then walks across the street to the Daybreak Transit City and then in the front door.
Okay.
Essentially, he went into this alley to shapeshift and just walked into this building.
All right, got it. It's late. I assume that they're closed for business. You can't just like walk in there.
Yeah, you check and the door is locked.
Okay, got it. I am going to wait somewhere nearby, but not in sight. Like I'm not waiting in front of this building.
Understood, of course.
And I will pull out the comms tools and use them to see, are my friends getting closer, or do I need to go get them?
Yeah, you are getting. You can basically roll me another communication tools check to try to interpret what the device is telling you. Essentially,
Question also, because I'm assuming that whenever I went to go tell him to stop fucking up the clutch, I probably saw and heard
yes,
the
you
device,
do see that there, and
I would investigate the
yeah,
device.
give me a communication tools check, artificer's tool check. Either one is fine. 10. And apply Arcana type 4. 10. Okay.
23.
Okay. It's a pretty simple device on a 10. On a 23, you identify it fine.
If I can, like, I don't know, do something to it to make it better, I guess I would. Like, I don't know.
What the problem? So basically, all it does is just sends out a pulse on a frequency,
Right.
And a receiving device is just going to hear that pulse come out. And with your device, you basically the intensity of the pulse is going to give you distance.
Right.
You're not even going to get direction. You're just going to get
Just
distance
distance.
to
That's
that device.
Yeah.
But you check it for a minute here, and the distance. Well, I guess here is where I should cut back to the other party.
Right.
I'm going to jump back to you guys now. You guys over in Glimmerwick derail these two Rat King's cars, drive off in a different direction to create kind of a distraction for
Probably
Bones.
just for like a few seconds, a minute maybe to max. Just to kind of,
just kind of create.
once we can't tell them to see the dragon hotline,
Yep.
just driving around.
Makes sense.
Well,
And then
is Rosie giving
now
us
we've got-
directions?
I said we've got a minute now to actually talk with Rosie.
Oh, true.
Rosie says, "Yeah, if you're looking for the headquarters, it's in Matnack. It's There's a lot of ways to get to it. Simplest one is to go in through the DTC headquarters. There's a secret elevator in there that goes down to it. The harder way is through the sewers or through the subway system. You can get there either way. The discreet way is going to be through the underground."
Okay. I'll pass all this along. I assume we're stopped at this point.
So
It
you
kind of
just find
sounds
somewhere
like
to stop.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have like a map layout, anything that I can work with?
No, we don't map our headquarters location. What are we, fucking narcs? There's some of us know it, not even all of us. Me and Deadeye are probably the only two people there that knew it. Tulso also.
Explains the average IQ. I get it now.
Hey, look, I'm helping. You don't need to be all salty with me. I can lead you there. I can try to draw you a map. I ain't an artist or anything, but
No, you can lead us there. Prisoners, like we're looking for a little girl.
yeah. Just one right now. Little Shisk girl, half Shisk.
Let's just go down.
So you're talking about go? Where am I walking you to the Daybreak Transit Company? Are we going through the underground? In truth, going through the building is going to be not subtle. I don't know if I could even pull it off.
Would a dragon just be able to sit at the bottom of the elevator and kill all of us when we got off?
Roll me let's just call this like a nature check. Apply your monster's lore. Let's go. History is also fine.
All the same.
Yeah.
17 inside.
19 for 25.
Stands to reason. You know some stuff about dragons, at least like their physical properties in terms of monster lore. Obviously, breath weapon is the big one. You know, that's a good roll. A crystal dragon specifically has like a radiant breath that also heals it. So it essentially has like a two-way energy street there, and a little bit of spellcasting as well. If you guys came down an elevator shaft and they knew you were coming, very easy to sort of roast you all in the elevator. So there's that.
Okay, elevator probably not the greatest idea.
Yeah, way too obvious.
Sorry. I'll come right back to you. 17 insight check. She seems honest. She doesn't seem to be deceiving you or anything. Kind of like I told Ghost earlier, she seems angry as her predominant emotion. Okay. I can lead you to the DTC, and if it was just me, I can walk in there. I got a key to the door, and I can go to the elevator. I don't know if I can walk, not fucking 10 of you or whatever in there. I can try.
I'll take that key.
Sure. Tosses you the key. Says, not like I got a choice in the matter, I suppose. If you rather, I can take you down through the subways. That's the second fastest way and the discreet one.
How discreet is the subway?
We use it because it's discreet. Go ahead and marble.
2 questions. First off, are is the underground area? I'm assuming you've used the subway before.
Presumably, yeah.
Is it big enough that a dragon could be in its that a dragon his size could be in its actual form, or would it be too cramped for it to actually be like in its full form?
If like literally the tunnels the trains go through, he could fit through. There's certainly going to be some like access walkways and stuff he might be too big for. Of note, I described this dragon very briefly last time. When he grew to his full size, he was the size of perhaps like a rhinoceros or hippopotamus or so, not like elephant or gargantuan sized.
Gotcha.
Seemed to be like a very large horse size or so. So he's not tremendously huge.
Gotcha. Is there, and the second thing, is there a way that I could somehow tamper with this relay to, even if it's just like a weird pulsing signal to like send something that's very obvious that like I'm tampering with this to try to give a signal to.
Yes, actually, this is the perfect use case for this. This world has something that you would absolutely know called pulse code. It's literally Morse code, where you have sequences of long beeps and short beeps.
Okay, I just don't.
You two at 1,000% know
Oh my god!
pulse
Thank
code.
God. I didn't want to assume that like I don't have that language, but
No, so go ahead and roll me a Artificer's Tools check or Communication Tools either way. Either one's totally fine. This DC 12 to make the sort of quickly fix this thing to be able to like send pulses of your choice instead of auto pulsing.
24.
Perfect. Yes, you easily in the course of like a minute can just like tweak one part. So
Okay,
essentially
so
you
that I can
customize the pulse.
So I'll just be like entrance at whatever headquarters.
DTC. Daybreak.
We have that option or the subway. We'll meet you.
You get like 3 letters into we have that option, and you just get IMHERE.
I'm here.
On the way.
All right.
Bones is already at the headquarters.
At DTC or at...
Yes.
For what it's worth, DTC is one of many sort of like office buildings in Matanak. Also, there's a bunch of subway entrances in Matanak as well.
Right.
And Rosie would say as much. She'd say that, in truth, if you're just looking for where to drive, our entry points are close to each other anyway.
All right, then to DTC for now.
All right. You guys drive your cars in the direction of Matanak.
Before we go, I hand over... I'm sorry, you said the name of the catnap drug earlier. I can't
Oh,
remember.
yes, Xenium. Xenium.
I hand over a Xenium vial to Marble and Morisco.
Okay.
Bless.
This will put you on your ass for about 10 minutes, and then you're going to feel fucking amazing after.
Do I know what this is?
Give me a Alchemist Tools check or Medicine check. If you don't have those, it's just straight int.
Is it a potion or a syringe?
It is a syringe, like a big Bioshock sort of syringe situation.
Straight it, you say?
Yeah, unless you have Alchemist Tools.
It will be 20.
20, okay. The second here? So Morisco, the first person to do this, you shoot this in. Again, it's this thick, almost like liquid Elmer's glue consistency, clear liquid with like green glitter in it, it looks like almost. You shoot it into your arm, and instantly, it's like instantaneously coming up to the peak of the strongest fucking psychedelic hallucination you can imagine. Everything just distorts into fractals and patterns and green color. Your vision is just overlaid with like a green filter and weird hallucinations. You can no longer really make out reality behind the sort of filter everything is covered in. Physically, you just like slump back into your chair.
Still probably like it's about halfway through that.
Yeah.
Melt into your chair. You remain in this state for about 10 minutes, during which time you are unconscious, poisoned, incapacitated, have movement speed 0, and are blinded. After 10 minutes, you will wake up with the effects of a short rest. And you also know what this is on the same roll. It's called Xenium. Because you rolled a 20 and because you're like an artificer, the underlying thing here is not all that different from essentially the catnap spell. It's essentially like essence of zenith, hence the name Xenium. It gives you sort of like the effects of the zenith on your body.
It's not like an addictive drug or anything.
Give me... Oh, you rolled a 20?
Surely it is.
Not necessarily addictive chemically any more than like some people like it. The thing that you know, and on a 20... You're not sure if this is like an old wives' tale or if it's actually true, if it's like just a piece of urban legend. Not just about this drug, but in general. People say that you only get a certain number of zeniths in life, and that like you get a short rest every day and a long rest every 5 days, in world terms a zenith and a prime zenith. And people say that like taking Xenium too much sort of cuts time off the end of your life because your body can't endure the. You're not super sure that's true, but it's kind of an urban legend that taking Xenium.
It kind of sounds like what a DARE program would tell you.
Essentially, it kind of sounds like it's like people think it's like borrowed time, essentially.
Yeah.
Like sort of shaving a day off the end of your life every time you take Xenium.
Gotcha. I guess I got to decide what I'm gonna do with the governor's car. I kind of out of character. I want to drive this into the fucking river.
If you still have it and we're gonna hold on to it, I'm fleecing that thing for information because I think you rigged that race.
Oh,
Also, it's worth money. Don't throw
Also-
it away. We're broke.
true, but it's
Also,
it's
you
still-
cannot steal the mayor's car.
He's the
Also, you're still
governor's
using
car. Technically, I did.
That's true. I mean,
For the
well, you
record, in
can't
case this
sell it.
informs your decisions about the cars, I said this.
Wait, hold on. I could fix up my race car with these parts.
Potentially, this car does not have race car parts. It's not like it's not a high performance vehicle, really.
But I could
you can certainly
I
scrape
could
some
sell
parts
it
from
piece
it.
by piece to the scrapyard.
Potentially, to possibly inform those decisions, you do. I said this a little tongue in cheek earlier, but it is actually happening. Overhead, the Vanguard Ether Tech International Zeppelin. You hear
We did
propellers going
We
overhead.
did drive away from the scene. But
I understand, but there's been a dragon that this thing can follow, if nothing else. So it's not like directly overhead you, like spotlights on you or anything, but you get the sense that this event is being at least
I guess the
monitored.
important thing is we have 3 vehicles here, and I mean I guess we could. If he and I are going to sleep, the only people left to drive this car are going to be Boss and Ghost.
Uh-huh.
But I guess we could also just like leave the Pendleton car somewhere.
The twins are supposed to be coming to the Gilded Parlor to pick the Pendleton cars up also. That doesn't really mean anything right now, but just FYI, that's what they were told.
Do
Sounds like
I-
you're gonna get through it. See a gun show.
Do I? Are we near a subway station that they might be getting out of to then walk there and they could just like see it?
No. What? Roll me. No, you're past, like, you've gone the wrong direction. There's no reason they would be coming out this far northwest.
Gotcha.
I don't think we need the governor's car.
Say, you do get the sense that that is
Governor's car.
probably drawing unnecessary attention to you.
I guess I don't need it anymore.
Did you know you're a talking cat?
I'm going to. I guess I'm going to look through. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and look through the car, see if there's any.
Yeah, definitely.
Give me
know
investigation
what it is.
checks, either one with advantage or do it separately.
I have a +5, but actually I have a +4 because I'm
Same.
a speedy boy.
A speedy boy.
Unless I get like vehicle proficiencies for looking weird spaces.
19. I'm sorry, 19.
Go ahead, Bones, and I'll come back to you guys' investigations.
Do I see the Zeppelin overhead?
Yeah, it's pretty far from you still, but
Gotcha.
you do see it up there somewhere.
Okay. Do I know if Percy's working tonight?
Give me a... Actually, you don't need to roll for this. Just roll me a luck check to see if he is or isn't.
If it's cross
Natural one.
Natural one, whichever you'd rather. If you want him to be working, he's not.
I was hoping he was working, so he's not.
He's probably not. He's not his shift tonight.
That's fine. That's fine.
And then your investigation checks, 19 and
15.
You find stuff that you might expect. You find, like, political pamphlets and campaign material. You find...
Anything with the signature?
Yeah, you find something with the signature on it.
Sweet.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
It's-
his car registration probably has.
Yeah, I don't think there's probably not car registration in this day and age. But yeah, you find something with a signature on it. We'll say that it's like he's got a book, like just some political book that he's like signed as a gift to somebody, essentially, and hasn't had a chance to give it to them yet. So you get a signed copy of some book that has a signature in it.
I will then leave the car here. I'll jump in the other car.
Okay.
And I guess I'll take the catnap thing too.
Okay, so you guys have used 2 doses of that Xenium. You have 2 doses left.
That's right. Exhaustion too. I've got 2 more, right?
Yeah, you have 4 total, so 2 more.
Bones definitely leaves it.
And then I'm just gonna slump at the back of the car.
Understood. Yep. You likewise. I don't suspect that Marvel has ever done any kind of drug before. Maybe, I don't know.
Probably not.
yeah.
Like,
Weird sensation. Everyone in this world has seen a zenith before. Every morning at dawn, all around the globe, it kind of follows the sun around the globe. There is like a brief 5 to 10 minute window where the whole world turns like weird fractal, sort of psychedelic for a couple minutes, but nothing quite this intense by any means.
For the record, I don't think Marisco's ever taken a drug either.
Yeah.
He was just very impulsive.
Absolutely.
He's like, okay.
And then what's your new health?
22.
2. That are debating who to give the rest of those to, I will point out that Bones is still a very low.
Yeah, sorry, Bones also has that hand right.
So while I'm over there, I do pull out a little tin can with more of this like military grade gauze. I start wrapping around my torso and putting magic into it. I gain 10 back and I'm at 14 health.
Sweet. That's not so bad then.
Do I have a way to get rid of exhaustion?
A short rest. Unless you have like lesser restoration or something.
Well, the last thing I want to do is kind of above here. Back when Dawn was healing patches, was there any visual besides the shimmering to like really show that
What's
happening?
your passive perception?
18.
Nah. Honestly, the 18 is what you might have needed to notice the weird shimmering. It was you would miss it if you weren't looking for it specifically. I think because of your 18, you like looked closely and saw like a weird shimmering, sort of slight color changing effect.
There's nothing to really show that anything was happening in patches and patches.
No, I mean you watched his wounds stitch closed visually.
Yeah,
he got shot in the belly and it just stitched closed.
I didn't realize that. So I guess at this point, let's just say that like I did clock something happen there with the shimmering and the. Are you okay, Badges? I noticed you were healed earlier. I just didn't understand the nature of it.
I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't be okay.
You feel okay?
I think I feel okay.
I just wanted to check. I didn't understand the nature of this healing process. I didn't understand this magic as I saw it.
Yeah, you never like felt anything other than just your wound stitching closed.
Yeah. Have I ever seen anything yet like this in my days?
No, you haven't. This is new to you.
Crazy.
It is crazy. I will say, I mean, you rolled a Constitution saving throw. You felt a weird sensation like you were going to...
You did say that he smelled?
Right, you smelled like earth and mold and dirt, and you almost got like a weird, dry, scratchy throat, like you'd inhaled something bad for your body. But then immediately afterwards, your wounds started stitching closed, and you felt great. There was a moment of your body trying to like reject it before it happened, for whatever reason.
Okay. If you shall fall ill, would you please inform me of your nature?
Oh yes, I can do that.
No.
I mean, like I said, there's nothing stronger than a family. Or I'm sorry, a la familia.
Okay.
It's okay. I will show you that the movie one time.
What is a movie?
And I'll just walk away.
Walk away as you guys are driving. So you just scoot a little further away in the car and just don't answer the question.
I walk away as I'm just like, I kind of just turn and just...
Boss notices his head no longer staying at the road. Should I take the wheel?
Oh, no, I got it.
I think I want to get to the other car.
I start like hitting like the curb a little bit.
I think I'd like to get to the other car now.
You guys drive your way through Glimmerwick across the bridge to Matanak.
I can't do anything while I'm like this, right?
No, you're...
Okay, because I know that he was saying stuff, so I wasn't sure that was like just being funny or not. Because otherwise, he's probably just gonna start like just pushing the receiver a lot and just making funny beeps. But if I can't do anything, then it's probably for the best.
Yeah, you're... I'll let you do that as like an item interaction, essentially. It's just like... Beep, 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 beep. So you start getting like nonsense pulse code that doesn't mean anything, which is maybe a little alarming.
It sounds kind of pretty.
It sounds really pretty to you, who are hallucinating vividly.
So everyone else, it's just
right. Eventually, you guys arrive in your now 2 cars instead of 3. And you do watch what it's worth, you watching the Zeppelin, and you guys also. The Zeppelin, with the good stealth check that you rolled, actually, not the 2 people driving, roll me vehicles kits checks to essentially like lose this Zeppelin. If you don't want it following you, essentially.
18. Did it start following us?
Not really. It's a low DC here because losing it is a bit too strong of a word. Just for it essentially to like, for you to not end up directly underneath its spotlights or something. You know what I mean? 18?
Yeah, 18.
Oh, you're not driving. You're fucking blasted off your ass on Xenia.
Patches.
Patches will be a driving
He's got
check.
the car to himself now.
Right.
Wait, how does that work? Do I have 5 people?
No, he's still in the car with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know which car I'm in.
He says out
You said
loud.
boss.
as he's driving.
You said you wanted to be with boss.
11.
11. Those are both good enough.
Oh, that's true.
You essentially...
Also, that's the car with no women.
The Zeppelin ends up kind of doing like circles around Matnak, essentially looking for the dragon and failing to do so, but not spotting you guys specifically. As you guys all arrive in Matnak, sort of across the street from the DTC headquarters, which again, it's not even really like a place of business. It's like the office suite of infrastructure company. So
I was looking to get their attention, not over to an alley.
yeah, you guys meet up. You kind of park the cars somewhere and meet up with Bones.
I just like walk over, just like staring at the receiver. I'm
Yeah.
still kind of coming out of it.
Yes, let me take that.
Sorry, I heard things.
Rosie sees you two, by the way, coming out of your Xenium stupors to say, if you got any more of that,
Shut up.
I'm just saying, I'm not in a lot of use to you right now. She's like covered in wounds.
Can you direct us the way that we need to be directed?
Yes. She kind of
That's all that matters.
pulls her coat up a little bit.
I do have 2 more Xeniums if you want to do that before we start.
This should-
I'm sorry, we should probably regroup. I assumed the tower is a terrible idea. Walking in there is a terrible, horrible idea.
Almost
Okay.
certainly, yes. He went into that alley and changed back, and then he walked into the building there. I don't know if we want to simply walk in the front door. That sounds,
Rosie goes, he did go in there?
yes.
Okay, well, that answers that. He's definitely in the headquarters then. He's probably going to go down there. Fucking asshole. He's probably going to go down there and fucking burn everything that's in there. That's my guess. Fucking prick.
Why in
Why would
God's
he do
name would he
that?
do that?
Because it ain't his. You don't understand how vindictive this fucking guy is.
Why would he
Like-
show you all to this party and then leave to burn your headquarters?
Fuck if I know. He was supposed to stay with us. It was supposed to be a whole fucking thing.
What's the thing supposed to be?
It was supposed to be going in there and killing all the people that give us so much trouble in this fucking town. Fucking Solomon Dimitri, fucking Don Vittorio Cremini, fucking Fungo Cremini. Those were the highest value targets.
I think your boss... Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think he is working with them against you two?
Fuck, I don't know. Maybe.
What's the name of Ken's son?
He's in on all this. He built us our headquarters. He built us a little section of the subway just for us, for a little kickback.
What's up, kickback?
She just rubs her fingers together.
Yeah, just...
Does he ever do any work with Elias?
Who, Hastings?
Yeah.
No. Hastings doesn't do business. Fucking prick. Yeah, I mean, it's actually...
Ooh, bad. 10.
Yeah, seems honest. She has the same look of like scorn towards Hastings as everyone does in your circles.
Kind of figured.
By the way, roll me a history check. I meant to do this last session, totally forgot to, because we talked between sessions about having you roll for what you know about Hastings and the New Larian Church and such.
19. Do I get to add DC lore to it?
Yes, or
21.
roll either way. What was it, 21 total?
21, yeah.
Sweet. Okay, we've met now Elias Hastings 2 times, but just to give you a little bit of background information, Holy New Valarian Church, you rolled on this earlier too, used to have pretty strong ties with Daybreak City's government and likewise with their gangs. This is before your time, but Solomon and some of the older people talk about a time when the previous archbishop, Father Abraham Gilchrist, 1,000% played ball with the gangs, 1,000% played ball with corruption. The church used to be a partner to the gangs in the city and to really, be in pretty bad with them. And then something, I forget the exact time frame, but a little over 30 years ago, I think. No, it's less than that. I'm sorry, it's less than that. It's more like 20-something years ago. A little bit before your time, Abraham Gilchrist, there was like a scandal, essentially. He was sort of like accused of having an extramarital affair and was like sort of like resigned from his post in scandal and was replaced by Elias Hastings. At the time, like an 18-year-old, very unusual for like Elias Hastings now is a 35-year-old guy, I think. When you think of an archbishop of a church, you're thinking like middle-aged, maybe 50-something guy. So it's odd that he's so young, and he took over around the same time as Abraham Gilchrist sort of retired. And ever since Father Hastings took over, he essentially put a hard stop to all the corruption. He's very principled for what the church really stands for about law and order and structure, and is like, this is done. The church's relationship with the gangs is over. We'll still talk to the government because we're important in the city, but like we're not playing ball with all the corruption anymore. Again, much to the chagrin of all the gangs that used to get along great with them. Solomon has tried, he tried for many years to sort of get Father Hastings on board and sort of get him to get over his sort of compunctions. But Hastings seems principled to a fault and just will not have it. So yeah, that's sort of your background history on Hastings that I don't think we've talked about before.
Cool. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So obviously, I'm not privy to this. So this might be.
You did roll good on Elias Hastings. You asked for who's like the noble politician in the city.
So why haven't the gang just killed him and replaced him?
That's a fair question. You don't know, and neither do you on a 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very fair question to ask. Certainly.
Is he powerful? Is he like a cleric?
Yeah, you've seen him do magic.
Right.
He has holy magic.
Yeah, you told me he healed Vanera.
Yep.
I think your boss saw the writing on the wall, saw that the rats were not going to be around much longer, and decided to bail.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking too. That's why I say they probably went down there and fucking burned everything. I suspect, well, you know what business we're in. Down there in the headquarters is sort of where we keep all the wares, the goods, the stuff we're moving. And that shit ain't ours. We've been paid to move it, and we move it for the people that pay us. So if he's looking to just cut ties and burn all his bridges, the fucker's spiteful enough that he'll just burn everybody's shit.
Or take something that was being moved.
Something.
And is the young girl in this headquarter that is being burned?
Rosie nods.
Time's
We're
of
going
the
now.
essence.
Let's
yeah.
go now. We're going now.
All right. I'm just saying some xenium. I could be more helpful in this. Just a little Z. Fine. Okay. Whatever.
Absolutely
I get it. Okay. She begins leading you guys through the streets towards just what appears to be a regular old subway entrance at first.
Do we want to give Ghost some xenium since he
I was
has no
going to
mana?
say, do you want to take 10 minutes and do Xenium right now? Or.
10 minutes is...
I can't sleep.
It won't stop you from benefiting from this drug. It doesn't put you physically to sleep. It just incapacitates you.
Okay.
And then the real question is, I have 2 more, so who's getting them? It seems like Bones is probably a must.
Bones is okay
I am
now.
okay. I'll take it if we want. If we're going to be waiting 10 minutes anyway, I'll take it, but I wouldn't mind holding on to it until we have greater
Who gets the
need.
most-
That's true.
Who benefits the most from a short rest?
I guess nobody's desperate for it right now. We can
just
wait.
save it, yeah.
Yeah.
Does it expire?
Yeah, like,
No.
I would get a little bit of mana, but I'm at full health, and I'm not helpful in combat anyways, so... Like,
Okay.
Yeah, let's
just hold on to it then. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay. So for now, holding on to the xenium, also not to waste another 10 minutes, which maybe wise.
I don't know if we have 10 minutes yet.
So you guys make your way down into the this at first just a subway station. You just go underground where you would wait for a train. Rosie opens like a maintenance door and leads you through sort of like a maintenance tunnel.
I will get my armor out because I'm not going to get caught off guard again. I am not stealthy.
Understood. You guys, there would be a bunch of skill checks involved here, but you have someone who just knows where it is. I did not have that on my bingo card. Go ahead, Mark.
I don't necessarily trust her, so I am looking for the blood from the shot on to make sure that we're going in the right way.
Understood. You don't find it. It's easy enough to suss out why. And you kind of missed some of the conversation in character. Rosie explains there's an elevator inside DTC that just goes straight down to headquarters.
Right.
What you guys are doing instead is like winding your way
Taking
through
the
subway channels to get there. So he walked into DTC, presumably took the elevator.
Gotcha.
You're not
Do
gonna find
I
it.
at least see like blood leading to the elevator?
You see blood leading to the front door, but the door is locked. The same building you went to
Oh,
earlier.
I understand.
You see what I mean?
understand.
Okay.
Yep, I gotcha. Cool.
Yep. If you do want to just like back up Rosie's leading you with your own skill checks to make sure she's not leading you into a trap or something, roll me your choice of survival or investigation. Either one's fine.
Does Hunter's Mark apply here?
I'll say sure.
22.
22, brilliant. Okay, yes, you sort of watch Rosie closely, worried that she could just be leading you into some sort of trap. And she does not seem to be. She seems to be leading you in ways that seem safe to you, in ways that you see lots of foot traffic of other people.
Gotcha.
So it's like, this is a well-worn pathway. And eventually it takes you guys a bit of time, but not too long, because you are auto-succeeding all these checks with someone leading you. You start to make your way down just a stretch of, again, like brand new, freshly constructed subway tunnel that also is abandoned. It's never been, a train has never run on this part of the subway. It's purpose built for the Rat Kings to have a way to move around the city.
Right.
And make your way kind of along the side paths of this. Eventually, she kind of puts a finger up. Says, "All right, we probably got to start moving quiet now, unless we want to get heard. There's probably people on watch. We're getting close. You guys wish to move stealthily to try not to be heard as you approach closer? Mm-hmm. All right.
Two quick questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, can I just think back to my insight check on Rami and what Rosie has been telling us?
Mm-hmm.
Does all that line up with my profile of him?
I'm going to give you a bit of a non-answer because he did beat your roll there. You did technically fail your insight check against him. I'll just repeat what I said then and let you make your own assumptions. Rami, I think I said at the time, clearly had enough money to gamble all night and never get any less rich, and still got really disproportionately upset when he lost a hand. He seemed to get unnecessarily angry about losing a hand of a blackjack or poker, even if he could have lost all night and still walked away a rich man. So take that for what you will.
He's a greedy dragon.
The other thing is, how dark is it down here?
It is. Let me see here. It would be lit. There's a newly constructed subway tunnel, so there's lights. It's bright light in patches and dim light in others. And sometimes you'll move through a patch where it's darkness if you move through a maintenance ladder or something like that, which you have to do a couple times. But for the most part, you're in dim to bright light.
Okay. I'll keep the lantern on just in case.
Yeah, say thankfully to you who are not a big fan of the dark.
So importantly, if we want to be stealthy, above the board, I have a stealth of 0, and if I wear my armor, it's a disadvantage. It does take me a whole action to put my armor back on, and I'm completely vulnerable if we get attacked.
Now, I will give you the sort of meta expectation to discuss that with as well. This is going to be a group stealth check, meaning I will be looking for 4 successes out of the 7 of you.
So even if I fail, unless I crit fail...
If you crit fail, it counts as 2 failures. Right? And crit fail literally just means 1.
Yeah.
Not versus a DC, like crit failed -5 thing. So, and a nat 20 counts for 2 successes.
Okay. I'll, hold on.
So basically, I shouldn't say 4 and 3 specifically. You need more successes than failures.
Don't worry, I'm just going to lube up.
You looked at your sheet like you have something on your sheet that says lube up on it.
No, I just wanted to see if I had oil so I could lube up my joints.
Okay. Love that for you.
I don't, though.
How far away? How far forward is the entrance?
You don't see it yet, but Rosie is telling you we're pretty close. And if you ask her that, she'll say, and not more than we're going to go around a bend here, and then it's 120 feet, maybe. I don't.
A wide opening? Is there a door?
Yeah. So there's just a door. Yeah. So there's the tracks that we'll be walking on, these little sidewalks along the sides, and there's just a door that leads up into the headquarters. And they usually keep a couple people standing guard outside the door. Is why I'm saying all this.
And the Shisk girl is in there?
Yes.
And then there are no pressure plates or other traps between you.
No. Look at me. Do I look like I have any leverage in this conversation? I want to be so clear. When we get into this place, I hope to God that I get to put the bullet in Rami that fucking kills him.
I'm taking this girl with me, whether it kills me or not, I don't care. But this girl is not going to stay here tonight.
No,
Good for you. I'm just going to kill Rami.
Let's please allow you to do that.
I will remember.
It would be easier if I had some xenium. Because I probably actually can't walk into this room without getting murdered.
It's in with this.
Fucking fine. Fuck.
You don't have to.
Is there none here?
Probably. What am I going to run in there and shoot up xenium while you guys are in a firefight with Rami Asher?
Maybe. I don't care what you do.
Fucking fine. Just be the fuck quiet if you don't want to get shot when we walk up to this
He's
place.
literally trying to kill all of us. We don't care about you. You don't understand?
You should care about people that can help you, whether they're the good people or not. I'm an asset.
Then tell me what you're going to do once we finish this fight.
After we finish the firefight, maybe we all just go our separate ways.
How's that up?
I helped you get here.
Yes,
This is a gesture of kindness between us.
I don't see it.
Maybe we just focus on the firefight and then we'll worry about afterwards, yeah?
You start focusing on the zenith.
Okay, fine.
Let's go.
All right, everybody give me a stealth check.
I will roll with disadvantage.
Let me give you your DC real quick.
And we already discussed this. Can you remind me, since Rami came back here in such a haste, there's not gonna be other rat kings here besides maybe some external guards.
Rosie will say, we didn't take every person. be leaving people with her. There won't be very many here. Probably a couple guys.
I'm good.
People, I assume that weren't privy to like the full plan of the evening. Not even Robbie's plan, but like what was proposed to Rosie and Deadeye as well. So like, just like thugs and idiots.
Yeah, just mooks. You know what? Maybe not just mooks. Crick. We left Crick behind.
He's good.
He's one of the higher ups. Bright green fella. Just a little more competent in the fight.
Magic.
Handy with a shotgun. That's pretty much it.
Healing powers.
No. If he does, I don't know about him.
Strong fellow.
Yeah, surprisingly strong. He's a pretty small guy. He's like 4'2" or something, but he's got more punch than you might think.
Besides him, anyone else of concern?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by concern. More people like you fought back there. Mooks, fucking lowlings, runners, drug runners and stuff.
Any way to flush them out?
And she cocks her pistol.
Okay, then I say what we do. We just attempt to access the facility.
Our best shot is ambush and get the drop on them.
Let's move forward.
All right, stealth check.
11.
It's a failure. Patches.
Great.
Nice. That's 2 successes to 1 failure. Mariska. What's that?
Jury training.
So that's 3 successes, 1 failure.
15.
That's 4 successes, 1 failure.
14.
That's 4 successes, 2 failures.
9.
That's 4 successes, 3 failures. More successes than failures. I didn't know that. I forgot to Ghost. He's good. That's 5 successes, 3 failures. We're good.
Amazing.
So what about
So when Ghost does it, before we leave, he goes and puts a hand on like the side of the wall, and the wall starts to go really gray, and then all that color kind of gets sucked up into his carapace, and he shifts to matte blended with the environment.
Oh, hell yeah. I love
Nice.
that. Okay. Let me move you guys onto a map here.
in the conversation with Rosie? I also asks if there are also any like other entryways within like the primary room of the headquarters here, like
Just
is
the
there a back
ele-
door.
Just the elevator up to DCC.
So this entrance and the elevator.
Yep.
That is it.
That's it. You guys find yourself moving down a long sort of hallway. I say hallway, it's not a hallway, a long subway tunnel with tracks down in the bottom. Up here, I wonder if you can zoom out a little bit for us, Spec. Actually, you don't need to. You're good. You're good. I'm sorry. You can see Rosie points to this tunnel here. It says that's the headquarters, and then just right up past that, and you see that other little nook. You can see the feet of some. A couple guys sitting in chairs at a little table. They have not spotted you on your stealth checks. They're just kind of sitting there with cigarettes, cigarette smoke sort of wafting out from their spot, sitting watch. Headquarters, they say, is through this way. You get the sense, sneaking all the way into that alleyway without dealing with these guys out front is not going to be possible unless everyone had succeeded their stealth checks. You're not going to get within 15 feet of these guys without being noticed. But you currently have them caught unawares if you wish to, quickly dispatch them or whatever.
Is it time to go lab?
I was going to say, unless somebody can stealthily take both of them out, I don't have a stealth kill.
Well, on 3, 2, 1.
Move.
Okay, let's go ahead and roll some initiative. And to our friends at home, we're going to roll initiative and we'll be right back. Be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to jump right into this initiative. But Seth, you had something before we start?
I just want to make a quick note, something that wasn't mentioned audibly here in the room during the conversation we had prior to meeting Bones at the DTC. One of the other things that Boss did share with his crew, hopefully without Rosie Malone really overhearing this, Boss was able to lift keys from Kent's son, who is in charge of all of the the DTC or whatever.
Right.
So he did want to mention to his peers that he believes that one of these keys, one of the 4 keys, may be a master or at least useful in these tunnels. So
Yeah, good to
keep
know.
that in mind.
Stands to reason. All right, with that, we're going to jump into our initiative here. We got Bones at 24, Marble at 19, Morisco at 16, Boss at 14, Ghost at 13, Cadence at 7, and Patches at 2. As you guys do a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown and begin to spring into action to take out these couple of guards standing watch. First to act is Bones.
Wonderful. Am I hidden because we group succeeded? How's that work?
What was your stealth check?
Bad. Mine was bad.
Then you are not personally hidden for the purpose of your attack.
Okay. Got it. Perfect. I'm just going to take a crack at whichever one I can see without cover, which is probably the back one. Almost. 27 hit.
Absolutely.
14 points of damage.
14 points of damage strikes true as you lean around this corner. And the first, I think you were the one counting down too, so it's like 3, 2. Essentially, it was 14.
For what it's worth, I know that was just like a bit, but Bones is like meticulous. He fires exactly at 0. It's very organized.
Yeah, hell yeah. Almost one shot this guy. You put a bullet. He's got one hand sticks out with the cigarette that he's got like sitting on his lap, and you just shoot the 2 fingers in the cigarette and part of the hand off.
Hell yeah. I use my movement to
Screams in
hop up in the cubby, and that's it.
Up into here.
Yep, up in the alcove there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That brings us to Marble's turn.
I'm going to tabaxi dash over there. Put me for now. I want to stop there to see if I can see something down the hall.
Yep.
What I don't want to get like pincered or whatever.
Yep. So with regular movement, you make your way far enough to see up this hallway a little bit. And see that there's a staircase that leads up to a closed set of double doors.
Cool. I will then move down to Tabaxi Dash, and I'll move a little bit further so I can see into this alcove. Alright, I'm going to stand next to the Rat King Gangster, the one that has full health. Actually, I'll just stand between both of them, I guess. And then I'm going to grow. I'm using a bonus action to grow to size large.
Hell yeah.
Could you imagine? You're just chilling, playing card games.
Playing cards, smoking cigarettes. One guy's hand blows off, and then the world's craziest fucking robot runs around the corner. Tell us again what it looks like. The parts all like swirl out of your back and start to form this big metal armor around you.
The parts of my armor fly out of my bag of. Not the bag of holding. It's the handy haversack.
Yeah.
And they start to like clink together in a overlapping layers of overlapping armor. And then as I grow larger, they start to spread apart and they lock into each other to form a twice as large mecha in a sense.
Hell yes.
It's kind of flatter dome top. And the glove on the right side, the fingers kind of start to like twist around as the palm swells into a giant mace ball, and the fingers become like the spikes on it. And then it drops to the ground with the giant chain, and then I'm going to attack the one with full health with a booming blade.
Hell yes. Give me your attack roll.
It's going to be a 26 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
Cool. So I'm going to booming blade him, and I'm also going to push him back 10 feet.
Incredible.
So my damage is a d10. For max damage of 14.
Ooh, Jesus.
Bludgeoning damage. He is then smacked against the wall.
Alright.
And also has booming blades swiveling around him.
You smack against the wall and it sends him almost splattering against the wall behind. Roll me a d6 of damage for splattering against
and
the wall.
also, I'm like, I'm not, as I said before, I'm not trying to kill people.
Understood. Roll me a d6. 2 or more is all you need.
4.
Okay, cool. You just send him, whacks his head against the back of the wall. He's got some wounds in his chest, but he's not murdered outright or anything. But he is down for the count.
And then I will chin one of the buttons I have inside the cockpit, and it'll just be like, surrender. And I'm going to turn it down a little bit so it's not like exploding out.
Yeah. It's you guys already fired guns.
I guess I haven't explained this. I have a little dial so I can control how loud they are. Up to, I think it's minimum of 10 feet, maximum of 120 feet.
Yeah, it's your volume knob for your surrender.
Pretty much, artificers get like They can do 4. It's like a few of the. It's like their
Magical tinkering, I think.
Yeah. So I just use those to. Marble can't say a full sentence, so he has pre-recorded sentences for smack talking.
All right. That's it for Marvel's turn, bringing us to Marisco.
Okay, I can just hit him from here.
And also, like, I'll go down a little bit just to kind of, like, not block people.
Makes sense.
Smoking is really bad for your health. It also makes food not taste so good.
Also true.
But I'm not queued up, so that smack talk didn't happen. It's fine. I'm just gonna burn his fingers off with another Sorcerer's Burst. With this
Love it.
It's fire.
Hell yeah.
I was gonna save this for like Fireball later, but I like the idea of the magic ball forming, and then Briscoe's like kind of tennis rackets it.
Oh, hell yeah. The frying
his
spear
walk.
walk, yeah. Hell yes.
So,
You create this little orb of fire, whack it with your walk.
14.
14, I think, might just miss. Let me check. Oh, what was your stealth check when you did stealth? Do you remember by chance?
It was higher.
Okay, you've got advantage on the attack.
Okay, good. That makes it a 20 then.
Absolutely hits. 14 would have also, just now that I looked.
Cool. Either way. For 4 damage.
That is enough.
Yay!
He had 2 hit points left. This fire erupts. This orb, you whack it with your walk, and it slams into his hand, and the fire catches and just starts burning up his arm as he falls to the ground, clutching at his bloody, burnt arm.
Ow.
That one be gone.
I'll use my movement to tuck in that little door, hallway with the door.
Okay. 10, 20, 30. Real quick, what is your passive perception? What is your passive perception, Marvel?
Is it my...
13.
Okay.
I would never remember what this is. It's perception plus 10?
Yeah, whatever your perception would be if you rolled a 10.
Yeah, 9.
On a 9, you don't quite notice it. Actually, because of your... I'm going to give you... You have cooking lore, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you cooking lore on this. On an 11 and on a 13, you both smell smoke, like something is on fire. And you look up, and underneath that door, there's a little bit of smoke trickling out from under the door. That is it for Marisco.
We might have been too slow.
Boss, it is your turn.
And my movement is still, I mean, you set me at the back of the pack.
So you could be wherever you wanted, up to where Rosie is.
I did roll one of the successful stealths, so please put me right up there at the very front. I want to move. Did you also mention, like, to the right of Marble, if we saw anything that way?
It's just more tunnel. Yeah, more tunnel. There's
No,
more similar, like, alcoves and stuff, but...
Moving up as far as you can, please.
10, 20, 30 gets you to the stairs and going your way up.
How many more feet is that then? I can't.
Oh, to get to the door, it is 25 more feet.
You probably smell the smoke.
Yeah, you for sure smell the smoke. Absolutely.
Shoot.
And for what's worth, there's not like billowing, like obvious smoke. It looks to be something is starting.
I just don't have anything else I can do with this.
Same with bonus action, or you still have taken an action for that matter.
Shoot. Yeah, no, I don't really have anything else I want to do at this time.
Okay.
I'm going to hold potentially for a reaction, depending on where that takes me.
Okay. Are you wanting to like actually hold your action to do something specific?
No, I'm sorry. I'm holding him. I have a reaction in mind.
Understood. Since you have an action, dodging is free if you want to at least dodge.
Let's do that. Then.
Okay, cool. Dodge action for you. That brings us to Ghost.
Oh boy. I guess I'll just try and move up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, come to this corner and take a look down the staircase with Marisco and Boss, and
For what it's worth, I don't think this matters, but it is up. It's like an upward staircase.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll just kind of hang out. I think I'll take a dodge action, I guess.
Okay, sure, yeah, might as
Just
well.
in case.
Rosie Malone runs up, scampers underneath your feet, and ends up over here. And likewise, she kind of presses her back to the wall, gets her pistol out, and is going to... She'll ready an action if anything walks out the door to shoot it.
I hope Rosie has a brother named Water.
Watermelon. That is Cadence's turn.
I guess I'll just kind of do the same thing, work my way around. Probably not around the corner, just in case it, like, blows up.
30 gets you there. Do you want to do like a dash?
Yeah, let's cunning action dash to, I guess, actually, I'll go behind Rosie. If 30 or if another 30
Yeah, easy.
gets me there.
Still have an action if you want it.
Yeah, I will hide.
Okay, you can still check.
16.
16. Okay. What was your stealth check before? Do you remember?
14.
Okay, so a little better than that at least. Patches.
I'll probably just sneak up closer.
All right. 30 gets you there. You want to take a hide action also?
Yeah, I'll take a
okay,
hide action,
you may still check.
Uh, 14.
Okay, cool. Hold on to that. That brings us back to the top of the round. So with these two outside guards dispatched and with the faint smell of smoke coming from inside of there, do your turn, Bones.
Wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and use my action to hide, and I'll come around to the corner.
Understood.
Alright, Tank, we need you to bust those doors down.
Marvel.
Whenever Morisco shot a fireball at this guy, do you do it like lethally or non-lethally? Is this guy dead or is he just like unconscious?
You don't let the rats go outside and kill them.
This guy's dead.
He's dead.
Okay. Like
The
died
fire.
or just dead?
He didn't do enough damage to instant kill them, so he is on death saving throws.
They abduct children.
These guys abduct children and extort people for money.
This is
and
gonna
kill
wear my
people.
conscience. Okay.
Didn't you just kill like 3 of them at the Gilded Palace?
No, I didn't kill any of them.
You made a guy flip out of a car.
I
No.
think technically
That
I
was
did
that
Oh, well,
And then I ran her
That's a good
over.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just made them crash non-lethally.
You didn't
Um,
know.
How far am I even from the door?
Let's see here. About 60 feet.
Double dash. I mean, I can't because I have to squeeze.
You're not squeezing there. That's a large hall.
I have to squeeze past my friends, don't I?
Oh, yeah,
Is that
that is
large?
true. That is true. You pass your friends and squeezing.
What if we let him through?
No.
Okay, got it.
Rosie could. A small creature could.
So there's no way I could actually make it through to the door.
Yeah, not all the way to the door. You can make it like halfway up the stairs.
And then I would be causing.
Traffic jam.
Traffic jam, I suppose. Up to you. Someone's got to be the first one.
I mean, if there's no urgent threat, we can fast forward around so that he is in front, and then we all go in.
I'm going to
Something
leave
in
us.
there is burning.
I say I'm going to leave us an initiative
Okay,
because something
all
in
right.
there is burning.
Got it.
Yeah.
There are mechanics going on in the background that I will explain when you see them.
All right, I guess I will dash over there.
10, 20, 30, dash, 35, 45, 50. So you end up kind of like smooshed over here between Boss and Morisco. By the time you squeeze through Patches and Morisco and Boss's spaces. If I did that right?
If you said 60 would get me to the door, so shouldn't I be a little bit
Well, 60 would be if you were not.
But squeezing only costs me 2 extra, so
Right.
I should be.
So 20 feet got you here with regular movement.
Uh-huh.
10 feet of movement to get you here, that's 30. Another 10 to get you here, that's 40. 10 to get you here, 50.
Why is there 10? Why is there 10 to get me there?
Because you're squeezing with Marble and Boss in those spaces.
So okay, so there's no point where I'm not squeezing.
Yeah,
Right.
not till you're totally out of all of them.
Could he have held his action and wait till he moved?
You could hold a dash action if you want to until it comes out
Yeah,
of
it's
your way.
probably for the best.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Wait back here and hold a dash action to run in once your friends are not in your way anymore. Actually, you can still be right here holding a dash. Alright, cool. That brings us now to Marisco.
Morisco would go kick in the door, but I don't think he can physically kick it open. I think he's just going to run up there and open the door.
10, 20,
I will say that
30
one,
gets you there. You're going to dash.
Yeah, I've got the.
Or you can taxi dash, I guess, up to you.
Yeah, I can just do that.
You do taxi dash? Okay, got
I've
it.
got the racial that lets me do that. Even
Understood. Just revealing some map here.
Morisco would probably know fire safety to tap the door before just
Yeah.
blasting it open.
It's not hot yet.
Okay.
So the fire is clearly not like totally enveloping this room, which as you push the door open, you do see, Feck will have to move us, I believe, but you see that there are rows upon rows of shelves filled with boxes of equipment and jars and vials and such, all kinds of stuff, drugs. There's just all kinds of stuff in here. And there are a couple gangsters in here that have in their hands empty bottles of oil that they have poured out and matchbooks, and they are lighting shit in this room on fire. The fire has already begun to spread across a lot of these wares. And in the back, and sort of like an office, you see Rami back in his sort of humanoid form, having taken the time to put a new suit on so he would not be a naked Rami Asher, but still bleeding from a wound in his side. He is in his office, frantically going through his desk, looking through drawers to find stuff. Sees you come in, and you have the rest of your movement if you want. You get 25 more feet for your tabaxi dash.
Maurice goes looking for the kidnapped girl.
Yeah.
That's his
What's your
priority.
passive perception?
It's 9.
9. On passive perception, you're not sure. You can take a search action if you wish.
Yeah, I'll take a search.
Okay, give me a perception or investigation check, your choice.
Okay. Nat 20 for 21.
Hell yes.
Investigation.
It's good that it was a nat 20 because this was going to be a pretty high DC. From over this way, behind these fires, you can see, I'll actually reveal it a little bit more on that 20. There's another sort of like inn that goes into 2 different directions. And from this north way, past this fire here, you hear a yelling in a soft voice that you can't make out the details even on a nat 20. It's a fair distance away, but there's a yelling in there of a child-sounding voice, a high-pitched child voice.
Okay. He'll run over that way, and I am interaction plus water skin.
Love it.
Can't do anything this time.
All right. That is your action and your movement. You do still have a bonus action if you have anything. I don't know if you do.
Can I dump out the water skin on the ground as a bonus action?
Just like on your, like right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it right here. That's fine. Cool. Just gonna make this spot so it doesn't burn, essentially.
I have a plan.
I will give you... Okay, cool. And then I'll also give you above the board to put out one of these fires. You can use an action to put it out with the DC 13 on whatever ability check you can sell me on, essentially. You might have some things that can just automatically do it too, but anyone can do it with an action with an appropriate ability check.
Does Bones get like a bonus because it's like literally his job?
It's literally not his job.
Not my job. Not a
His job is
firefighter.
right now to tell somebody there is a fire.
Hurry, tell someone!
He explicitly is not supposed to put out fires. That's what got him fired.
True.
Yeah.
Hey, pun intended.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Can I have not used a water skin? Could I have used my alchemy jug?
Yes, totally. Dump out a bunch of water from your alchemy jug. Perfect.
That way there's more of it.
Sweet. Yeah, you dump like a big puddle of water out in front of this like human-looking guy, kind of round-cheeked. Next up in this room, you see Crick. Crick is this about 4'2" cockroach thri-kreen. So he's got sort of like a cockroach-like appearance, wearing a suit and a bowler cap. Sees the doors fly open. Says, well, you don't know. He says something to Rami telepathically. And then he is going to pull out from his pocket a sawed-off shotgun. Go 10, 20, 30. And take a shot at Morisco. Let's see here. 15 to hit?
Nope.
Second attack? Way less. 6 to hit.
Cool.
A couple shotgun blasts go a little bit wide of you.
Marisco's not even paying attention, just duck down
Yeah.
and plunge out the water.
All right. That brings us now to Basamajik. You can just kind of see up to the staircase up there.
Boss moves up to the room, to where you can see into the fires. How high is that? I mean, with his 7-2.
Just high enough to see the fires.
Yeah,
You could
just
probably
like-
stop like right here if you wanted to.
Is what, 20 feet?
Yeah, 20 feet so far.
Can I tell passive perception 18 like what is on fire from the fires?
Passive perception 18, the things that are currently on fire, you see that there's some boxes that are giving off a really strong chemically smell. You'd guess some sort of drugs or something. You can see some that have, there's like a sealed wooden chest that looks like rather ornate. You'd guess it has maybe some sort of magical goods in it of some sort. Most of what is here is drugs and various like illicit substances. There's a bunch of alcohol in here, like big crates of alcohol, crates of drugs.
Are any of the alcoholic crates on fire?
Not yet, but you see this fire is spreading.
Can I roll an actual perception check to see if I know where the girl is?
Yes. If you want to do the roll, it's an action.
Oh, then let's use passive.
Passive on an 18. I think you see Morisco going that way. He can also say like she's this
over
way.
here.
Yeah, okay. I want to use the magic, the box of like magical items or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Wild Cunning to see if I can summon spirits to actually come put that fire out.
Okay. Yeah. I like that. Let me see what does Wild Cunning do.
120-foot range. I call it to the spirits of nature aid. I get to choose one of the following effects when I cast it. I have the spirits instantly break down the campsite, which includes putting out a fire.
Hell yeah, perfect. I'm going to say no roll required. You can just put out one of these fires.
I want to put out the one with the magic items.
Okay, cool. We will say that will be roll me a d6.
5.
5. We'll say it's this one right here. This fire goes out on this sort of ornate wooden box that you see does not yet have burn marks on it, which sort of illustrates that it probably is magical of some sort. That is your action and movement. Do you want to take a bonus action? Or any more movement? You got 10 more feet if you want
Some
it.
movement. Bonus action search. I can do that.
Not normally, unless you have something that
With
lets
my
you do it.
observant feet.
Oh, observant. Okay, great, perfect. Yeah,
So
yeah.
I want to just make sure there are any other creatures hiding.
Yeah.
Or any other traps set.
Love it. Give me perception or investigation.
13 perception.
13, yeah, you don't see any other hiding creatures or even anyone or anywhere where they might hide. You see a set of double doors over here, and you see that it has like a padlock on it that has been like open, is currently sprung open.
I'll take it 10 feet that direction.
Okay. And as you get a little bit closer, you can also see that it looks, there's like inside is like a flat metal platform and some chains on pulleys on the sides. This looks to probably be the elevator that would take you up to the DTC.
Then it will be me.
Okay, that's it for Basamajik. Next is Ghost.
Okay. Unfortunately, have to take a dash.
All right.
Between these boxes, am I able to see Rami?
Yeah, he's like pretty well covered from you right now between all those boxes and crates, but you can see him.
Yeah, just cinematically catch a couple glimpses when
Yes, for sure.
I get a few angles. I will reach out telepathically. I think he's in range.
What's your range?
120, so yeah, he's good. And I'll just say, who played you?
The fuck are you talking about? He yells out loud.
You wouldn't be throwing a tantrum if somebody didn't beat you at something.
Bold of you to assume that I'm not the one making the play. You fucking cockroach.
That's me.
Okay,
Does Kirk take offenses?
that brings us to Rosie Malone. She stays right there. Continues to hold her action in case anything runs out here.
She's gonna.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On initiative count 10, the flames begin to spread. And as they do, more and more of this stuff in this chamber begins to burn up, these goods. You get a shattering of glass as bottles explode. You smell the burning of goods. And this magic item
Magic item?
is destroyed.
Destroyed?
Next up is Cadence.
Well, I've got some terrible news for Rosie. I lean in down into her ear. You broke my trust at the Gilded Palace. I saw you try to run. And it seems that your usefulness has run its course. And I shoot her in the back of the head.
Fucking incredible. Give me an attack roll. You do.
Surprised?
You're
No.
hidden. She's hidden.
She's.
Didn't you hide?
Well, I did. She
Oh yeah, you
hid
do
right
advantage.
behind
Well,
her.
yes, you are hidden from her. You're right next to her, and she's certainly not surprised. Surprise means not aware of any
Yeah,
danger.
that's
Right? And you do
That's-
have also disadvantage because you're in melee with her.
I have crossbow expert.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
just regular straight roll.
24.
That is absolutely a hit. She
Sneak
has
attack?
she has 1 hit point.
So, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, she's dead.
Yes, she turns around and just almost gets a chance to stammer out some sort of reply before the bullet goes through her head and she falls over dead. Saw that coming.
Yeah. And then I'll cunning action dash and run up the stairs.
10, 20, 30. It's your action bonus action.
Can I cunning action hide instead? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I forgot how low health I am. I should probably take this a little careful.
Sure, roll me another stealth check, see if you can beat your 16 that you rolled.
Much better. 27.
Outstanding. You up your stealth to 27. Okay. Rami Asher. He comes stepping out of here, slow step at a time. Says to Ghosts, you know, the truth is, I'm sick of this fucking city. I'm gonna go somewhere where the power structure's a little more to my benefit, shall we say. And once again, you watch as his shirt begins to tear apart, the buttons going pop, 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 putting one arm down to the floor and then another. Using a bonus action, he transforms to his true form.
That's 2 in an hour.
As I said, there's so many suits.
This is expensive, Rami.
He took off the last.
That's a real nice suit.
I thought
No,
he just picked
No,
it
this
up.
hasn't happened both times. He's correct.
Not gonna lie, it would be more intimidating if he just slowly took off his
Just
like, you're folding it up, like center of the back of the chair during a
It
monologue.
really makes you feel like he doesn't give a fuck. He's just like he's not scared of us.
He clearly doesn't care.
So, what did his token?
Also, not stoked.
Not all that stoked about this.
No, I mean, it's going to be TPK again.
Yeah, I also have a full mana.
It is nice to be. Last time he only took one person away from this group
Let's see here.
when he wasn't there.
Oh, I see.
He does not have enough space to fly in here, so he has to just kind of walk.
He also still has his bullet hole in him.
He does. I'm going to put
Yep.
some more in him.
Oh, you're just out of range. That's okay. He begins to inhale, and there's a sound that emanates through this room, like the sound of tinkling glass and the sound of like wind chimes. And then he exhales, and there's a sound like a knife scraping on a dinner plate, amplified about tenfold, as this cone of radiant laser light just zings out of his mouth. And it just begins to burn all these goods. Just starts to incinerate like a laser. You see boxes just turning to ash. You see the metal melting down and turning red hot. He just begins destroying all the equipment in here, all the goods. That is Rami Asher's entire turn. On a 5 or 6, his breath recharges. That is a 5. Rami does get his breath back for next turn.
That's unfortunate. Did it? Oh, I'm not up there.
That now makes it this other random thug's turn. He is going to run down in this direction, get between you two. He'll make an attack on the Ghost.
Why?
Because the other idiot's pouring water on the ground like it was.
That will be. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. A 14 to hit.
Just hits.
All right.
Can I use my reaction to impose disadvantage?
You sure can. Yes. Free. Totally free. Was it actually just a hit by 1 there, Ghost?
Yeah.
Because he rolled 1 lower. It was a 9 instead of a 10 on the die. So that turns it into a miss. And
I'm gonna just hit him in the arm with the pan this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right in the funny bone.
Right in the funny boom.
boom.
Love it. That is it for his turn. He only gets the 1 attack. That brings us now to Patches.
How far does 30 feet get me?
10, 20, 30.
Okay, I'll use my whatever we call it in this one, feline agility or whatever.
Yeah, to go twice as fast.
Yeah.
The zoomies.
These your zoomies. Oh, which way are you going once you get over there?
Right.
10, 20, 30 gets you right there.
Cool.
Since you want to not be that close to the fire, you can be here instead.
Sure. How far away am I now from the Dragon Man?
From Rami, 45 feet.
Well, surely this can't fail every single time. I'll just use Toll the Dead.
All right. Toll the Dead, he needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, that is only a 10. Woo!
Yeah, because he was looking for a 14. So.
Yep. He's that's probably 13 because you're still exhausted, right?
Oh, true, yeah.
Either way, still fails, and you can roll me a d12 of damage, or d12 because he's damaged.
Yeah. 8.
8 points of damage.
Nah, just flat 12.
All right. What does your Toll the Dead look like? What is? I don't think we've heard of Patches casting magic.
I think this is
What
the
does
first
magic
successful
casting
spell
magic
that
look
he's
like?
cast, yeah.
I mean, I like to think that I do the Italian hand thing the entire time. Yeah.
Absolutely. As you're doing the Italian hand, just a little bead of light that forms in your hand like a little candle light.
Just like a little candlelight, and then it just like for this one, it just kind of like appears like right in front of him. And just,
Absolutely. I like to think that you just
Yeah.
go into like a snap and it just appears in front of his face. Yeah, he reels backwards a little bit, tossing his head back. Okay, sweet. That is it for Patches, I believe.
I dash.
What? You have a spiritual weapon?
Unless you have, bonus action.
Can I cast spiritual weapon?
Yeah, because it was just a cantrip.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, might as well.
Where do you create it?
I'll just put it next to him. I'll put it on the
Okay.
right side of him.
There you go. I'm using a tiny little fire to represent it, which is surely going to get really confusing.
Go
Go
wrong.
ahead and make your attack roll with it.
Roll for it. That's a miss.
Okay. All right. That is it for Patch's turn, I believe.
I dash.
All right. Oh yeah, you're taking your held action to dash. 30. All right. Top of the round, Bones. You are up.
All right, I start going around the corner. I don't know what this incline is like. I don't know how far up I need to get to see into there, but I start moving in until I can see around me.
Yeah, I think about halfway up the stairs is where you're going to need to be see into the room at all. You might need a little bit, like maybe 2 steps down to be able to see Rami specifically as far back as he is.
Totally fine.
Maybe see his feet underneath the
Right,
bookshelves and
I'll
stuff.
use Tabaxi Dash to get as far in as I need to be able to see around
Perfect.
me.
That puts you right there.
Perfect. I have not rolled my stealth check yet. Should I go ahead and do that to see if I'm hidden?
Oh yeah, yes.
On the approach, that is a 19.
Okay.
And I fire at Rami as soon as I see him.
You have advantage.
Wonderful. Love to hear it. Diddlefaff. I believe that is a 16.
16 is going to hit.
Oh, thank Christ. I can't miss. He's only big. I assume that he does not count as humanoid.
No, he's a dragon.
Okay. 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, we can kill this
Big
fucker.
chunk
We
of
can kill
crystal,
this
just like
fucker.
I'm not
white
gonna
quartz,
fight.
shatters
Yeah,
off of his side, putting a little tear in one of his wings.
I'm not sure how much movement I've used, but I will use whatever I have left to go back down out of Marvel's way and also out of the breath.
So I think you get just enough to move just right to the opposite side of him once again.
Works for me.
Okay, and that now brings us to Marvel's turn.
Alright, how far can I move with just a regular move?
10, 20, 30, or 25 here, and then you're kind of stuck there either way, so.
Yeah. How tall are these shelves?
They're like, I don't know, I'm looking at the shelf over here, probably about 7 or 8 feet tall, a little taller than that shelf.
So I can probably see over them then?
Yeah, you're large, yes. You can see Rami's head likewise is peeking right over the tops of them.
Gotcha.
And also, they were tall before Rami just dealt, 30 points of damage to them all with his breath. Although that didn't quite get all the way to the bottom ones. Some of them have now crumbled down to the ground.
I'm going. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to attack the thug that's next to that's in between my boys
Okay.
for a 18 to hit
That will hit.
6'5" then.
for 9 points of damage. Am I able to push him up? Like not into Mariska, but like upwards.
Yeah, totally. You can swing your arm kind of around in a big arc.
Kind of get him out of.
Is it 10 feet he gets
way.
pushed?
Yeah.
Okay. That then brings us to Mariska.
How much of his health was that? Out of curiosity.
I don't know why it's showing on my screen. I don't know why it's not showing on yours.
Weird.
I set it to show for everyone, but he's looking like about 2/3 health.
Gotcha.
Marisco's going to ignore the thug entirely and go up to and then he'll leave his range and move left.
Okay, he is going to try an opportunity attack against you. That's going to be a miss.
Okay. Keep going. I think I've got, that's 15, so 20, 25.
You can see a little bit better now, even through the fire, that there is a stairwell that leads down this way to something, and then the voice of the little girl is coming from up this way, where there is a closed door.
Okay, so there is a door.
There is a door that seems to be slowing the spread of the fire for sure. Particularly because it's metal.
I misunderstood how shape water worked, and I thought I could move water 30 feet, but I can only move it 5.
Oh, I see.
So I won't.
You could have just as easily thrown water. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I could just use presto.
That's also you just do it again now. So
Yeah.
either way, whatever you want to flavor
I
it.
guess the water is still pouring out because
Yeah.
it's just coming.
Yeah.
So the water's pulling at his feet, but he's going to just cast. Oh god, that presto is just gonna get sucked back in immediately. How do we put these out if they keep growing?
I was gonna say, if you wish to, you can just use an action to put one out with just a DC 13 ability check of some sort. If you have some clever idea to put out more than just one cell of fire,
what's going to stop it from just coming back in?
presumably will just spread back unless you guys work
Right.
together to put out a bunch of fires. How you prioritize your actions.
So presto says you can instantly snuff out a candle, torch, or a small campfire. These are
Great.
bigger than-
One cell of that I would count as essentially like
So
a
it's just gonna
bonfire.
fill back
So,
in.
yeah, so without a roll required, you can presto put one of these out.
Okay.
Unless you have a plan to put out more than just one in some way. But
No.
Okay.
It's just going to refill itself back in, though.
Hopefully the water that you're spilling slows its
Slows
spread,
it
maybe.
down.
Yeah.
yeah. So I'll say the water that you put in your space and the spaces around you prevents it from spreading that way at least.
Okay.
At least for a few
And I
seconds.
I'll do the one diagonally to the left.
Okay, inside of there.
Yeah, inside of there. Go in there and then hope that the water pouring out keeps it from
Yeah, keeps
back
your
in.
cell safe. Yeah, you're kind of just swinging water around yourself. With the benefit of some magic, you're kind of almost forming a watery sort of shield around yourself. Okay, incredible. Kids, that will not work at home. Do not try to just pour water around your feet in the middle of a blazing fire.
Especially like an oil fire.
Right. And also remember to queue up when you talk, otherwise it doesn't count.
Also that, yeah, nobody knows who said all of that.
No one knows who said any of that.
Okay, that brings us to Crick. Crick will come running down this way, 10, 20, 30. He sees Briscoe jump into a fire and kill himself. So he is going to turn his attention towards Marvel, with a big, giant, awful guy that just came in here, and make some attacks. With his big sawed-off shotgun. That's a terrible miss, 10 to hit. That's cocked. That is a 23 to hit, which I think will get past your armor.
Hit.
Seven points of piercing damage, reduced to 5 points of piercing damage for you.
That feat is coming in really
Yeah, real
nicely.
good. Real good. Okay, that is it for Crick's turn. He stays right there. Next up comes Basamajik.
Okay, this time I will move towards Crick and the Thug.
Squeezing through your friends, you kind of have to go 30 just to get here. Unless you choose, I guess you can go here instead.
Sure. And if I went over top of the shelf in front of me, I could see you just over it.
Yeah, you're super fucking tall, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you kind of have to tiptoes to look over the top of it, but you can. If you want to climb over top of it, I'll call for an easy DC athletics check.
Okay, and then that would, if it passes, I would end up where?
So in a hypothetical world where you climb over the shelf on a good athletics check, you could go 10, 20, you could end up here or here potentially.
Yeah, okay, we'll try that.
Alright, give me an athletics check, we'll just call the DC 10.
That does not work.
Okay, the result of the failure is just that it is difficult terrain to climb over it. So you go 5, 10, 15, 20,
Only get right in front of the
25,
thug.
30.
I'm 5 feet away from each of them at this time.
Yes.
Bonus action. Stone form.
Hell yeah. Describe that to us again. We haven't seen it since the first fight, I don't
Yeah,
think.
bonus action stone form. So all of a sudden you see Boss's arms come out, and magical stone just starts to apparate around him in the air space and starts swirling around him. As this does, they kind of start to build and quicken their pace. So the two creatures that are within 5 feet of me now must save on a dex save, or they'll take bludgeoning damage equal to 2 times my proficiency bonus.
Oh yeah, and that happens right now, right? Like when you use it.
Yeah.
Sweet. Dexterity saving throw is 1 for Crick. Is a... Oh, wrong place. 13 for Crick.
Nope.
And a 5 for the other one. They both fail.
No, so
if there's a
they
crit
both
fail,
take-
one of them crit failed.
I
I don't think there is.
So they both take 4 points just from that alone.
Amazing.
4 each. Now my AC goes up +1. Strength and con also. Saving throws go up +2.
Oh yeah.
So
As
now,
you-
as my action, I will pull out Ashajayi, my sickle, and I will take an attack against Crick.
Hell yeah.
Attack roll. 17 to hit.
17 is going to hit.
8 points of damage.
8 points of damage.
Well, that's what I'm trying to read here. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal extra bludgeoning damage equal to your prop. So another 2 points.
2 more points of damage, got it. As you swing the sickle down, the stone that's enveloping you in a shroud follows your blade and just pelts him with stones. Super cool, incredible, I love it. That's it for boss, I believe. Sam? Ghost, it is your turn.
Cool. Such shitty options. So I'm gonna trust that my friends can handle all of this. And I'm actually gonna cast, using my last spell, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic
Okay,
to try and find something in this room that I can use.
I love that for you.
Ooh,
Um,
very nice, very nice.
You detect...
Or that is worth saving.
Yeah, totally. I would call for a luck check, except these were the luck checks that I had you guys make a couple of weeks ago in Telegram. You have already made your luck checks. They had to do with what loot was here for you and what order it got burnt up in. Ghost, there is a piece of loot. There's a bunch of magical stuff around. Give me an Arcana check to try to suss out something specifically useful to you, because you are sensing just various magic knickknacks.
Oh,
And 20.
Oh,
there it is.
Absolutely.
you get a wand of rain.
You.
Fire alarm.
There is a box right over here on this shelf where I'm pinging that is cracked open a little bit enough that you can see that there's like jewelry in there. There's like necklaces and rings and stuff. And one of the rings in there is giving off a very powerful magical essence. And one that sort of reads to you as kind of divination transmutation. It seems kind of up your alley.
Cool. Then in that case, I will try and move over towards it.
Yeah, totally. Easy peasy. And I'll let you just grab it as an item interaction if you want to.
Yeah.
Sweet. Action detect magic, item interaction, grab an item out of this jewelry box. Or just grab the jewelry box if you want to.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just grab the whole thing, I think.
Love it.
Yeah, I have 4 arms. This is the only
Yeah.
way I can help.
Good for you.
Yeah, I just start grabbing whatever I can, starting with the most valuable looking stuff.
And then
Great job.
So you turn around and you just see him covered in jewelry, all of the arms.
Bleed out.
Yeah, just laying down.
A ring for every foot.
Incredible. That's action and item interaction, and a little bit of movement. Do you want to do any bonus or move it more?
I unfortunately don't have any bonus actions currently, so that is all I got.
From
Okay.
the back, Bones is just yelling, "Danger close, danger close."
Next up, the flames spread. Some of these Nair Morisco cannot spread because he's pouring water and some as he goes.
It can do 12 gallons of salt water, so there's plenty of water.
Yeah, absolutely. It's enough to stop the spread in those directions at least for a minute or so.
You pour 12 gallons of water on the floor. It's still enough to cover
It's
the
decent.
floor.
It's like a third of a big fish tank. Yeah.
It's not going to stop the fire, spread the fire for like an hour, but for a minute
No,
or
no,
so.
for a few, a minute or so.
It'll evaporate.
Is it stone in here? Stone architecture?
Yeah. Yes, for the most part.
Love that.
That is where the fire spreads to, and this magical item
This hurts.
is destroyed.
Have you been looking forward?
I hope they're all blank.
Have you been looking forward to this?
No, I
I kind of have been looking
They're not
forward to this. I knew it was going to be a very visceral experience tearing up the loot in front of you. There's something sadistic happening in me right now, and I don't know what it says about me. Cadence, it is your turn.
All right. Well, there's no one left to execute in cold blood, so I guess
And
I
that was fucking
will.
cold as hell, by the way.
I will cunning action dash. That probably still doesn't get me up the stairs though.
It's far enough up that you can see like Rami's feet on the
That
other
was
side.
the movement and cunning action.
Okay, so that was just one movement. You want to move
Oh
also?
yeah, sorry. Can I move? Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
sure.
I'm sorry. I didn't make that clear at all.
Just shoot him in the toe.
Which way do you want to go? This is 40 right here, so you got 20 left.
I cannot get within range of Rami no matter where I go, so I'm gonna stop here actually.
Okay.
And
You are still hidden on the 27th.
I was gonna say I'm gonna shoot. Crick is his
Yes,
name?
Crick is his name, and you have advantage with your stealth.
Crick sounds like a storm.
It
It does for sure.
23.
Absolutely will hit.
Do I have somebody in range? I do.
You also have advantage though.
Oh right.
You got sneak for reasons.
12 piercing damage.
12 points of piercing damage.
And
It's looking
then I'm gonna take 10 feet back down the stairs. Just back up.
Got it.
You and Bones are gonna be friends.
Yes.
All right.
I love that we both recognized at the same time, like, she no longer serves a use, and Bones is like, you better run, and Cadence is like, I'm gonna kill you.
Rami Asher.
She shouldn't have ran when I told her not to run. This is her fault.
True.
She tried to avoid it by making you give her the magic drugs, but
And she did.
Rami Asher pushes his way through all of these
Good luck.
shelves that he's sort of breathed into destruction already.
does he take fire damage?
He avoids the fire going in between it. He gets to right here, leans his head down right behind this thug that is squaring up with Boss and
Who could have
Ghost.
foreseen this?
Oh, just out of
Oh.
range. That's still his best move for sure.
Hold on 1 second. I will use the last this. I will cast Propulsive Breeze behind him and push him an additional 15 feet past us.
Okay. That's a key move if it works. What is the saving throw?
Oh, strength.
Strength
that's
saving
probably
throw.
the worst of him.
It's not as good as you might expect. He only adds +3 to the strength saving throw.
He's just a baby.
What is your DC?
Spell save DC is 15.
15. On a 12 or higher, he will resist this spell. I will tell you above board, even if he fails, he may use some legendary resistances here. But 12 or higher to succeed. Okay. On a 17, you go to do this propulsive breeze, and he just digs his claws into the floor and resists the wind blowing behind him. It kind of chuckles. This is pathetic. All of you are fucking pathetic. He takes a breath in. It again sounds like the tinkling of glass and the shattering of stones. And then exhales with the impossibly loud screech. This thug is vaporized, incinerated. And I need Boss, Ghost, and Marble to make dexterity saving throws. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
I'm
have to
sorry.
pick up a necklace of reflect dragon breath.
You
did I?
sure didn't. And I said dex, it is Constitution. A Constitution saving throw.
That's better for me.
23.
23 is a success. 17
17.
is a success.
16.
16 is a success. All three of you succeed and only take
Oh,
half of 27 is 13 points of radiant damage. So possibly that eats up your temp and leaves you a 10 left, is that right?
that's correct.
Oh, boss, did you apply your... It doesn't matter. You succeeded anyway. What's your con bonus?
I did, yes, yeah.
I should have 8 health.
Again, as he exhales this like laser-like radiance that just begins to incinerate everything in front of you. Ghost, you've grabbed that necklace just in time, as it would have been destroyed by this breath, probably. At the end of it, you watch as he's breathing, and as you guys begin, as the guy, especially right by his mouth, because it's just like vaporized until he's just a skeleton, essentially. You watch the crystals around Rami's mouth and his fangs begin to glow a little brighter. He regains 10 hit points.
What was that attack? Is that like a cone?
Yes, 30-foot cone. You watch Crick look up at him with his cockroach eyes, and they almost like water, like he's enthralled and like in awe of what he's seeing.
Lamp.
Heretic.
Little racist.
Yeah, that one's for sure racist. And then as a bonus action, he looks down in the direction of Boss with these stones surrounding him. Actually, no. Ghost was the one who came in here with Snark. He looks down at Ghost and says, "Anything else to say, little one? I need you to make a wisdom saving throw." You do not critically fail, so that's good, but you do fail and are frightened.
Hold on, I have something for that. Can I, am I allowed to see what he rolled? I can't, like...
Yeah, you rolled a 12.
Rolled a 12. I'm going to cast Resistance.
Okay. Here, I'll tell you real quick before you roll it. The DC that you are looking for is a 16, so you're going to need the whole 4 on this resistance.
Roll a d4 and add it to your save.
You need a 4 to save.
And what I do is I just kind of like, I don't know how this is really going to help, but we'll like...
There it
Hey,
is.
hell yes,
Hell
okay.
yeah. I'll launch my shield out in front of him, and it's like on a chain, just to kind of, I don't know, like...
Yeah, amazing.
moral support. I don't know how it helps with mental things.
Love it. Just distract him
Yeah,
enough.
distracts him. Like, what?
Yeah, you see for a moment Ghost's eyes lock with Rami's and begins to like tremble in the shoulders, and you just like, boom, something exploded next to you. You need to pay the fuck attention.
Yeah.
And Ghost, you sort of snap out of it, not frightened by Rami anymore, thanks
Hell
to that
yeah.
resistance.
It's a cantrip. It's so good.
Resistance is usable now, everyone. Alright, that is Rami's action, movement, and bonus action. That is all Rami's got on his turn. That's it for him. Patches.
You want to roll for his breath?
Oh, yes, thank you for the reminder. 5 or 6, he gets the breath back. 4, he does not get the breath
Praise
back.
be. May the Lord open.
Lobs.
Patches, it is now your turn.
How far away is he from?
He is now 35 feet away from you.
Yeah, 20 feet gets him just.
Yep, you
just
can still get your weapon to with a bonus action if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. Want to make your attack roll?
Yeah, I'll make that. What if I invoke chance?
Do it, you will.
I'll do it.
Okay. Invoke chance. For starters, I don't know if you have anything in mind for this. Is there any like visual to invoke chance? What does it look like when you decide to unfold the fabric of skill in this world and leave it to chance? For our friends at home, instead of there being any modifiers to this roll, any character traits used, anything at all, we're just going to roll contested D100s and the higher one succeeds, essentially.
I like to think that for a split second, like me and the other person that it's like going with, just like everything freezes and it does like game show music.
Yes.
And then just like 2 wheels come up beside us, we both just have to spin it. And nobody else sees it except for us. And, and then it stops and the other person's like,
Yes, Rami fully hallucinates a spinning wheel. For some reason, doesn't know why he has to drag and pull this thing. This is a big claw. Here, I'll roll the DC for you before you roll. He rolls a 73.
Ooh,
Now, you do get 2 shots here because you are the one affecting him. Oh, almost so close. One more try. It was a 35 for the one at home, but almost an 85. Oh, damn, that was 12. The attack misses, unfortunately.
Is there like an actual crowd to like, oh,
Yes, for sure.
A studio audience.
Again, Rami and Patches alone hallucinate the sounds of no whammies in a studio audience.
I hope it's a full studio audience of more patches.
Yes, absolutely. 1,000,000%. Outstanding. That's your bonus action.
Have I like seen the stuff that's getting burnt? Like, can I like tell that there's like important things?
What's your passive perception?
16.
Yeah, for sure. You are a member of a smuggling gang. There's all kinds of illegally smuggled shit down here. There's stuff that you guys have paid them to move. Even there's like booze down here. There's drugs. There's expensive contraband.
I mean, I have lore and mafia and
Yes,
high level magic.
totally.
So, okay.
The amount of stuff that has already been destroyed just by that first breath is pretty staggering. But there's still some valuables here.
Okay. Well, he's all the way over there, and there's fire between us, so that's clearly not my problem.
Clearly.
So, can I like run up a little bit towards where there's still like a couple shelves that I can see, and just start trying to find stuff to grab?
Yeah, totally. Give me a search action. So perception or investigation.
Do you want to like do the one that's about to get burned up there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with like the close one, I
Okay.
guess.
Makes sense. Just the closest one to you, right down there.
Or no, like up, like past the
I
little
see
like
what you're
fire.
saying.
Yeah.
The right where something is about to get burnt up.
Yeah. 9.
A 9. You start digging through stuff, and in this particular spot, you find a bunch of alcohol, a bunch of bottles of alcohol that you can grab if you want to, but nothing that seems super valuable. It does look like it's probably going to catch fire pretty soon.
Yeah, I probably won't grab any of that stuff.
Okay,
So.
makes sense. That is your action, bonus action. Any more movement? Are you staying there?
I'll just go ahead and move to the next one
Okay, got it.
and just be ready to go from there.
Got it. All right, that brings us to the top of the round. Bones, you are back up.
It's me. Gotta get a bonus action. I will shift to my right and up a step, which I think gets me line of sight or by cadence. If not, I'll move up a little more.
Yeah, to get up to Rami specifically, you're just too far down is the issue.
Yeah. That's
So I think you need to move like right here to have line of sight.
totally fine. And then I'll take my shot.
Okay, before you do, he sees you coming up the edge. He's going to cast a spell
Uh-oh.
as a reaction.
I don't like that.
I wish you wouldn't.
As he sees your rifle peeking out just the top of your head, your eyes meet with his for a second, and there's just a flash of white that goes across his eyes, and there's a flash of white into your eyes, like you have been, a bright photo in your eyes. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ugh. 9.
A 9 is a critical failure, which doesn't matter. It is just a failure. You have disadvantage on this attack not just disadvantage. You are blinded until the start of your next turn.
I see.
How's that?
His
You
only
have to
weakness.
keep taking the attack, though. Go ahead.
Can I identify that?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
I don't have any other thing to spend my reactions on, so.
Let's see here. It's a +5 bonus if it's on your class of spell list, right? But you're just a wizard?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you don't know what he did. You don't recognize on the
He has to
level.
take magic up. You know what class of magic it is?
Yeah, you see him cast a spell that is transmutation.
interesting.
And Ghost, Bones, your attack goes off.
Oh,
That's
so good,
the
okay.
trigger for his reaction
I
is
see.
you making an attack
the
roll.
attack.
Got it, correct.
Understood. 7? No,
Yes.
wait, math is hard. 14.
14 is going to just miss.
Okay. And then I will fumble back down the stairs.
Understood. I'm moving slowly so as to not trip since you're blinded. Your eyes are just like pure white light at the moment. Cadence, you look and see in his eyes literally glazed over, bright white, almost glowing.
Flashbang.
Okay. Push back where you were. That is Bones' turn. Next up is Marble.
Probably should fan out a bit. I'm gonna go up the right, kind of following behind Patches.
10, 20, 30.
Okay. And then on one of the shoulders, this like little gun pops up and just like fires off missiles. I'm gonna cast Magic Missile.
Okay, love it.
13 points of force damage.
13 points of force damage on Mr. Rami Asher. Alright. That is your action movement. Do you have a bonus?
Would that movement even get me out of that? Patches wasn't in that cone, was he?
No, he wasn't.
Now I'm still there, I guess. I
Okay.
don't know if I can do anything as a bonus action. I don't have any bonus actions, unfortunately.
Alright.
Unless I can just like step on one of these flames by moving through it.
No, I think I did say an action to put out fires.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to Marisco, surrounded by fire over here in this hall.
Okay, I guess I'll press to the square in front of me.
Got it?
Step forward on that space.
Yep, just continue spilling water all around you.
Bless you for doing this. Somebody has to do
Yeah,
this.
right. Somebody does have to.
Brian, I cannot get there. Oh, God.
You can hear now a little more clearly shouts from inside there of someone just saying, hey, what's going on out there? Let me out! That is your action and a little bit of movement. Anything else?
I need to get a bonus action too.
All right. Crick it is. Crick, he's a smart customer. He knows to just kill people that are close to dead. He is going to attack Ghost.
Hey,
Fellow Bugman.
Hey.
That is a 12 to hit,
that misses.
and that is a 21 to hit.
That doesn't.
This is...
As he butts you with the back end of his shotgun. 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Terrible damage. That is it for Crick. I think he will then step. Actually, he knows as much as you guys do that he didn't recharge the breath. So that brings us now to Boss Asajik.
So Boss looks up to Rami and tries to plea. Give me the girl, and you can burn whatever it is that you feel you need to burn.
You don't think I'll be burning her too?
I hope the devils find you in their ill will, and I take an attack on Crick. .24 to hit.
Absolutely.
8 points.
There is a crunch and a squelch of cockroach exoskeleton as your stones pulse through his body and sends guts splattering behind him.
With that, I take one. You know what? I'm gonna move as close up to Marisco as possible. I'll take the opportunity attack.
10, 15. Let's see what his range is.
Didn't he react against?
He did, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Reaction against
He already
bones
used his
coming up the
reaction,
stairs.
so he cannot make opportunity attack. Get you there. Does your stone thing do something to everyone within 5 feet of you every turn, or just when you do it?
This doesn't specify
Okay.
when it starts.
Then it's just when it starts. Makes sense.
I don't.
Could you use it to put out fire?
That's what I was going to say, is like, if it was dealing damage because of stones in a range, I would let you instead use it to sort of like, sand this fire, put it out. But if it's not doing any damage on a passive basis, I would say.
No, it is. No, it is. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that.
Hey, I'll tell you what. We talked about this the other day. Make a spellcasting check.
Oh, we did.
11 or higher, just a straight wisdom check to try to put out some fires with your aura.
Beat me to death.
We did talk about that.
We sure did.
Death with your rocks.
19.
All right, hell yeah. You put out the fires within 5 feet of you.
Does he beat me
No
to
way.
death?
No, with a 19 spellcasting check, you can control it well enough to not
I
hit
know
you.
what's in the southwest.
Yeah, it's within 5 of you. Sorry, I don't know how to do anything. Ghost, your turn.
This sucks. I just got ditched by our tank.
But you do have a cool ring.
Well, I have 6 hit points. Cool. Is there any other magic items in my nearby,
Let's see here.
or that are about to be consumed?
Give me what? Did you remember what you rolled for the investigation? I think it was like a nat 20, right?
Yeah. 26.
Yeah. Let's say you do find another one right over here. There's like some folded up clothing in there that looks like sort of adventurer type clothing. I say clothing, it's like armor for the 1904. Kind of old fashioned looking stuff, like a leather jerkin and some leather gloves and stuff. But there's a little bit of magic coming from in there.
Okay. I would like to go try and grab that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go around this way. But as I'm going, I kind of want to like stumble and just sweep a bunch of shit off the shelves. And as it's all clattering down with one of my other hands, I'm gonna dump a pack of caltrops behind me.
Okay.
And then with my item interaction, I'm going to grab that and then book it down the stairs and just kind of like collapse.
Hell yeah. You grab the next item that was going to burn up. And I'll tell you that when these flames burn up, they will not burn an item this time because you grabbed the next one that was going to go.
Huzzah!
Praise be.
And with that, the flames spread.
Did you just do an Australian huzzah over there?
Yeah.
Sure did.
So these flames spread onto Rami.
And how does he feel about that?
Not great.
He's the first one to take fire damage from these, I think.
Okay, some fire also licks out towards you, Marble. I need Rami and Marble to make dexterity saving throws.
Does it have to be dexterity?
It sure does.
It can't be con. Being on
Sure
fire?
can't. Thanks for asking. Rami gets a nat 1 and fails.
Do I know what I'm looking for?
13.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You and Rami each take 7 points of fire damage.
I'm down to 1 health.
Stop that.
Hey, I'm the tank. It's being hit's what I do.
All right. As the flames continue to spread, we move to Cadence's turn.
Alright, cunning action, hide.
Give me a stealth check.
18.
Okay.
And then just try this again. Couple steps up the stairs.
You are not hidden this time,
Yeah.
unfortunately. His passive perception is exactly 18.
Yeah, it happens. I will just take. Fuck, there's nobody in range of him either. There's truly nothing else for me to do. I will just try and shoot him.
So I should say you don't know that you're not hidden until you make the attack
Yeah.
anyway.
This dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits.
Max damage. 10 piercing damage.
10 points of piercing damage. Nice.
And back down the stairs.
Down you go. And then go ahead, Seth. You had something.
I completely forgot to ask. When I took Crick down, was I able to grab his sawed-off shotgun?
If you want to, yeah.
I'd like to.
Sure, yeah.
It's this is a big moment for Boss. So, Boss for a long time was kind of fantasized about having a firearm, but never was really able to bring himself to take one or whatever. But in that moment, he was like, I can't only swing a sword and cast spells.
Yeah.
I need something with distance in these bigger cities. So he grabbed the shotgun.
As you pick it up, there's a familiar hum in your hand of magic, as this is a magical shotgun. Next up, Rami Asher. Does not have a breath this time. Let's see. What do we do to just destroy shit out of spite?
Sword smash.
I think he wants to kill somebody. I think he really wants to take a life.
I ran and made fun of him.
You did run and make fun of him. He is going to push his way through these shelves. 5. Suffering some difficult terrain here. 15. 25. 35. Again, just knocking these shelves over, tearing them to pieces, shredding the stuff as he goes. Comes over the direction of Marble, who's obviously worse for wear. And wordlessly begins to attack you. That is a 15 to hit.
Miss.
Next up is a 16 to hit.
Miss.
Final attack. 19 to hit.
I'm down.
Okay. Your armor, giving it the greatest field test Sergei could have hoped for, withstands 2 tremendous blows of huge muscular arms made of crystal and stone that slash into your armor, just leaving screeching metal as they go. And then the third attack shatters the glass of your helmet. The claws come in and get just enough of the side of your head to send you sort of woozy, and you drop.
Out of curiosity, how much damage was that going to be?
Let's see here.
That fire, I can't resist fire damage,
Right.
but I'm kind of curious.
It was max damage. 9 points of damage is what it was going to be.
It would have done 10 damage. I would have been up with a point.
That's funny. The 5 is all it took. On a 5 or a 6, Rami regains his breath. That is a 5. Rami regains his breath.
I don't want to use that dice anymore.
Patches, it's your turn. Pat,
I'll
or-
move my spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
I think I can get it close enough, right?
Yep, totally,
Okay.
yes.
And then I'll go to attack with it.
All right.
That's a miss.
All right.
And then I'll just go ahead and keep on searching.
All right. Give me an investigation check or perception check, your choice.
21.
21. Sitting all by itself, like just hanging from a hook on like the bottom of one of these shelves on a silver chain, is just a silver like medallion that is just a plain circle, no imagery and nothing at all, just like a flat silver circle on a chain. But you touch it and it clearly like comes with some magic, and you snatch that up. I will save that item away for you. That is your action and bonus action. Do you want to move?
Is it an action to throw that into the fire?
No, you guys an item in action.
No, that's fine. I'll hold on to it. Why not?
Okay.
I think that's... Well, I'll go ahead and move up. Can I move up and around a little bit?
Like here?
Kind of keep staying out of his kind of vision.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, yeah.
All right, cool. Top of the round, Bones. You, I think, are no longer blinded now, or is it on your... Let me check. Start of its next turn, so you're no longer blinded.
Okay, wonderful. I look around. I understand how Cadence fights because it's very similar to how I fight. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Man, that's so dangerous. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sling the rifle over my shoulder, and I fish around in the backpack, and I get out essentially just a big trench knife, and I charge.
Oh, shit.
So shit.
Didn't see this one coming.
I'm trying to figure out if I attack right then or if I wait for somebody to come up for sneak. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm gonna ready my action to attack if I have sneak.
Got it. Okay. Marble, you start your turn with 0 hit points. You take a level of exhaustion, and I needed that saving throw.
12.
That's a success. You're good. That's one success. Marisco.
You got this, I mean, Sam. And he's just gonna run back down. I'll use feline agility and think I've got like 2 more uses of that.
Okay. That's 30 right there. How much
Okay.
further? Where do you want to go?
I just need to get next to the drain.
Okay, easy peasy. Yeah.
There are
Your whole action was.
ability change.
I have the feet for it.
Yeah, he took the feet.
God, thank Christ.
You get half to honor the cock. Just half to honor the cock.
16?
16 hits.
Praise Christ.
Resolved before.
13 points.
13 points of damage. You sink your big knife through these hard crystal scales, these chunks of crystal shattering to the ground like pebbles.
Yeah, wonderful. I dig in, start twisting, but I'm essentially stuck to him. I have so little control over the situation.
And now, Marisco, you can finish what you were doing.
Okay, I'll do Booming Blade.
Okay.
It's only a 13, so.
13 is going to miss, unfortunately. But you nonetheless got Bones as sneak attack at least.
Then I'm gonna move one away and provoke. See if he does it.
He has reached, so you do not provoke.
Oh shoot! I'll move one further away.
All right, take a little.
Not on the caltrips, but
So you might step on caltrops if you go that far. Well, actually, I don't know where you can move. I guess you could go like over the shelf.
I was gonna go. Can I go down? Like so I'm next to.
I see what you're doing. Yes. I understand now. And yeah, he'll try to murder you. Ooh, that's so close to nat 20. 25 to hit.
Got it.
fucking hell. That's 24 points.
Oh.
A combination of piercing and radiant. As he chomps down into you with his jaws, and as he has you in his jaws, he just is a burst of like the radiant energy of his breath.
I wasn't expecting that. I'm down, actually.
That's the first time he's hit with a bite so far. As he picks you up in his mouth as you try to get away from him, chomps down, and then just slams your body down onto the ground where it stood.
It's the second time I've not gone as planned.
Alright, that is the end of Morisco's turn. Boss, Samajik.
I'm going for the go.
The little girl's behind us. Behind a door. We're down. I'm dead. I can't say that.
Do what you will do. Rami acts in 2 turns from now and does have his breath back.
Fuck.
Give me, let me make a perception check.
Whatever.
Insight's also fine. If it's better for you. Perception's probably a little better.
Dirty 20.
For what it's worth, make your decisions as you will. I don't want to dissuade you. The fire has reached a metal door and is not spreading past it immediately. Not a combat pace. It's going to take it some time to get past this door. That said, do what you will do.
How far am I from the batting?
40 feet.
Whatever that blue rug is, or whatever between those shelves.
Yeah.
Can I make it there?
$30 gets you there. It's as close as you can get. Or potentially like here, if you wanted to be like on top of the shelf or something. The shelf's been knocked over at this point. So.
Yeah, I have nothing here. Metal mana. Put me there.
You do have a shotgun in your hands.
I do.
So what that's worth.
Yeah, so put me there. Take those 4 fires out along the way, please.
Oh, right, yeah, because you can use your thing.
The one closest to me now as well.
Give me another spellcasting check to try to.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not having to do this each turn, essentially.
That's just flat. That's only 7.
You add your wisdom to it.
Oh, 11.
11, okay, good. I was looking for 10.
And the one there, I don't know if that's already burned up though.
So fire goes out.
So anyhow, I start blasting.
Okay, love that for you. It's a single attack. With the shotgun, you're going to roll a d20, add your dexterity, and are you proficient with the shotgun? I don't think so. Is it? So yeah, just roll a d20 and add your dexterity.
8.
Unfortunately, going to be a
That
miss.
does not work.
Boss's
First fire.
yeah, boss's first time
trigger
shooting
pull
a
ever.
shotgun.
Yeah, first trigger pull ever. Just
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, Salt also had a lot of kicks, so
Yeah.
it takes another look at it, assesses, and thinks, I got this next time.
Right. Totally. Okay, that's Ghost. It is your turn.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
You can do it, I believe in you. Kill him. Hit him with your staff.
He doesn't have his reaction right now. So,
Can I see the next item that's going to burn?
Give me a investigation or perception check. Or I'm sorry, are you using an action to search?
No.
Okay, what's your passive perception or passive investigation?
Passive investigation is 18.
No, you don't see it. You get the sense maybe it's further into this. I mean, above board, you don't really know if there are or not. You don't presently see any more magic items.
There isn't anything else magical that I can see that
Yeah, not in
is easily
your-
grabbable?
Yep, not in your radius.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do the only thing that I can do. I need Rami to make a intelligence saving throw as I cast a spell.
Okay. Rami adds 3 to this d20.
DC is 14.
That's a 19 on the die, total of 22.
Cool.
TPK. TPK.
He's so close to death, though.
I got this
You
next
didn't-
I
round.
just need a hit.
Right, like I'm sure you guys can pull it off. The only other thing that I can really do to help out is we're gonna stupidly I'm gonna grab Morisco and pull him back
Like down the stairs?
Away from our healers, but hopefully away from Rami finishing him off.
Unbelievably wise choice, I will say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And ideally, I'd like to, like, roll him down the stairs a little bit so that I can give him some cover.
Roll a d20 and just don't roll a 1.
Now, why would you say that out loud?
Because Drake's rolling it, so I know it'll be 1. Alright, you're good. You're good. You do it quite safely.
Do you like the idea of him just ragdoll flopping down the stairs?
You go further than that if you want to. 10 more feet if you want.
I don't think I can. There's a tap movement carrying.
Oh, right. Carrying him around. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's as good as I got. Sorry, guys.
Alright.
Bonus action showed me. I can't resist.
Flames spread. I should have rolled that d4 from the board because it was very important and I didn't. I'm rolling a d4 here for which direction this fire spreads. Had the fire spread further to the right, Marble would have immediately failed the death save.
Oh
The
yeah,
fire
I
spread.
assumed that it was going to spread out.
However, spreads to the left and in fact gets Rami instead.
Bless.
Yay. Thanks, Fire.
Guys, a help action goes such a long way for me and Cadence.
Rami's going to make a dexterity saving throw. He gets a 13, which is exact to the DC, so he does not take, or takes half damage.
I didn't realize you would be attacking from like 60 feet away, and I was like, oh, I'll always be in range to help Bones this whole campaign.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, he's
No,
30
he's a
feet away
sniper.
from me at all times. Got it.
He's a sniper at all times.
Except for when he's stabbing.
True. Which he
I
He's
guess
only doing it 'cause
it just
nobody
has to be
else
in
is
range of me, so that's true. I just need to.
Alright. That brings us now to Cadence. Oh, also, I forgot the most visceral element of all this.
Zeke, we're already hurting. Come on.
Another magic item destroyed by the spreading of the fire.
Did you guys see his face when he did that? the first few, he just ripped it. That one actually had something behind it.
I'm feeling away right now, and I don't know how to describe it.
I didn't care for that about it. Also, because that's fire, so I guess I'll check in my next one. The one that spread towards me.
What's that?
The fire that
Yeah,
spread
next,
towards me.
yeah, next turn. Cadence, it's your turn.
Yeah, let's try a cunning hide. Dirty 20. And then I'll try again, walk upstairs.
You have advantage.
Oh, praise be.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Natural 20!
Hell yes, fuck
I'm
yeah.
gonna
God
use
bless you,
my
Cadence.
last superiority die to make this a dirty hit.
Yeah.
Yes.
As you're rolling over there, I've written on this card how many hit points Rami Asher has left, and I'll hand it to you after you finish rolling.
36 points of piercing damage.
You have doubled exactly the amount of hit points he had left. With 18 hit points left, tell me how Cadence does this.
I like to imagine he probably opens his mouth to do a breath,
Yes.
and I just look at whatever in there is about to unleash all that magic and just pop him right in it so it blows up in his head instead of on us.
Incredible. He sees Marble burning on the ground. He snickers. He sees Bones with a Bowie knife stuck in his side and kind of turns to shirk Bones off to lean his breath down in what would have been breath on Cadence and Bones and maybe Ghost if he could get that far. And instead, as he opens his mouth and lowers his head, a gleaming light, the sound of tinkling glass and stone shattering. A bullet is fired into the back of his gullet and comes out the back of his head with an explosion of scales that Tommy Finnegan will be very pleased to receive. And with that, Rami Asher is no more.
Regains all of his hit points and enters his mythic mode.
Not at this level. And I think that is just an absolutely terrific place for us to wrap up and come back
Is
next
that
time.
being
and-
brought back up?
Oh yeah, let's stay in initiative until the
I was
fires
gonna-
are out and
Right.
until
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
people are brought back up. Yep, good call. Let's do that first.
Just boss just run around and put out fire.
Yeah. I think you're the most effective person to put out all these fires.
Yeah, but I'll have to roll.
Patches. You've got Marble down, you've got Morisco down, and you've got fire still spreading.
Does Healing Word bring someone up?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'll use the bonus action of Healing Word, so I can use the important action to search.
Absolutely. Good call.
Very important.
Okay. Roll me a d4 plus your wisdom.
10.
Ooh, that's good.
Or, sorry, 8.
I was going to say, that was impossible.
Darn it. Damn, I shouldn't have said anything.
I wrote it down, so I can't erase it.
Yeah, so good.
It's alright, I've got it over
It's
here.
insanely good.
Okay, that's your bonus action for Healing Word. Your action to search for another magic item. Give me a perception or investigation check.
23.
23. You see that right over here in this box are some like old-fashioned weapons, swords and stuff, really kind of old-timey stuff. And one of them is a long rapier that on the handle has like seashell motif and ends in like a shark's sort of tail. You've secured the final magic item that I was going to destroy by these fires. And with the fact that that was the last magic item to be recovered, the only thing left to do is to make sure that Morisco gets stabilized. But let's make sure that does happen.
And the little girl.
And yes, of course, getting the little girl.
Well,
Bones.
it's not like that.
Right. Bones, do you have anything to do to help Morisco?
I believe I go over
I
to
do.
Marble and I grab his D-bit.
Yeah.
Good call.
And then I run it down to Morisco. I get as close as I can with my movement, and I'm readying to use it when he's dragging over to me.
Do you have like a tabaxi dash? Are you saving it?
I've used all my Devax.
Also, on my turn, I can get up and. Well, I don't know if Tabaxi Dash can get me from where I'm at. I have to then have to move.
So it's just-
Never mind.
it's squeezing.
Yeah.
You have to shrink down.
Alright.
I can bonus action shrink back down.
Marble, that is your turn.
I'm gonna stand up and get out of this fire.
Wise.
I guess maybe this is our way out. Can I attack these shelves and just destroy them and collapse it and just like put out
Yeah,
the
you're
fire
essentially
that
trying
way?
to like get rid of the kindling.
Or,
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna joke about like using a booming blade and if the fire moved, it explodes.
That's clever. What is you got? 10 feet of reach?
I have 15 feet.
15 feet of reach? Yeah. Give me an
I
attack.
also can also like push. So.
Yes. Give me an attack roll. If you hit a 15, you'll get all the fires within 5 feet of you. If you get a 20, you'll get all of them within 10 feet of you. If you get a 25 or higher, you'll get all of them within 15 feet of you.
25.
Exactly what you needed to get all the fires within 15 feet of you. You just take one big sweep with your giant morning star.
Can I like move to a more better position to like
Sure, yeah.
sweep or something?
I think right here would be your best one to sweep. Maybe even actually right here. Yeah.
Yeah. And then also just for flavor, just conk him on the head. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta include a conch in there.
I got it.
All right, yeah, you just take your morning star and just sweep through the sun,
Yeah.
kind of just destroy the kindling,
Oh, my-
sending little bits of ash and ember kind of scattering to the stone corners of the room.
That my armor's probably seizing up because it's real
Probably
fucked
so.
up.
It's been through its paces today for sure. All right. At the start of Morisco's turn, you gain a level of exhaustion and a death saving throw.
Okay.
So it's -1 from this roll.
40.
So that is a failure, 1 failure for Morisco. Basta magie.
So if you get brought up before it's your turn, you don't get the attack.
Correct.
Right.
Trying to add some incentive to heal people, not just let them go down, essentially.
I rolled to see if that fire beside me went out. Rolled a 12 plus
That's good enough. So
plus
on this,
16.
yeah, plenty. So in fact, on this turn, any fire you get within 5 feet of is going to be put out. So if you want to strategically move through here,
Honestly, there's that passage to the left, but I don't want the fire to continue spreading down.
Makes
So
sense.
So I can get right there to the first one if I cut down through the red.
Yep, that's 30 feet of movement right there.
I couldn't cut. Because
But you can use an action to dash and keep going if you want.
Yeah.
And if you dash, you go down and up.
Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's do that.
Put that whole side of the
Down,
room
then down. I'd like to end at the top. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. As you do step down here,
More bad guys.
so many more bad guys. No, it's just a little storeroom. Mostly what is sitting on the tables here are weapons and ammunition, a bunch of guns and bullets. That brings us to Ghost.
See, Bones is chasing after you with paddles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets down to the bottom of the stairs with Briscoe, who looks fucked up and terrible. looks up a little bit and sees the like dead, half blasted off face of Rosie laying in a pool of her own blood.
Correct.
He's having a bit of a time, but he's going to try and at least stabilize Morisco as best he can. Not a medic, but
You do
I'll make a medicine
see.
check.
So if you turn around, you do see that Bones is standing there with like a medical device saying like, "Bring him to me." Essentially,
Right.
he's got a thing to stabilize him.
Or you can just take it from him and stabilize it yourself.
So he's got a ready to action for Morisco to
Oh,
be
I
brought
guess
to
this
him.
is a ready action.
Because I'll try and drag Morisco back up.
Bones, your held action goes off. You
Yep.
cast Spare the
Sure.
Dying and give Morisco
Happens.
back a hit point. And actually, I believe it's like a mask that you put on him, and it like infuses with some necromancy into there. With that, everyone is stable, and all that remains is to put out the fires. I think we're going to go out of combat here because with all of you left, even if the fire's continuing to spread, you can put them
Yeah,
out
I'm just gonna
faster.
keep on. I'm just keep doing what I'm doing.
Between especially Boss and Marvel with those two methods, you can put these fires out easily enough. This is where we will pick up next time, but before we go,
It happened.
you guys reach level 4.
Thank God. Thank fucking God.
With that, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We'll see you next time on Spirit and Soul. Love you. Bye.
Give me mine.
Bye.
Thank you.